guys. Hello. Okay, so we have sound back. Was the sound? Hopefully some of that got in there.
I think it cut off when... No, maybe 2 minutes ago it cut off.
Okay. Well, apologies, guys. We should be heard now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're heard now.
Okay. Cool. Thank you for telling me, chat. I'm sorry. There's always something happening. Okay.
Yeah, and then the Chronicle book, this Chronicle book, I think only this one, because it's so long, is because it's actually 3 books that were exclusive to book clubs, Scholastic book clubs.
Oh, okay.
You can't hear me?
No, I can hear you.
I'm just lagging so much today, and the other day it was
Well, I can hear you perfectly. Your image is just a little bit behind, but it's all good. So, is this made up of 3 smaller books that were exclusive to a book club, and then this was published as one big book?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a very neat preview type of thing of oh, you're part of our book club, so you get the benefit of reading this Chronicle book before we release it.
Okay.
Public.
I will always respect.
So it's a 3-part series.
Yeah, I will always respect K. Applegate for making all of these public. You didn't hear. Okay, so you have to start from the beginning of the. We haven't read anything yet. You're good. We're good. Give me a mic check, making sure that I'm being heard, or that you're being heard. I'm not seeing. Can you get? No, you're good. I think it's just something on my end. Let's see. Can you guys hear both of us chat? Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, I'm hearing an echo. Daniel's volume is low. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. No, that's gonna be weird. What's happening here? What's happening, audio? Why are we doing what we're doing today?
They know that we need all the time that we can get, and they want to stall.
Yeah, Tech Ghost just wants to mess with us. Let me try this.
Okay, let's try this.
Sorry, guys. Hang on. Just getting all the things set up. Okay. Do. Give me a mic check.
Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Good?
Why is it? Why does it not want to? Can you? Yep. I think you're good now. I didn't forget, Derp. I pinned it.
We're just dealing with this thing.
No, I didn't forget to pin it. It's up on the screen. I copied and pasted what you wrote just because we are still pinning all this month for charity. So we have the donation link pinned. So instead, I put the trigger warning on screen. So yeah, all good.
Okay.
Thank you for letting us know. Shout out to Rex for making sure that we have all of our proper warnings in place. That's very helpful. And yeah, I'm going to get started since it's 7:28, and my half of the book is 22 chapters. Basically, we each have a book worth to read tonight. So
it is 22 chapters, and mine is 27 chapters.
Yeah, same pages, just you must have some shorter chapters in there. But anyway, let's just get going. Welcome to the audio reading of the Andalite Chronicles. Side A, read to you by Avery Vandenhouten. To start with Side B, please flip this cassette over and press play. Prologue. My name is Elfangor. I'm an Andalite prince, and I am about to die. My fighter is damaged. I have crash-landed on the surface of the planet called Earth. I believe that my great dome ship has been destroyed. I fear that my little brother, Aximili, is already dead. We did not expect the Yeerks to be here in such force. We made a mistake. We underestimated the Yeerks. Not for the first time. We would have defeated their pool ship and its fighters, but there was a blade ship in orbit as well. The blade ship of Visser 3. 2 Yeerk bug fighters landing on either side of me now. The abomination Visser 3 is here as well. I can feel him. I can sense his evil. I cannot defeat the Visser in one-on-one combat. I am weak from my injuries, too weak to morph, too weak to fight. This is my hirac delest. My final statement. I have formed the mental link to the thought-speak transporter in my fighter's computer. I will record my memories before the Yeerks annihilate all trace of me. If this message someday reaches the Andalite world, I want the truth to be known. I am called a great warrior, a hero, but there is a great deal that no Andalite knows about me. I have not lied, but I have kept the truth a secret. This is not my first visit to Earth. I spent many years on Earth, and yet no time at all. I landed here now in this construction site because I was looking for a great weapon, the Time Matrix. The existence of this weapon is also a secret. So many secrets in my life, mistakes, things I should have done. All the strands of my strange life seem to be coming together. It all seems inevitable now. Of course, my death would come on Earth. Of course, the child would be here. Of course, it would be Visser 3 who would take my life. I am too weak to locate the time ship now. I will die here, but I have left a legacy. Visser 3 thinks he has won our long private war, but I've left a little surprise behind. I have given the morphing power to 5 human youths. I know that in doing this, I have broken Andalite law. I know that this action will be condemned by all my people, but the Yeerks are here on Earth. Visser 3 is here. The humans must be given a chance to resist. The human race cannot fall to the Yeerks this way, the way the Hork-Bajir race did. I have given the morphing power to 5 young humans, children really, but sometimes children can accomplish amazing things. I have no choice but to hope, because it was I who created Visser 3. I who caused the abomination. I cannot go peacefully into my death knowing that I created the creature who will enslave the human race. I came to this place, this empty construction site, looking for the weapon I know is hidden here. But there is no time now. No time. The Visser is here. He is laughing at my weakness. He is savoring his victory over me. This is the hirac delest of Elfangor. Sirinial-Shamtul? I just got used to saying accents.
Elfangor-Sirinial-Shamtul.
Okay, Elfangor-Sirinial-Shamtul. Andalite Prince. I open my mind to the ritual of death. I open my mind and let all my memories, all my secrets go to be recorded by the computer. This is not just a message to my own people. I hope that someday humans will read it as well, because humans are also my people. Lauren and the boy I have just met, but not for the first time. Ooh.
Okay, let's go ahead and put the announcement on,
Oh,
the
shit.
Discord.
Sorry. I always forget.
I wasn't going to interrupt you. I was going to be like, hey, you forgot to do that. I'm like, okay, prologue over. Now let's get to the real story.
I appreciate you. Hello, Patrick. Across the
And
Spider-Verse,
now
I'm
our
jealous.
feature.
I just saw Patrick say he was going into the Spider-Verse.
Fun. I was going to say, and now our feature presentation.
Okay, so wait, do I still need to put it on the server, or did somebody already get it?
Nobody's gotten it yet.
Okay, I got it. Whoop.
I believe it's only you, Maddie, and Derprex that can post announcements.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. I don't have our split screen up, but I'm just gonna put us to here, just so that I can open up my Discord without doxing people.
Okay. Doxing.
When you leak somebody's info online, like their private info.
I mean, it ain't private. If people want to come out and come beat me up, I'm like, okay, I invite it. It's like, what you gonna do? You gonna get arrested for beating me up? Is that what your life's come to?
New theater.
Let me just tell you this much, people. I ain't afraid of being doxxed because I know that people just make empty threats.
That's probably the chillest reaction to the possibility of being doxxed I've ever seen.
Because it's true. It's like, oh, what you gonna do? You're gonna purposely spend like $300 on a plane ticket, spend more money on an Uber just to come over and punch me in the face or do anything horrible. I mean, like, come on. You're really gonna ruin your life
That
for
would be
that?
pretty lame, yeah. That's a pretty beta thing to do.
It's like, dude. Not like I haven't gotten these things before. And trust
Okay.
me, they're empty.
Oh boy.
But do what you're gonna do.
You do you, but don't.
Yes.
Please don't dox. for
No,
those in chat, do not.
I'm like, if you feel more comfortable, just doing it the way you're doing it, then just do it. We're not talking about, oh, I invite y'all to do that for me. I'm just saying, why would y'all just go out of your way just to do that? That seems counterproductive.
I mean, it also is just like Discord address, but just out of consideration, we're playing it safe
It's
over
just
here.
out of consideration. I'm not even home like a lot of the time, but my roommate is, and he will be happy to yeet you out of his yard.
Yeet. All right. Well, with all that being said, we are posted now, so we're here. Hello, everybody coming in.
Patrick is mentioning I'm seeing it in a sort of new theater. It was a movie theater that closed down due to COVID. Then they sold it and remodeled it and reopened it.
Woo!
Fun.
Very fun. Very fun. And yeah, we are. Let me pull up one more thing while I'm keeping an eye on this.
Is it one of those fancy ones where you can like press a button and then like you can order something off the menu while you're watching TV, or not TV, the movie?
Fancy movie theater. I don't think I've ever been.
Yeah, I went to one of those. I was like, oh, if only every other movie theater would like this. Yes, Chris. I mentioned earlier that it was sold as a 3-part miniseries to book clubs.
Oh, and thank you so much to our most current donors. We have raised $25 tonight. I'm sorry that I missed. Why did I not get a notification for that? Anyway, I'll keep an eye on that because for some reason, maybe it happened before stream. Maybe that's why I didn't get a notification.
Yes. Do you want to take maybe a minute or two to kind of explain what what it's being used for, the donations and all that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we're raising money all this month for the Trans Housing Coalition, which is a grassroots organization here in Atlanta, Georgia. It focuses on getting trans and non-binary people who are experiencing chronic homelessness off the streets. And they partner with a bunch of other smaller outreach programs in our city to curb chronic homelessness. They actually were able to, I think in 2021, they actually bought the first trans-owned transitional house to help make sure that trans people can get off the streets and get into permanent housing and have affirming stay in permanent housing in an affirmative community system. So it's a really cool organization. We're gonna be raising money for them all this month. If you don't have the means to donate, totally fine. Even just watching this and just sharing it, honestly, is gonna help us throughout the month to raise money. So yeah, that's what we're doing this month.
Yeah, just liking, watching, commenting, all that good stuff. Ringing the bell.
Ringing the bell.
get the get the money from the YouTube, secure the bag.
Secure the bag.
Yes.
So yes. And I've so that's what we're doing. I've donated. I'm also going to be donating this month's super chats. So yeah, that is what we are doing. Only 2 movies I want to see this year in Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse and Transformers: Rise of the Beasts. I haven't seen a Transformers movie in years.
Yeah, I haven't kept up. The only thing I know is Shia LaBeouf.
he was in a few of them. He was in it at one point, and then it switched over to Mark Wahlberg.
Really?
Yeah, it's been Mark Wahlberg for like the past few movies, right?
Shut up.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I haven't seen any of them. I just know that
Marky
I just
Mark?
see him on the posters. Marky Mark. Yeah,
Yes,
Marky Mark
and
the Funky Bunch is all mini versions of Optimus Prime now.
Yeah. Apparently he hates being people mentioning it or bringing it up in an interview. I think it's because he's ashamed of things he's probably done in his past, allegedly.
Oh man. But yeah, that's
could just be that.
Could be that. Okay, I'm gonna.
So
keep
funny
reading.
though to see Old Man Wahlberg.
Old Man Wahlberg
being a hip pant sagging rapper.
It is funny to see like the flashback. Yeah, the Marky Mark. Isn't there like a Christmas special that they did or something like that?
I'm not sure. Look that up, chat. Get on it.
Yeah. Chat'll have it figured out by the end of the next chapter. Anyway, I'm gonna keep reading. Yeah. So hopefully the alert system is still working. But I'll just keep an eye on that all as we go, because thank you to our donors. I appreciate you. Chapter 1, 21 years before. The Yeerks were loose, like some terrifying disease. They spread their evil from planet to planet. They took species after species. They crushed all resistance. Their spider-like pool ships roamed throughout the galaxy, their armies of Taxxons and Hork-Bajir all under the control of the Yeerk slugs, rampaging, killing, butchering, enslaving. They were annihilating entire planets. Only we Andalites stood up against them, but we had been caught off guard. Our mighty dome ships, each more than a match for anything the Yeerks had, were spread too thin. Our spies even thought they used even though they used top secret Andalite morphing technology, were unable to penetrate Yeerk secrets. For 5 years, our princes had fought the viscers of the Yeerk Empire. They said the war could go on for another 50 years, another 100 years. We were outnumbered. We had fought many battles and lost too many of them, but arrogant as I was confident that if only I could get into the fight, I could make a difference. Elfangor, was going to become a great warrior, a prince, a hero. I was posted as an Arish, a cadet, to the dome ship, Star Sword. But so far, after 6 months in space, looking for an elusive Yeerk task force, I had not exactly proven myself to be a great hero. In fact, I had proven myself to be a clumsy, slow-witted, and quite possibly hopeless fool, at least according to my instructors. Arish Elfangor, how many times have I told you? The killing blow should be as graceful as it is fast. Sophor yelled, his thoughts speak loudly enough that half the ship probably heard him. I stood facing him, trying to stand light and easy on my 4 hooves, just like I was supposed to. At the same time, I had to think about where my weight was centered, and whether the tilt of my upper body, signaled when I was going to strike, and whether the grass floor under my hooves was uneven, and whether my hands were out of the way, and about a million other things a warrior should know for tail fighting. Sofor was bigger than me. He was a full warrior, while I was just a lowly Arish, a warrior cadet. If this had been actual battle, Sofor would have sliced me up 20 different ways in less than a second. Maybe. Sometimes I thought I'd be faster and better if it was a real battle, not just a lesson. I was sure my life depended on it, I could win. In any case, Sofor was not my enemy. He was my teacher. Watch my eyes, not my tail, Sofor said. My main eyes, you nitwit, not my stalk eyes. Keep your main eyes on mine, your stalk eyes on my tail. I watched his main eyes, but it wasn't easy. His left eye had huge scar running right beneath it. I tried to focus all my thoughts down to nothingness, just like Sofor had taught me. Your mind will never know when it is time to strike. Only your instinct can guide you, he reminded me. Suddenly, thwap! I fired the muscles in my tail. The bladed tip cracked to the air and moved so fast I could barely see my own tail as it struck. The blade arched over my head towards Sofor's face, and I thought, hey, maybe old Sofor will end up with a new scar. If I landed a blow on Sofor, I'd be a hero with every poor Arish who had ever suffered under him. Then swoop! Sofor blocked my tail blade with his tail, turned it aside, and in about a tenth of a second delivered 3 lightning blows, one to each side of my head, and a third that left his razor-sharp tail blade pressed right up against my throat. The blows stopped just a hair from cutting my skin. If Sofor so much as twitched, he could remove my head from my shoulders. Not bad, Arish Elfangor, Sofor said with a laugh. Not bad at all. That strike of yours could almost have hit me if I were asleep. He laughed again and pulled his tail away. Remember, don't think about it. Do it. You're too intellectual. You think too much. You should be a scientist, not a warrior. There's no time for thought in a fight. There is only time for your training to join with your instinct. I guess even you must have forgotten that once, I muttered. I regretted the words the instant they were out of my head. Sofor turned his stalk eyes toward me. He had a dangerous expression. What did you say, Arish? Nothing, just, nothing, I stammered, but I was staring at the scar below his eye the whole time. I see. You've noticed my little scar. Yes, quite a nasty cut. Know how I got it? You want to know how I got these scars? I shook my head. What was I doing getting smart with Sofor? What was the matter with me? Was I insane? I got the scar from my own teacher. He wasn't as sweet and understanding as I am. He didn't like uppity Arishs. The old warrior laughed at his own wit, turned away, and went galloping off across the grass, holding his tail at as high as an Andalite half his age would. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. Excuse me. Excuse me. I looked around the dome to see whether anyone else was watching me be humiliated. The dome of a dome ship is a circular area about a third of a mile across. It is filled with grass, trees, ground rushes, and flowers. There is a lake in the middle of the stream that runs around the circumference. It's as much like a home as it can be. You'd almost think you were running across my well-kept area on the home world, but when you look up, you see that you are in space, protected only by a clear plastic bubble, a dome. I saw other warriors running off across the grass, feeding and playing and practicing their skills, but none seemed to be watching me. I replayed the fight with Sofor. How had he known the exact second when I would strike? What had given me away? What was the matter with me? Was I actually mad because Sofor was faster than me? Of course he was a better fighter than me. He'd been in more battles than I could imagine. But it still made me angry. I didn't like people laughing at me, and I didn't like losing. Through my stalk eyes, I saw someone coming up behind me. He'd been hidden by a stand of trees. I recognized him immediately, of course. Abron. We were the only 2 Arishs. Great. More bad news. I didn't really like Aberon much. He was very competitive with me, and still, he never seemed to take anything seriously. Well, hello, Elfangor, he said. Having fun with the old Yeerk killer? Hello, Arish Arbron. Arish Arbron. I said so stiffly I sounded like my own father. I don't think that's very respectful to refer to Safor as the old Yeerk killer. He is a full warrior after all, and our personal combat instructor. Now Arbron laughed at me. Yeah, right, Elfangor. Like, you're so respectful. Teach me to be as respectful as you, please. He laughed again, and I was staring. I was starting to get even angrier. It was bad enough having Safor laugh at me. At least he outranked me, but Arbron was just a lowly Arish like me. Lowlier, because I had 4 days seniority over him. This is a domed ship, not a playfield, I said. Arbron kicked lightly at the grass with one hoof in gesture of contempt. Then he said the insult that went with the gesture. Elfangor, what are you going to get your hooves back on the grass and out of the air? Some of us are actually care about being better fighters. The people need us. These are evil times. Arbron laughed. You don't fool me. You're not some mighty prince hero. You're just another scared, confused Arish on his first big deep space mission. And by the way, you shift weight to your left hind leg when you're about ready to strike. That's how old Safor knew. I was getting ready to say something really crushing to Arbron, but just then there came an announcement. It was a direct beam through thought-speak summons. Arish, Elfangor, and Arbron to the battle bridge. I stared at Arbron. He stared at me. We were both frozen in place. Our argument was totally forgotten because we were both busy being shocked and horrified. See, it was impossible. Neither of us had ever been to the battle bridge. The battle bridge was where the captain was, and the captain of a dome ship is like one of the ancient gods. I mean, captains don't even look at Arish. What did we do? Arbron asked anxiously. I don't know, I moaned. But it must have been really out of line. We were in trouble. We are in trouble. We are in definite trouble, Arbron said. 10 pages down. 130 to go.
You're reading at a good pace.
Okay, thank you. I'm doing my best.
Reading the comments.
Just
Something
making
about
sure I
an
didn't
Amity
miss.
tomato.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything in the comments.
Indeed, and what the right would call a woke movie, but almost nobody noticed.
I mean, the right will call anything a woke movie, right? Anything that people like, they're like, this is a woke movie.
Yeah, anything that's not old-fashioned is woke.
Yes, that's how this works.
That's why apparently their what is it? Their animal, their mascot is an elephant? Or am I getting confused?
I don't know why, but yes, they are the elephant.
Because they're slow to progress.
Honestly,
apparently, because they have wisdom, but they are slow to progress.
And yes, shout out to the people coming into stream. We're reading the Andalite Chronicles. Settle in, get a drink, get a snack. It's a long one tonight.
Yes, that's why we didn't do the fanfic today.
I know.
And that's okay.
Sad days, but you know, next week.
We all make sacrifices.
We all make sacrifices. Chapter 2. A domed ship built with the dome at one end, and then far away, far back, there are three... Wait, let me try that again. A dome ship is built with the dome at one end, and then far away, far back, there are three huge engines. Zero space engines, and you probably know how powerful those are. Connecting the dome to the engines is a long, long shaft. Inside this shaft is the place where everyone has their quarters, their private areas. For Arish, the quarters are tiny. I mean, extremely tiny. If you want to turn around you have to back out the hallway. Oh my god. In my quarters, I have holograms of my father and mother, and of course, plus a wish flower representing the little brother I'll be getting in a few years. Oh, the electorate has voted to allow more children to be born since we're in a war now. They say if the war goes on for long and there are lots of battle deaths, some families may even have 3 and 4 children. Personally, I don't think it will come to that. And even having one sibling is bad enough. Now, in addition to the morning ritual and the evening ritual, I have to do the wish flower ritual, and you have to do the wish flower ritual at the wish flower, of course, which is in my tiny quarters, and you can imagine how impossible that is. My entire back half sticks out into the hallway, and people are jostling past me when I'm chanting, "We welcome our hopes embodied. We welcome to a new branch of the tree. We welcome," so on and so on. It's not easy being in a Rish. Naturally, warriors and princes get bigger quarters, and of course, the captain has quarters so big he can practically play driftball in there. But the captain isn't usually in his quarters. He's usually on the battle bridge. That's where Arbron and I were headed, as far as our hooves could carry us, down the long central shaft. "We're dead," I said. "There's no way the captain calls us to a bridge unless we're in huge trouble." "Maybe it's something good," Arbron suggested. "Maybe he wants to tell us we're doing well in our studies." "You're right. Or maybe he wants our advice," I suggested sarcastically. "Captain Feyorn, the hero of like 1,000 space battles, probably wants the advice of a pair of Arishs." All the while, we were running past the closed doors of various private quarters and storerooms and plasma conduits. Our hooves clicked on the hard, rough, textured floor. A prince stepped out of his quarters and practically ran him down. "Sorry," I yelled. "We've been called to the battle bridge." The prince rolled his eyes and shook his head, but he knew. When the captain calls, you don't waste time. As we neared the battle bridge, we saw more and more people in the hall. We weren't the only ones heading there, and then I started to notice some fighter pilots moving off towards the fighter bays. You can always tell a fighter pilot. There's a swagger they have. It's almost like there's a special light that seems to shine on them. When I'm a full warrior, I'm going to be a fighter pilot. There's going to be a battle, Arbron said. "Yeerks," I said. "We're going to burn some Yeerks." I hoped I sounded tough and fierce. We barreled into the battle bridge just as the tactical officer, Prince Neskord, bellowed, where in a dark sun are those two... bellowed. My brain caught up. It had to reboot for a second. We barreled into the battle bridge just as the tactical officer, Prince Neskord, bellowed, "Where in a dark sun are those two Arishs?" "Right here, sir," I said. "Here, sir," Arbron echoed. The tactical officer, the TO, looked at us like we might be a couple of pieces of dung stuck to his hoof. Then he turned to the captain. "Captain, the two Arishs are here." Of course the captain already knew, but we were there. They said Captain Feyorn can practically see through walls. He knows everything that goes on aboard this ship. He stood in the center of the room with the TO on his right and Prince Briar, commander of all fighter squadrons, on his left. The room was circular with bright monitors glowing and computer screens reeling off data. Holographic monitors created images in midair, and there were sound speech info tags as thought speech computer warnings. Warriors working on the battle bridge often used hand signals between themselves so that thought speak noise wouldn't become a jumble. At the front of the battle bridge was a large holographic image showing the space around us. We were in a normal space, not zero space, so the background was black, filled with bright stars. "Magnify," the TO said. The hologram of space grew more detailed. Suddenly, it was as if actual stars, each as big as my fist, were hovering inside the battle bridge. "Isolate the target and magnify," the tactical officer said. Now the hologram showed just a slice of single star. It was an average yellow star. I glanced up at the readout above the hologram. It showed that the star had 9 planets. Gas giants on the outer edge, smaller planets in tighter orbit. The 6th planet was front and center in the display. It had a rather beautiful set of rings. There he is, Prince Briar said. He was very calm, but you could tell he was a predator, looking at prey. I searched the hologram of space for a clue. Then I saw it, a tiny, bright point that was moving against the background of the ringed planet. Was it a Yeerk ship? I think we have a Skritna raider, the captain said. Yes, Captain, the TO agreed. He's accelerating. He'll be able to go to zero space in 20 minutes. Sensors show he came from the 3rd planet in this system. On screen, Captain Fayorn said. Suddenly, the hologram shifted and we were looking at a small planet with a single large moon. The planet was blue, with swirls of white and land masses that were brown and green. What do we have on this planet? There is a sentient species there. They have achieved orbital space flight and have landed on the moon. Sensors show presence of nuclear war weapons, and we're picking up transmissions on various parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. All in all, probably a level 6 civilian, I would recommend. The captain cut him off by raising one finger on one hand. Then the captain turned his head and his main eyes toward Arbron and me. He looked right at me. I felt my blood turn to sludge and my brain grind to a halt. Tell me, Arish, the situation. We have a Skritna raider leaving a level 6 civilian. 20 minutes till he's safe in zero space. What do you recommend? No, this wasn't happening. The captain really was asking my advice. Clearly, I was dreaming. What do I recommend? I asked, feeling the knife edge of panic. Dispatch fighters on an intercept course? Is that a question or a statement? The captain asked. I sucked in air and tried not to faint. Dispatch fighters for an intercept. Send 2 on an intercept course. And bring 2 up behind on a chase vector. And you, the captain said, turning his awful gaze to Arbron. What do we do when we intercept, and why? The Skritna are smugglers and renegades, and they sometimes serve the Yeerks. So we board the Skritna ship and check for any violations. He said it perfectly, like he had rehearsed. Then he blew it. And if they put up a fight, we put some tail into them. The captain and prince, the TO, every warrior on the bridge, and I all stared at Arbron like he was insane, which he obviously was. You don't say, put some tail into them to the captain. That's something you say to in a schoolyard fight. The captain looked at Prince Briar and the tactical officer. He shrugged. I guess we'd better do what you two Arish say, huh? The big one looks like he's ready to faint, and the other one thinks he's you, Briar. That got a laugh from everyone on the bridge. Launch fighters, the captain said. Oh, and those Skritna ships are so cramped inside, we'd better send along a couple of our people who can move around in there. Now, who do we have that's small enough to fit inside a Skritna freighter? Suddenly, I realized that everyone on the battle bridge was looking at me and Arbron. Then I realized we were both younger and smaller than anyone else. That's when I almost did faint. The captain was going to send us into battle. Okay.
Okay, what's
Chat was chatting.
Let's see. They were talking about a movie. They were talking about, Bumblebee, and then something about wokeness. And then also I somehow mixed the character and actor name together. And the actor name is Haley Steinfeld, and the character name is Charlie Watson. Piece of dung stuck to his hoof. Consider again how Andalites eat. Now, new meaning there. I'm guessing they, because because they eat through their hooves. So I'm guessing they eat through their front hooves, and then they excrete through their back hooves. And then he says, character coming up, headcanon, as just someone with a different name, most a relation, not a fan of the application otherwise.
I don't have enough context to know what that means yet, but
yeah, me either.
Mm.
So thank you for the 2 people that are in chat. It's Friday.
We appreciate you 2 people. We know Fridays are they're a very busy time, and we appreciate you.
Yeah. Unless they're like, oh, it's Daniel again with his bold opinions.
No.
Instead of playing la-di-da like the other people.
Again, I always say this when we have slower nights in chat. I just kind of see this as a live recording of a thing that people can watch back later too. So sometimes that happens quite a bit actually with these streams, because if you notice, like I noticed that these streams get the most like replay value. And some of them are actually some of the most watched out of all the VODs on this channel, just because I think a lot of people want to watch this, but just Friday night is a Friday night, you know?
It is. It's my inner performer that's like, no, not enough numbers, Daniel. There's not enough numbers there.
Bigger number, better person.
Yeah.
But hello,
bigger number, great performance.
If you're watching this with us live, or if you're watching back, we're reading the Andalite Chronicles. We're raising money for the Trans Housing Coalition, and yeah, I'm just gonna keep on keeping on. We're on chapter 3.
Yeah, because this is a long book.
Yep. Try not to get. I think I'm making okay
2
time.
books in one.
Yeah, I think I'm making okay time, but I don't want to get distracted. So
yes,
I will reconfer with chat in a second.
When we switch off, we can go ahead and like maybe spend about half an hour catching up. That'd be good.
Chapter 3. Okay, who takes the helm and who takes the weapons? Arbron asked. I have 4 days of seniority over you, I said coolly. I take the helm. I could see that he wanted to argue. He wanted to fly the fighter, of course, but there was no chance I was going to miss out on flying my first combat mission. No chance. And I did have seniority. Okay, Arbron said coldly. You fly it, I'll shoot. Not that we'll be doing any shooting. The inside of a fighter is not exactly roomy. There was an older model. This was an older model built for 2, but it was still not exactly big. Figures they'd give us an old piece of junk Model 14 to fly, I said, staring at the controls as if I'd never seen them before. What did you expect them to give us? A brand new Model 22? For a second, I forgot that this was my first official combat command. I shot a glance at Arbron, and 2 of us almost burst out laughing. This is great, I said. I just wish it was Yeerks, not some old Skritna, Arbron said. I closed my eyes, leaving only my stalk eyes open. I wanted to focus. I had been trained on fighters. Of course, I was pretty good as a pilot, but still, I was going to be flying alongside Prince Briar and in his personal squadron. Everyone in the squadron was a great fighter pilot, and Briar could just about fly a fighter through a black hole and back out again. I deeply did not want anything to go wrong. The thought of how humiliated I'd be if I missed a turn or something was too awful to think about. Power up, I told the ship's system. Prepare for launch. You could feel the old fighter come alive. The monitors glowed, the floor hummed and vibrated up through my legs. I touched a screen with my fingers, and the viewport became transparent. We could see directly out now through an actual window, not just a screen. Of course, we were still in the fighter bay, inside the dome ship, so there wasn't anything to see. Automatic launch sequence begins in 10 seconds, the prince called. Simultaneous drop. Go to burn on my mark. Acceleration standard. Weapons powered, Arbron told me. 5 seconds to launch, the computer said. Please don't let me screw this up, I prayed. I thought I'd said it silently till I noticed Arbron nodding in agreement. 2 seconds, the computer prompted. Hold on, I said. Whoosh. We were blown out the hatch, out into black space. Ahead of us, 4 other fighters, all Model 22s, dropped from the bottom of the dome ship fighter bay. Intercept team, go to burn, the prince said with total calm. 2 of the fighters lit up their engines. With a brilliant blue glow, the 2 fighters flashed out of sight into the black of space. I waited with my fingers just millimeters above the engine control pad. I was not going to miss my cue. Chase team, go to burn, the prince said. I punched the control pad, and it was like we'd been kicked in the back. Unfortunately, we were out of there. Unfortunately, we had taken off so fast, we'd shot right past the prince's own fighter. Ah! Oh no! I ordered the computer to match velocity with the other fighters. Something I should have done to start with. Hello, Elfangor. Hello! You forget, these old Model 14s accelerate faster from a cold start, Arbron pointed out. The next thing I heard in my mind was the prince. You may want to ease back just a little, Arish Elfangor, he said. I was relieved he didn't reprimand me, but I was burning with embarrassment. There it was, my big chance to look like a veteran, and I'd looked like an amateur. I maneuvered my fighter back into formation behind the other 2 chase fighters. Arbron brought the Skrit-Na Raider up on the holographic imager. It was very different than any Andalite ship. Our fighters were elongated ovals with 2 long cylindrical engines attached by stubby wings. I hit my hand, but I'm just going to keep going. On either side, our main weapon, or shredder, arced overhead much like an Andalite tail. The Skrit-Na ship was round with tapered sides. It looked like a fat disc. You could hardly even see where the engines were, and the Skrit-Na had blinking colored lights around it. I guess they find that attractive or something. Intercept in place, came the report from the 2 intercept ships. They had gone to a dangerous maximum burn to get well out in front of the Skrit-Na and cut off escape. Now we just had to sneak up calmly behind them. Then, what the? Sir, there's a second Skrit-Na ship out here. It was hidden from sensors by the rings of the planet. Repeat, there is a second Skrit-Na Raider. Prince Briar rapped his orders. Okay, you 2. Intercept. Go after the new target. Everyone else with me. I looked for Arbron. We both nodded. It was getting more complicated now. We could actually have a fight. Suddenly, a bright blue engine flame shot from the button of the nearer Skrit-Na. He's running, the prince said. He sounded calm, but you could still tell he was excited. There isn't a fighter pilot alive who doesn't enjoy a good chase. The Skrit-Na ship hauled, and we hauled after him. Then, to my total shock, the Skrit-Na fired his weapons. Hey, look out! Arbron yelled. A thin beam of greenish light lanced toward the prince's fighter. It missed. Whoa, the prince laughed. That woke me up. Return fire, but only if you can hit the engine pod underneath. Repeat aim only for the engines. There may be innocent creatures on that ship. A split second later, the prince fired and missed. And then I missed. I missed again and again. Sorry. It's the meme. It comes from a Nancy Drew game.
That's funny.
His wingman fired and also missed. A split second later, the prince fired and missed. His wingman fired. That's the line that I just read. It hadn't even occurred to me that Arbron would actually want to take the risk of shooting. But then he said, so Elfangor, what about if we just see how fast this old tub will accelerate? I didn't need to be asked twice. I punched my maximum burn, and we went to 1/10 light speed in about 3 seconds. Yeah! Wham! Ah, wham! The acceleration was outrageous. The compensators were slow, and we were thrown back against the bulkhead. I fought to get back on my feet and to the controls. I renewed my thought speak link to the computer. Boost the compensators. The computer adjusted, and we climbed painfully to our feet. Arbron reached his weapons station and took aim. I heard the hum of the shredder powering up, followed quickly by the sound of firing. They still got one in there. Yes, 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 Arbor yelled. The shredder beam sliced through space and burned away a section of the Skritnaz engines. The blue engine flame died instantly. It was the most beautiful thing I'd seen up to that point in my life. But at the same time, I felt a wave of jealousy. The Arbron had taken the shot, and not me. Good job, Prince Briar said. Nice flying, nice shooting. Of course, he only complimented us because we were Arishs. I mean, for the regular pilots, it would have been no big deal, but who cared? Prince Briar had said we did a good job. He said, good job, Arbron said to me. How did he actually say it, right? He did actually say it, right? It wasn't imagining things? The prince said, good job, I confirmed, relishing the words. At that moment, I just loved being alive. Even loved Arbron, as annoying as he was sometimes. This was why I'd joined the military. This was why I'd become an Arish. This was what it was all about. All right, my little Arish, the prince said affectionately. Now that you've given us all a lesson in good shooting, show us how you board an enemy ship. Don't forget to download their onboard computer. Is either one of you qualified for exodatology? Arish Arbron is a very qualified exodatologist, I said truthfully. Arbron gave me a dirty look. Well, you are, Arbron, I said defensively. See, it's kind of a slight insult to say an Arish is good with computers. That's like a technician thing, not a warrior thing. Even though warriors are supposed to be good at all kinds of science and art as well as fighting. Good, the prince said. And hey, don't bang your stocks on the low ceilings over there. Yes, sir, I replied. No problem. I was on top of the universe. I was a hero in waiting, practically a prince already. The war with the Yeerks would be over just as soon as I could get in the game. I was a fool. Alrighty. Warrior poets. It's a spoiler that will soon be revealed. Ooh. I love spoilers that will soon be revealed. All right. Real quick. I'm just gonna post. I just realized I could also probably post on our community tab because I've been trying to be better about using it.
Our community tab? We have a community tab?
I think, yeah, like a community tab just to like make like general like
that's
text
right,
posts.
that's right. Totally forgot. I was like, wait, we do? And while Avery is reading, I am reading along, except I am very close to finishing this board game that I've been working on for the longest, well, not the longest time, but for a good while now. So I'm so close to finishing all the illustrations on it. I did a proof of concept playtest a few days ago, and it seems to hold up pretty well.
Yay!
From what I hear. Then again, it may be my insecurity dogging, but it's like, oh, my family could just be like, oh, it's nice, it's good.
Aww,
like, I don't just want to hear that. I want to hear what you like about it. Tell me what you like about it. What you really, really like about it. That's all.
Tell you what you want, what you really, really want.
Exactly. Yay, finishing projects. Thank you, Christopher B.
Yeah, finishing projects is always good.
It is. It very much is. So I'm almost done, and then I got to start typing out the instructions, and then working on the packaging. But the card illustrations I knew was going to take the longest because I'm pretty much illustrating every card. That's the fun part.
Hand illustrating every card is a feat.
Yeah. Well, not hand illustrating for Adobe Photoshop, but even then, it's still like you kind of have to make it look clean. I can't have it being like sloppy, and I got to make it look like thrift because it's like the game theme is thrift stores, so I'm trying to go for that thrift store vibe with these cards.
I love a good thrift store vibe. There we go.
So I'm trying to make it look like I'm trying to make it look like clothes that you'd actually find at the thrift store. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let's see.
You're seeing Raiders of the Lost Ark in theaters on Sunday and going to Cape Cod this month.
That sounds fun.
Says Chris Red 4554.
Woo! That's fun. Okay.
I used to have a friend who loved thrift stores.
I love a good thrift store find. It's really fun.
I do too. That's how I find like my favorite like jackets and stuff.
Nice. Let's see. Okay, chapter 4. Should probably take a sip of my drink. What's everybody drinking tonight? I always want to know.
I'm having a nice coffee, and then maybe later I'll have some water.
Nice. I've got a hot chocolate, and then a water, and then a seltzer water.
And I'm finishing my breakfast burrito from this morning.
Yay!
So that's fun.
Okay.
Chat really quickly. Sorry, I just wanted to chat really quickly. I was talking to Avery because our Phantom Investigator thing is coming to an end. I'm so sad about that.
Yeah, it feels like we've literally been working on it for 6 months. Hi, Soul Juice Studios. Hello, welcome. We're reading the Andalite Chronicles, and just like all through this month, we're raising money for the Trans Housing Coalition. So, welcome.
Yeah. So, chat. So, since we've been watching As the World Turns, but we've also been reading Animorphs. Give me a suggestion. What should Avery and I's next video collabs be? Should it be watching Animorphs or having her guess the plot of Mexican novellas?
Ooh, both of those honestly sound fun.
And happy Pride. Don't forget, it is Pride Month this month.
Yes, happy Pride.
So go ahead and, comment on that at the halfway point tonight. I'll bring it up again later tonight.
I think both would be fun.
They definitely would be fun. It's just a matter of we can't have both at the same time. One have to take priority over the other. You know what I'm saying?
I get that. I know that a lot of people prefer Christopher says just not that much meat on the TV show Bones. Guess that novella. I feel like we could and we should at some point cover the show episode by episode. Even if it's not as good as the show.
What did Chris say?
I think he just meant that the Animorph show is just not that deep or just like not that much to talk about. I feel like because of what we do on this channel, we could absolutely cover all of it, and we've gotten several comments, so we will at some point. I think it's just like what takes precedence, what takes interesting precedence over the other. Or do we do both?
Or do we do both? You make it sound like as if well, I wish I had all the time in the world, but I think I'm gonna start because Fridays I'm already making time for that, and I've told everybody that I know. I'm like, don't call me on Fridays, don't ask for repairs on Fridays, because Fridays are my day to relax, but also do my streaming. So don't ask me anything on those days because those are my stream days. So, and then I'm finishing this board game, and that's going to take a little bit of time to, it's going to take a little bit of my attention too. So it would be hard to juggle both without like being like, oh, I totally forgot that we were streaming today. Oh, it's going to overlap with this or that. So it's not that I don't want to do both at the same time, it's a matter of it would be too much at the same time.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, whatever we do, we'll get to all the things eventually.
Fun fact, the controller port of the Atari 2600 is on the back is on the back inside of front. Is on the back inside on. Wait. Fun fact: the controller ports of the Atari 2600 is on the back instead of the front. Okay.
That's cool. All right, Chapter 4. I guess most people know about the Skrit Na, but in case you don't, I'll tell you what I know. Oh yeah, obviously, we all know about the Skrit Na.
Do you know about Skrit Na? Because I know about it. Oh, you don't know about Skrit Na? Oh, you're not cool then. You don't know about Skrit Na. She doesn't know about Skrit Na, you guys.
I don't think it's come up yet, has it? Like, aside from just the beginning of this book.
Don't think so.
I thought it was,
what is it, a Sario rip or something?
Yeah, that I know.
That's the other thing I know. I don't know anything about a Skrit Na.
Yeah, Skrit Na. The Skrit Na don't care what anyone else in the galaxy thinks about them. They don't belong to the Yeerk Empire. They aren't one of our allies. They don't care about laws or customs or anything. All the Skrit Na care about is collecting things and owning things. The Skrit Na are unusual in another way. They are actually like two different races. The Skrit look like huge insects, almost as large as an Andalite. They have 14 legs and 6 sets of antennae and aren't really very intelligent, but the Skrit each eventually weaves a cocoon, and a year later, out of the dead Skrit, there pops a Na. Okay. The Na are a whole different story. The Na have 4 very slender legs. Sometimes they rear up and walk on just 2 legs, using the other legs as hands. They have large hands shaped like Andalite heads. They have large heads shaped like Andalite heads. Only they have just 2 huge eyes. Skrit Na are constantly going to peaceful planets and kidnapping the local species. Sometimes they perform medical experiments on them. Sometimes they just fly around with them and then let them go. But often they carry local creatures away and add them to zoos on the Skrit Na homeworld. Like I said, a weird species. No one understands the Skrit Na. Personally, I don't think that they understand themselves. I pulled our fighter up alongside the damaged Skrit Na ship and turned on the tractor beam to hold the 2 ships tightly together. The Skrit Na decided to make it easy. I guess they figured they'd made us mad enough. Skrit Na are no match for Andalite power. I married my hatch to the Skrit Na hatch and propped it open. I equalized gravities and marched as boldly as I could into the captured ship with Arbron just behind me. There was smoke on the other ship, and there seemed to be storage boxes strewn here and there. 2 clumsy Skrit lumbered past, kicking through the debris. The ceiling pressed low, and I had to duck my head or risk bruising my stalk eyes. A pair of cocooned Skrit were more or less glued to a corner of the ceiling. One looked about ready to hatch. A Na. There were 3 Na that I could see. The Na captain was pressed back against his command console. He looked scared, but not of me. He was glaring angrily at a bizarre creature that had a Skrit Na hand weapon, a modified Yeerk Draken beam pointed at the Na captain. The bizarre creature stood just a bit shorter than me, and what was incredible was that it stood on just 2 legs. Just 2. It had arms, but you could see that it didn't use them to walk. They wouldn't have been long enough. The creature's face was the same size as mine, but rounder. There were 2 small bluish eyes on the front of its face, and the lower third of its face was split open horizontally. Many species have such openings. They're called mouths. The body has no fur. Such but did have brightly colored skin that seemed to hang loosely in some areas. Its upper body was covered in loose, almost billowy white skin with tiny pastel patterns. Its 2 legs were covered in rough, textured blue skin that stopped suddenly at its hooves. The hooves were white and adorned with what looked like thick threads of cables laced together. But what caught my eye was the hair that sprouted from the head. It was long and wavy as gold and yellow sun. As gold as a yellow sun. Freeze, horse boy, the bizarre creature said, making the sounds with its mouth. It turned the Draken beam on me. One move and I pull the trigger. I don't know what this gun will do, but I'm willing to bet you won't like it. Of course, at that point, all I heard was gibberish sounds. The translator chip, which all members of the Andalite military have implanted in their heads, requires a few minutes to begin to understand new languages. Some languages it never does get right. Fortunately, almost all species can understand our thought speak, since it works at a level beyond mere words. Be careful, Andalite friend, the Na captain said. They are savage, violent beings, crazy, wild. Oh yes, this female is a vicious beast. Better to kill her, or even better, let us cage her again. Yes, that would be best. As soon as you mistakenly fired on us, she sprang up and grabbed my weapon, wild and dangerous. Oh yes. The translator chip handled the Na language easily. I didn't bother to answer the Na. Everyone knows Skrit Na will lie to anyone about anything. The Na captain winked one of his big eyes at me, as if he and I were on the same side. His fellow Na officers all looked scared. The Skrit went on with their simple duties like nothing was happening. To be honest with you, I didn't know what to do. I was confused as the Skrit Na. The only one who seemed to have a clue was the bizarre 2-legged creature herself. Talk to her, Arbron suggested. Use your charm, Elfangor. Whoever you are, whatever you are, don't fire that weapon. Put it down. Yeah, right. Hey, wait a minute. I can hear you in my head, but you're not really talking. Suddenly, the translator chip had heard enough. It began providing instantaneous translation. I could understand her. I am in charge here, I said firmly. Drop the weapon. Nope, I don't think so, horse boy. I'm tired of being kidnapped and dragged off by giant cockroaches and little green men from Mars. Excuse me, but we are here to rescue you, Arbron said. Exactly. What these Skrit Na have done to you is wrong. That's why we captured this ship. I spoke like I would to a child. Obviously, the species was primitive. They didn't even have tails. What little green men? Arbron asks. They aren't green. The Na are gray. The female narrowed her already narrow eyes. The Draken beam in her hand wavered. I'd already captured the ship before you two came along, me and the other guy, and we're both just kids, which shows you that the Martian Yeerks aren't all that tough. He's in the back, knocked out. The other guy, I mean. But I grabbed this gun away from Twinkie there. She jerked her head in the direction of the Na captain. The translator chip had no translation for the word Twinkie. Evidently, Twinkie was some kind of word for alien. Well, we don't mean you any harm, I said calmly as I could. How about this idea? You can keep the Draken beam, just don't point it at anyone. The female looked at the weapon. It's called a Draken beam, huh? What's it do? Arbron answered before I could suggest he shut up. It fires energy beams, which cause an exceedingly painful death, which is why we'd really prefer it if you didn't fire it. Oh, a phaser, like the one on that old Star Trek show. I can't believe they took it off the air. Now it's just on reruns. I had nothing to say to that because I had no idea what she was talking about. I looked to Arbron. He shook his head. No, he didn't understand either. Translator chips have limits. If you come with us, we'll treat you well, and we will return you to your home planet. Earth? Is that the name of the third planet in the system? Yeah. And you are an Earther. Human. That's what we are. Humans. Me and the other guy. And we are Andalites. My name is Elfangor, and this is Arbron. Arbron had gone over to the nearest Skrit-Na control panel. He was downloading a copy of all their computer files, as Prince Briar had ordered. It's standard procedure whenever you board an alien craft. You look like centaurs only with scorpion tails, and the extra eyeballs up on top of your heads. She seemed hesitant. Suddenly, she turned the Draken beam around and handed it to me. Handle first. Thank you, I said. I reached to take the Draken beam from her, and my fingers brushed hers. For some reason, I looked at her long, golden hair. My name is Lauren, she said. This is all kind of amazing. Most humans don't even believe in aliens. But, well, here you are. Real and all. I guess I'm dreaming. Do humans dream? I asked her, surprised. I do. Every night. So do I. But I guess we have very different dreams. Then Lauren smiled. It's the thing humans do by turning the corners of their mouths upwards. Maybe, she said. Maybe not. So Axe is not the only son in this family to fall for a blonde human girl.
Really? I thought it was one side and that Rachel liked Axe.
I don't know that it's I mean I think she thinks he's cute, but like Axe definitely likes her.
Does he?
I think so.
That puts a pin in everything, don't it? Not a pin, sorry. I mean that puts a what is it? What's the saying? That puts a wrench in the plans.
The controller ports. Hi, Tarfield Owl. Hello.
I guess it's genetic, yes. They love the blondes. They're like, oh, I'm so tired of seeing all these blue-haired women. I just want something different. I imagine Elfangor singing his "I Want More" song in Disney fashion. What more is out there, deep in outer space?
He has an "I Want" song for blonde girls.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Apart from the 4 eyes and blue hair in every place.
All right. So with that, it's only 8:36. We're doing all right.
We are making record time.
All right. Chapter 5. We led Lauren over to our fighter, and then we carried the second human across. He was unconscious. Bright red blood ran from a cut above his left eye. Red blood? Arbron said. Red? Yuck. I was trying to act more mature than Arbron, but to tell you the truth, the blood that color creeped me out, too. Still, I didn't think humans looked ugly or anything. Not like the Skrit or Taxons, which are seriously ugly species. Nor did they look dangerous, like the Hork-Bajir. Mostly they looked funny. I've never seen a species that walked on just 2 legs without even a tail to help with balance. Arbron said what I was thinking. All it would take is one little push and they'd fall right over. Earth must be hysterical. Humans falling forward and back, falling all over the place. No wonder they're so primitive. They probably spend all their time just trying to stand up. Mood, honestly. We were almost back to the dome ship when the second human woke up. We left the Skrit-Na to try to figure out how to fix their ship. That was their problem. Hey, no one told them to shoot at us, right? The human moaned. He was larger than Lauren, maybe 2 or 3 inches larger. His hair was brown, not golden, and it was cut short. His eyes were also brown, but not blue like Lauren's. Lauren went to him and bent her legs in such a way that she could kneel down beside him. Arbron and I exchanged a look of amazement. It had to be hard to kneel like that and not fall. I would just like to thank the Andalites in this book for giving me props for standing, walking, and kneeling as a human being. That's the pep talk we all need.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the pep talk we need. And then they see in a chair, and then they're like, oh, what's your technology?
Yeah.
To travel without needing to use your legs. And then we'd have to be like, that's not what that's for. You
Hey, kid,
see,
you...
not everyone can use their legs.
Hey, kid, you okay? Lauren asked. The wounded human opened his eyes and blinked. He stared hard at me. What happened? Lauren shrugged. Now we have a different bunch of aliens. Who'd have guessed there were so many people zipping around outer space? Are you okay? That big cockroach popped you pretty good back there. You have nothing to fear, I said gently. You're safe now. The human felt his wound and looked at the red blood and seemed almost as grossed out as I was. But he climbed to his feet, which involved using his hands, I noticed. Humans seem to have stronger hands than we have. I am Elfangor. This is Arbron. We are Andalites. We will return you to your home planet. The human nodded slowly. Telepathy. You use telepathy to talk. His gaze traveled to my stalk eyes, back to my face, and to my tail. The tail is a weapon, isn't it? Is it poisonous, or does it just cut? I decided right then that I didn't like this human as much as Lauren. I didn't like him much at all. I politely told you my name, human, I said coldly. Now I require your name. The human gave me a look that seemed insolent, although who can really tell what an alien's facial expressions mean? My name is Hedrick, actually, but I prefer my last name. Most people call me by my last name, Chapman. Ah! It's Kid Chapman!
Yes, it's teenage hippy-dippy Chapman.
Oh my god, this is like, what, the 70s? I guess?
Probably.
21 years before would be like the 70s?
We were just sitting at home watching the Mary Hartman show.
We were watching Mork and Mindy. This is just like that.
Back in the 70s? No way there was Mork and Mindy. I thought it was the Brady Bunch.
Mork and Mindy was 70s.
We were coming home from, school, getting ready to watch Zoom.
Zoom did have a 70s version, but Mork and Mindy is totally a 70s show.
Is it? Oh, I thought it was
my mom
the 80s.
Watched it my mom watched Mork and Mindy when she was like little.
I see.
Okay. She loves Mork and Mindy. That's like her childhood nostalgia show. I think the Andalites are okay, Lauren said to Chapman. At least they're better looking than the last bunch, and they've promised to... Shut up, Chapman snapped. I'm not interested in the opinion of a kid. Kid? Hey, you big jerk. Who was it that got the weapon after the ship stopped moving? Me. And who was it that was cringing in the back, begging for mercy? You. And anyway, I'd be surprised if you're even a year older than me. Chapman's face grew pink, a fascinating thing to watch. He clenched his jaw tightly, and now it seems your heroics were pointless. We're prisoners again, and I have a feeling we won't be grabbing guns away from these Andalites. Suddenly, he lunged forward towards the Draken beam in my hand. Without even thinking, I whipped my tail forward and pressed the blade against Chapman's throat. Chapman laughed. See that? See how fast he was? Couldn't even see that tail move. Again, he gave me an insolent look. What did you say your species is called? Andalites? Well, I have a feeling you guys are a little more dangerous than you pretend to be, despite all your polite talk and promises. I felt like a fool. Not for the first time that day. The human Chapman had been testing me. We need to prepare to dock with the dome ship, Arbron reminded me. I went through the docking procedure, moving the fighter back inside the fighter bay. I concentrated on my work, but I was upset. I didn't like the human named Chapman. I didn't like the suspicion towards me. After all, we had rescued him from a future as a zoo animal or on the Skritna homeworld. He should be grateful. But maybe that's the way humans are. I've heard there are species that can't handle anyone helping them. They'd rather die than ever be in debt to someone. But judging by Lauren, not all humans were that way. Not your problem, Elfangor, I told myself. Just turn the human over to the captain, not your problem at all. But I was wrong. The humans were my problem. In fact, I was about to have lots of problems. Whoop. Nope. Go back. There we go. So Chapman's known about the Andalites for a while, huh? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, chapter 6. Very much so. Okay, this part is a little tricky, I told Lauren and Chapman. We were moving from the central shaft out onto the dome floor. There's 90-degree gravity change at that point. I mean, down in the main shaft is a different direction from down on the dome floor. It's confusing at first. We were safely aboard the Star Sword, and Arbron and I were giving the humans a brief tour. The debriefing officers were too busy to see us yet. I guess we couldn't figure out what else to do with the humans. You just walk naturally along the curving floor, I explained. I know it looks like you're walking off the edge of a cliff, but the artificial gravity will move with you. Arbron and I held our breath, watching the ungainly two-legged creatures trying to stay upright. Amazingly, they did it. They have very excellent balance, Arbron whispered. They'd have to. We emerged from the shaft out onto the grass of the dome, and Lauren cried out, "It's huge! It's like a whole park in here. Trees, grass, flowers. Wow!" I just pictured that as like a 90s infomercial. Wow! You have these kinds of things on your planet? I asked her. Well, similar. Our trees are almost always green, and the grass is all green too. More green than this. I mean, not so much blue. And no red. If you are hungry, please feel free to eat as much as you like, I suggested. Eat what? Chapman asked. I waved my arm widely to indicate the entire dome. We have 17 species of grass in 30 different flavors. Grass? You eat grass? Lauren asked. Chapman nodded thoughtfully. That's why you have the dome, isn't it? You graze, like horses or cows. Only you don't have mouths, so how do you eat? Wait a minute, you eat with your mouths? Arbron asked. How else are you going to eat? Chapman said. With your hooves, like any sensible creature, Arbron said. Then he laughed. Do you mean that on Earth, humans walk around pressing their mouths to the ground to eat? He looked at me. Okay, even you have to admit that would be funny to see. Chapman started to explain how humans ate, but it was hard to picture, really. It involved spearing chunks of hot, dead animals and stuffing them into the mouth. But I refuse to believe. Well, some people are vegetarian. Not everybody eats animals. Animal byproducts.
We are the vultures of the alien world. We eat things dead, but we are not. We're not without class. We cook it first, but we are vultures.
God, I think after 26 years, that thought might make me vegetarian.
Yes, humans, the vultures of the alien world.
I just want a t-shirt now that's like mid-century sci-fi and it just says Alien World Vulture.
Yes. Alien World Vulture. That'd probably be what the hell we are in what is it? The zoo, the Skritna Zoo.
Yeah.
Classification, vulture.
Our little plaques would be like, these animals eat other dead animals.
They're vultures.
But I refused to believe that was really how they ate. I assumed Chapman was making things up. Later, I found out the truth. In any case, I was relieved when Lauren interrupted Chapman's gruesome story to ask, "Do you mind if I take my shoes off? We've been cooped up in that scritchy nose flying saucer. It'd be nice to walk on the grass." Of course, I had no objection because I had no idea what a shoe was, and I could certainly identify with the idea of running in the grass. I was hungry too. But then Lauren sat down on the grass and began ripping her hooves off, ripping the very hooves from her legs. "What are you doing?" I cried. "Stop that! Stop! What are you hurting yourself? Why are you hurting yourself?" "What? What are you yelling about? You're going to hurt yourself. I don't think our doctors know how to help humans," I said. Lauren stared at me. She was still holding her leg awkwardly in her two hands. Then she laughed out loud. It was an alarming yet strangely pleasing sound. "These aren't hooves, Elfangor," she said. "They're shoes. See?" She untied tiny ropes, and before I could stop her, she had ripped the white hoof clear off. "No!" I moaned. "Ah!" Arbron yelled. But Lauren was not in pain, and there was no blood. Then she removed a layer of white skin from the exposed leg end. Suddenly, I was staring at 5 tiny pink fingers. They were growing from her leg. "See, this is my foot. We don't have hooves, and we wear shoes over our feet. See, they keep the rocks or whatever from hurting our feet. I felt a wave of intense pity. What had gone wrong in the evolution of this species? The entire species had to cover its feet to keep from being injured? An entire race crippled?
Wow.
Wow, what a way to put that.
Yeah. I mean, what? I'm guessing this is like a cursed thing to them. Like, you know that commercial with the foot fungus?
Ew! Yeah, yeah. No, I hate this cursed way
Pretty-
of describing human feet.
I'm pretty sure that's what they think of. I'm pretty sure they have like something like that on their home planet.
It's just he's very blunt about it, isn't he? It's like, Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
does.
I know he's young though. Like, he's just like a teenager. He doesn't understand.
Yeah.
And then she did something amazing. She turned her head around. She turned the entire thing so it was pointing backwards. Come on. But I couldn't move. I noticed Arbron was amazed, as I was. What's she doing? He asked, and it dawned on him. It's because they only have 2 eyes. They turn their heads around to see behind them. I mean, the idea, saying she turned it all the way around is a terrifying way to put that, but I guess it's technically almost true. I stifled the urge to laugh. I broke into a gentle trot and quickly caught up to Lauren. Feels good to stretch my muscles, she said, speaking in a halting way as she ran. She stopped running and twirled right around, and her golden hair flew out behind her. That was something to see. A 2-legged creature can twirl better than a normal person. I was sure I was going to die on that flying saucer, she said, but here I am. Amazing. I guess all seems very strange. Oh yeah, strange isn't the half of it. This is a beautiful tree. Pink leaves, incredible. It's called a therent tree. It's in its crest phase. Do you see the way the grasses become more glassic and less escalic as they grow near? That is because I stopped talking then because Lauren casually reached up and touched a low branch. There was nothing wrong with that, of course, but then she wrapped both her hands around the branch and lifted herself clear up off the ground. That alone was a miracle, but as she stretched, I saw the white pastel-marked skin of her upper body come loose. It lifted away and revealed a layer of pinkish tan underneath that matched her face and arm skin. Arbron came running with Chapman, struggling to catch up. Lauren held herself suspended and laughed at us. I guess we'd been staring. Very strong arms, Arbron remarked. Can you imagine lifting your whole body up with your arms? That skin is very strange, I said. It's almost as if it's not attached. Lauren let herself drop back to the grass as she didn't even fall over. It's not skin, Chapman said. It's called clothing. Like the artificial hooves? This is artificial skin. It keeps us warm. You're cold? No, but that's why we have clothing, to keep us warm in cold places. Well, that's part of the reason we wear clothing. Why would you be in cold places? I asked curiously, overcoming my disbelief for the humans. He shrugged his powerful human shoulders capable of lifting his entire body. Parts of Earth are very cold. Parts of it are so cold you die without many layers of clothing. But why do you live in those places? I asked. Chapman smiled. It was interesting because it was already getting the feeling that not all human smiles were pleasant. We're not going to be kept out of a place just because the weather's bad. We adapt. We grab whatever's available and make the best of it. At least that's my motto. Grab what you can. I would have asked him more, but just then, a call came from Arbron to go to debriefing. And I was ordered to take the humans to a holding room. On the Andalite homeworld, podiatry and dentistry are one and the same. Oh god, you're right. I don't like that.
Podiatry and dentistry.
A creepy thought.
I wonder how they get manicured. Would that hurt if they got manicured or pedicures?
No, I think it would just be akin to like when you get your teeth cleaned, you know?
Oh, I thought it'd be more like, you know, like how when like they take the grinder to your teeth.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Pretty sure it's that. That's why it's like, you know, I think that's why they're very primitive in aesthetics and more akin to technology.
I see.
Because they don't understand the concept of beauty is pain.
Something like that, I think. Okay.
Why would you put yourself through the torture of looking more attractive when you should be confident in yourself or something like that? They would say.
Yeah, they probably would. All right. Whoop! Oh no! Come back! This happens
All
at
right,
least
chapter
once.
7. You are making headway.
I'm going as fast as I can because as soon as I'm done, you have to read. You have to turn right around and read the equivalent of an entire other book.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when we get to part 2, we can take like a 5-minute break because
Yeah.
chapter 16 is when it cuts off of that part, and then part 2 starts on chapter 17.
Okay. Okay. Chapter 7. What? What? Leave the ship? I screeched. What do you mean, leave the ship? Arbron didn't look any happier than I was. They just told me, okay? They didn't ask my opinion. The captain called me from debriefing, had me run to the bridge, and said, you and Arish Elfangor be at docking bay 7 in 10 minutes. And I said, yes, sir. I had to take the humans to a holding room, and then while waiting for my own debriefing, I'd gone back to the dome to eat. I was very hungry. I was on my way to check back on Lauren when Arbron intercepted me. This can't be right, I moaned. The Star Sword is my home. We're going to find the Yeerk task force and destroy them. Yeah, I know, and you'll be a big hero, and they'll make you a prince without even slowing down to make you a warrior. That's not what I was thinking, I lied. Well, forget it. Come on, we move out immediately. We're supposed to meet up with our commander for the mission. Something about the tone of the Arbron's thought speak made me wary. Our commander? Who's our commander? None other than the war prince, Alorian Scimitar Karas, Arbron said. Both my hearts sank into my hooves. I forgot they had 2 hearts until right now. Aloran, the disgraced. So this mission was definitely not a reward from the captain. Aloran had once been a great warrior and prince, but he had been disgraced. I didn't know why. No one talked about it. Everyone just knew that Aloran had broken some law or custom. Being sent off on some stupid side mission with a disgraced war prince was not a good thing. I couldn't believe it. This ship was my home. I didn't want to leave her, not even for a while. It could take a long time before we could rejoin the Star Sword, and by then, who knew? Maybe by some miracle the entire war would be over. Which would be good, I suppose. What's in docking bay 7 anyway? I grumbled as we reached the right door. Arbron swung his stalks back and forth into a who knows gesture. We opened the door to docking bay 7, and there, standing awkwardly on their 2 legs, were Lauren and Chapman. Behind them stood Aloran. I had seen War Prince Aloran around the dome ship at times. He'd always seemed to be deep in thought, like he was off somewhere in his imagination or memory. He was not especially large, but he seemed to be carved from solid steel. Even his fur was a metallic blue, and the bare flesh of his upper body showed faint traces of burn scars. Beyond Aloran was a ship I had never seen before. It hovered just inches above the polished floor. It was 3 times the size of any fighter I'd ever encountered. The main section was a fantastically elegant, elongated, oval that stretched out in front of 3 oversized swept back engines. 3 engines, not the usual 2, and coming up overstretched was the low, graceful arched arc spike of the main shredder. Oh, she was a thing of beauty. I had never fallen in love with a machine before, but oh, that ship was sweet. I see you like my little toy, Arish, Aloran said. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, I said, like a work of art. I designed her myself. I call her the Jahar. It's my wife's name. Prince Aloran, what is our mission? Abron asked. The prince sighed a little, but when he spoke, he was firm and correct. We are to take these two aliens back to their planet, erase their recent memories, and rejoin the Star Sword whenever we can. Transport work, I said. I didn't exactly sneer, but I felt like sneering. We were just running a silly errand. Excuse me? Erase my memory, Lauren said. No one is erasing my memory. It's necessary, I said, as kindly as I could. Your civilization is not ready for what you've encountered. If you go back to your Earth you'll have to have all memory of this erased. The two humans looked at each other. The one called Chapman made a snorting sound from his nose. Lauren made a facial expression that looked troubled. At least that's how it looked to me. Let's move, Arish, Aloran ordered. Load the aliens. The captain wants you to go to Z-Space in 5 minutes from now. And by then we have to be well clear of the dome ship. Your personal belongings have already been brought from your quarters. No one was in a good mood as we walked to the ramp in the Jahar. The humans were stone-faced and angry, perhaps afraid. Arbron and I were both grim, feeling we'd been shoved off to some stupid side trip, and Aloran could not have been exactly thrilled either. He was a great war prince. And here he was running errands with only a pair of Arishs under his command. The one good thing was that the Jahar. It was beautiful inside and out. There were small but luxurious quarters, and there was a good green and blue grass out under our feet, not hard steel. By some trick of gravity manipulation, Aloran had even created a small waterfall in one corner that went down, splashed into a pool, then fell back upwards to fall over again. Aloran took the helm, which left Arbron and me with nothing to do. He executed a smooth launch out of the docking bay, and then, suddenly, we were out in black space, looking up through the real window at the dome ship. The Star Sword was silhouetted against the bright ring of Sixth Planet. Oh my god, Lauren gasped. That's Saturn! As I watched the Star Sword's engines glowed brilliant blue and the dome ship picked up speed faster and faster till suddenly, with a flash, she translated into zero space and disappeared. Faster than light travel? Chapman marveled. It's physically impossible. True, but Z-space travel doesn't involve going fast. It involves tunneling through anti-space, what we call zero space, and then back into the normal universe at another point, Arbron said. But I suppose you Andalites keep the secret to yourselves, eh? Chapman said. Not always, Aloran said darkly. Once we shared it, the result was that the Yeerk Empire threatened to all decent species. Be glad you are safe on your simple planet, alien. The galaxy is not a happy place to be anymore. Aloran entered the destination into the computer. We would make one brief zero-space jump to approach Earth, but Z-drive travel is not very precise. Even if we were lucky, we'd probably emerge 1,000,000 miles from Earth itself, and would be a trip of many days to get there. Make the aliens comfortable, Aloran ordered. Prince, afterward, may I use your ship's computers? Arbron asked. I have a copy of the Skritna download, and I thought I spotted something strange. An exodatologist, huh? Aloran said with a slight sneer. The new ideal. Warrior, scientist, artists. Not enough to be a fighter anymore, eh? They want a gentler, more balanced, more intellectual sort of warrior nowadays. How dare they?
Somebody's jealous.
Yeah, right? Arbron looked helplessly at me. I guess so. War Prince Aloran, I mean. That's what they teach us, anyway. For a while, Aloran said nothing. He just stared blankly at not anyone. Or at least not at anyone in the room. The electorate wants war without slaughter. Oh. They want a clean, neat, honorable way. War, fools. I was shocked. You didn't call the electorate fools. You just didn't. Sir, Arbron asked timidly, the computer... What? Oh, yes, the computer. Why not? Use it all you like, the prince said. We're in for a long, boring ride. He sounds so excited. Oh... Oh, I can't hear you anymore.
Sorry, I have a mute button on my mic.
Oh no, you're good. I just looked up and I could see that you were talking. I was like, oh no, I can't hear. I'm so sorry.
No,
Oh god.
Cause it just reminds me of those. I don't know. I just get that feeling. Older generation, like, oh, not enough to be tough. You have to be able to cry and show your emotions now. Oh, what happened in my old day when you had to suck it up?
Mm-hmm. All the boomers that will like comment on videos that I cover stuff from like the 50s and 60s and be like, I wish we could go back to the good old days. It's like, sir?
Yeah.
Are you
back
okay?
in the day when women looked good wearing dresses instead of pants. Back when the jitterbug was controversial. That was our TikTok.
All of these teenagers and their loud stereos. That's from another Nancy Drew game. It always makes me laugh. You teenagers with your televisions and loud stereos. I always think of that.
Oh, what did that remind me of? I forget, but it was like, you kids with your... I forget what I'm quoting, but it's like, you kid... It said like, they said like something stupid like, oh, you kids with your loud radios and your polio vaccine, something like that.
Polio vaccine? How dare you guys have a polio vaccine? Back in my day, we sucked it up and we dealt with polio like adults.
Back in our day, running from polio was an Olympic sport.
No, it built character.
Yeah. We used to have to hang from the palm trees whenever there was a tsunami.
They're like, that's why all you millennial and Gen Z kids are so weak. You didn't have any polio to deal with.
Yeah. You didn't have any polio. What, they ran out of polio for you children?
God. Okay.
All right, then.
Chapter 8. Ooh, almost 30 pages in already. I can take that.
Woohoo!
Because like this is condensed. This is like the digital reader version. So if that translated to like actual pages, that would be like, yeah. Translating that to actual pages, that would be like a good chunk. It was a long, boring trip. We came out of zero space halfway between the orbits of Earth and a planet Lauren called Mars. We had to travel through conventional space. And we had to keep our speed down so not to distort time too much. If we'd gone to maximum burn all the way to Earth, we'd have gotten into the distort time. We'd have gotten there in a few hours, but on the planet, years would have passed. That's relativity for you. I had a little to do. Alorian brooded alone at the helm, or else went to his quarters, and Arbron seemed to have found some project to keep him busy. He spent his time at the computer, muttering seriously. At least he never took me seriously. But now he was spending days at the console. Whenever I asked him what he was doing, he'd just say, unraveling a mystery. So I spent most of my time with the two humans, or at least with Lauren. Chapman was Chapman was as brooding as a Lauren. I stood beside Lauren at the window and looked out the blue and white planet. Lauren did a thing she called sitting. It's funny to see at first, but of course, very practical for a two-legged creature. The brown and green parts are land, Lauren was explaining. The blue is ocean, water. See the bright white at the bottom? That's ice. It's called Antarctica. It's very cold. What sort of ice? Frozen carbon dioxide? Methane? Water. Just frozen water. Ah, of course. That water would make sense. And where do you live? Well, you see that continent there? The one in the upper left part of the planet? see where the line between night and day is? Almost right at that line. She bit her lip. A lip is a mouth part. My mom must be dying from worry. I've been gone for 4 days already. Dying? Humans could die from emotion? Yes, but soon you will be home. Then she won't worry anymore. Maybe she won't have to die. Lauren smiled. That's just an expression. Then I noticed that there were glistening drops in her eyes. Do you have a mother at home? Does she worry about you? I felt a little uncomfortable talking about my parents, and Arish in deep space can't start getting all homesick, especially since Prince Aloran was nearby, able to overhear everything. I guess she does. My father doesn't, though. He was in the military, too, when he was young. Of course, we had peace then. I guess maybe they do worry I'll get hurt or whatever. We just had a war, Lauren said. That's what happened to my dad. He was in it. He didn't get killed or anything, but he kind of, I don't know, after he came back, I guess he couldn't cope with reality, so he left. Was that Nam? Was that Vietnam?
Yeah, back in the day, we didn't have enough peace back then. We had to steal some more peace from Nam.
Yeah, we had to start unnecessarily wars.
Yes. We didn't have enough going around, so we had to fight for it.
Yeah, back in our day.
Yes.
Back in the good old days, there was war abounding.
Yes, war was a game back then, children. Now it's all, too many rules, this and that with the Geneva Convention.
Jesus Christ.
Jeez. You throw mustard gas one time, and apparently nobody can use it.
Jesus Christ.
Babies.
Oh my god, oh my god. Christ.
Don't get mad at me, people. I'm just playing a character.
Oh god. Yeah, I just find it's one of the reasons why I find the back in the good old days people funny, because it's like, weren't you guys at in the middle of like a really brutal war? We're also in the middle of a useless war. But that's a different story. But like, you guys were also in a useless war.
Yeah, well, at least we didn't complain about it all the time, girly.
Girly. You broads always complaining about stuff.
Yes, you girly though, I complain about how, the skirt length of my thing is too long. Oh, I want to be able to drive. I want to vote. What next? You want to run for president?
Oh my god. Where was I?
Back in my day, running from polio was the thing of running for president for you women.
For you women. Yeah, it was Nom.
Why don't you do that?
Said. Yeah.
Why don't you do that? Run from polio.
The Andalite homeworld. We only need to go back. Hi, Milo. Welcome. We are reading the Andalite Chronicles, and I'm trying my best to get through as fast as I can because it's such a long book.
Speaking of Chronicles, I'm always thinking of the Chronicles of Meep.
Oh, I was thinking the Chronicles of Narnia, and then I was just like, a weird CGI lion?
I wonder how that would be, the Meep, whatever his people are called, how it would look if them and the Andalites and the Yeerks all were like in the galaxy together.
Hey, I want to watch the 90s show just to see the horrible, horrible 90s way that they bring this very complicated sci-fi world to life.
They didn't have the budget for it. It was Nickelodeon.
I know. That's why I'm so excited.
Yeah. Tune in later this year, hopefully, as we tackle Animorphs. But first, we are going to go ahead and start our new project. The game show called Have Avery Guess what the novella is.
Oh my gosh.
Plot-wise.
Super fun. Okay. I saw Alorian's stock eyes swivel to look at Lauren. It was practically the first time he'd ever noticed her. You have wars? I asked. But you don't have space travel. Who do you fight? Chapman arrived then, having arisen from a nap in his quarters. We fight each other, he said. He winked one eye. So Lauren, Daddy went nutso, huh? Another whacked out nom vet. Oh my god, Chapman, stop talking.
Rude.
Bro, read the room.
Even as a teenager, he was a shithead.
Read the room.
Read the fucking room, dude.
I guess some guys can't take it. Lauren's eyes went wide, then she turned on Chapman, but it was Lauren who spoke. Have you been in a war, human? He asked Chapman. Me? No, of course not. That war's over. Then be quiet, fool. Those who have been to war understand. Those who have not have no opinion worth hearing. He looked directly at Lauren. Woo! Even those who return from war may never really come home. But Lauren turned his stock eyes back to the helm and said nothing more. Chapman shrugged, but I could see he was intrigued by Lauren. So was I, to be honest. What was he talking about? I'd never heard of an Andalite warrior coming back from the war unable to cope, as Lauren had put it, or whacked out, as Chapman had said. Why would a Lauren feel such sympathy? Anyway, Lauren began, tell me this. When you erase my memory, I won't remember any of this, not even you? I didn't answer. What could I say? It's okay, I'm not mad at you, Lauren said. You're taking us home, and you saved us from those scritchy noses. Scrit-nah, I corrected. I know, it was a joke. Maybe not a very funny joke, I guess. Ah, humor. Yes, Arbron does that sometimes. But not you? I guess I'm not very funny. Lauren tossed her head in such a way that her long, golden hair shimmered very nicely. That's okay. I like serious guys. I guess if my memory is going to be erased, it wouldn't hurt if I asked questions. So, how come you don't have mouths? She asked. Chapman seemed to snap out of a reverie. He'd been looking at a Lauren. Now he joined the conversation. Lauren, how can he answer the question? He doesn't have a mouth. We do. Why do we have mouths? Stupid question. I have a better question. He looked closely at me, focusing first on my stalk eyes and then back down at my main eyes, like he couldn't make up his mind where to look. Look, Elfangor, maybe we got off to a bad start, you and me. I was in a great mood, you know, but hey, you guys are really missing out on something here. Do you have any idea how much money we could get for this technology on Earth? I mean, you could ask for anything. Capitalism alert! It was my turn to laugh. What would we do with Earth money? He shrugged. Okay, forget money. How about power? We could snap at our fingers and have all the presidents and prime ministers on Earth waiting on us. We could rule. We're Andalites, I said, not Yeerks. We aren't interested in ruling other species. Ah, well, that's good, I guess. Yeah, that's a good thing. But we could bring peace on Earth. No more wars. Okay, that's it. That's it, Elfangor. It was Arbron. He'd been totally absorbed in staring at the computer display. He'd barely spoken for the last 2 days. I went to him. I was glad to be away from Chapman. He bothered me. He was completely different from the human Lauren. What is it? I asked Arbron. I came to stand beside him. I looked past him to the computer display. It showed a power field, lines of intensity, 3 dimensions, but it also showed lines extending strongly into zero space. It was impossible. A simulation of some sort, a fake. Arbron turned only his stalk eyes toward me. This is from the Scrit-nah ship, from the computer download. It was encrypted, but I broke the code. I've been going through the ship's log. A bunch of stupid stuff, mostly junk. But yesterday I found this. I've been trying to figure it out because, see, there's no way these sensor readings can be right. But now I think I've got it. I know what it is. He turned all the way to face me. Elfangor, I think this is real. For several seconds, we both just stared at each other. This can't be, I said. Any first-year students could tell you this is impossible, unless I felt a chill run up my spine. Aloran! Prince Aloran, sir, you should see this. The prince turned away from the helm and trotted back to us. What is it, Arists? He said, wearily, but his stalk eyes focused on the screen. A second later, he was staring with full intensity at the image. There. Computer, cross-checks for any visual files. To Arbron and me, he said, they would have made more recordings. And then it appeared. It simply appeared on the computer. It was perfectly spherical, a simple white sphere. It looked harmless, even dull, and yet it was the most dangerous, deadly weapon any race had ever created. Because of what it was, it could not be physically destroyed, but it had been hidden. As we watched, dumbfounded and afraid, the computer replayed the Skrit-Na computer log. It had been hidden on the planet called Earth. It had been buried deep in the ground, a desolate-looking area of blowing sand, and a huge stone pyramid had been raised over it. Desolate-looking area, hidden for 50,000 years, hidden on an insignificant planet at the far end of the galaxy, and now it had reappeared. Hey, what's the matter with you guys? Lauren asked. You all look like you've seen a ghost. The time matrix, Arbron said. I thought it was just a myth. The second Skrit-Na ship, I yelled, suddenly realizing the truth. The Skrit-Na dug it up. They have it aboard the second ship, the one that escaped in zero space. I looked to Aloran. To my surprise, his eyes were alight with fierce pleasure. The time matrix, hidden for 50,000 years and now dug up by the Skrit-Na, the deadliest weapon in all of galactic history, and no one but us to go and get it back. It was as if Aloran were suddenly 10 years younger. Elfangor, Arbron, go back to the Skrit-Na computer log, both of you. We need to know where that second ship ran to. Now, he turned to Lauren and Chapman. I apologize, aliens, but we cannot take you straight back to your planet. There is no time to waste. The existence of the entire galaxy is at stake. Arbron looked at me and sent me a private thought speak message. I guess we may still get a chance at being heroes.
They're gonna pull a Margot.
They're probably making a huge mistake.
Just like Margot from As the World Turns.
Oh no, Margot, they're going rogue.
They're going Margot. Once you go Margot, you get demoted. Once you go Margot, bad stuff happens. Don't go Margot, people.
The best part is yet to come, then. My favorite Aloran moment right there. There's a scene in this book that I find to be the most fantastic moment in the entire series. Ooh. The way I pronounced Aloran is
it's
the
Alron.
way you pronounce... Oh, it's Alron? Okay.
Most people pronounce it Alron. Aloran is fine, too. I think they pronounce it Alron because of, like, I guess the mythical creep. I think there's something called the Alron, and I think it's a mythical creature, like a rose human or something.
You've ever heard of one? Well, I was wondering because Aloran sounds a lot like Lauren, the character. So knowing that it's probably supposed to be Alron makes more sense. Server 2, connection established, login.
Alron creature.
I love this book for giving us more perspective into Andalite culture. I know. I love the description of humans like we're some kind of walking body horror.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, the Alron is a humanoid-shaped mandrake or mandragora. Yeah, it's like a human-shaped or a woman-shaped mandrake with like flowers.
Okay.
So that's why I'm pretty sure people can pronounce it Alron as opposed to Aloran. But
I'll say Alron if nothing else.
It's a made-up name, so there is no right way of saying it. If you're saying it Aloran, then it's fine. If it's Alron, it's fine.
Alron just to distinguish better from Lauren, because Aloran sounds like Lauren, but with an extra couple letters.
Yanny, Lauren, Yanny,
Laurel and Yanny.
That's what it is. Laurel.
We technically are if you were outside looking in. Oh no, I love it. And I love how he's like impressed. Like, oh my god, they have such great balance. It's like, you know what? This is the affirmation I needed today. When you're having a bad day, just remember that an alien wouldn't understand how you can walk.
They don't understand shoes either.
Mm-mm.
Your hoof broke. Now you're with the tenderness on the inside. How are you going to repair your hoof? Oh, I'll buy some new ones. You buy hooves?
Copy. What has gone terribly wrong in the evolution of the species?
I'm sure horseshoes are like braces to them.
I guess.
He has to wear horseshoes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's so interesting too, Milo, the way that people read things differently, because in like reader community, you know, I mean, you have audiobook form, but like most people just read it and then like you haven't heard it. So like we sometimes come up with wildly different ways of saying things. Arbron and I tore that Skritnaw computer download apart, and before we translated into zero space, we had a destination in mind. One of the last places in the universe that any sensible Andalite would ever want to go, the Taxxon homeworld. We had spent timeless time traveling through the blank white non-distance of zero space. Alron called a council. It was just for the three of us, but the Jahar was too small for us to keep the two humans out. They squatted to the floor near our hooves. We excluded them from our thought speak, at first keeping our conversation private. World is our destination, Aloran said, but the Skritnaw would not be taking the time matrix there, so I believe the Skritnaw don't know what they have. They saw the strange power patterns and decided, with the usual Skritnaw simple-mindedness, to steal first and figure it out later. I agree, Sir, Arbron said. If they knew they had the time matrix, they'd do one of two things. Head straight for the Yeerk home world and sell it to the Yeerks, or else head home to use it for their own people. But the Taxxon's homeworld is, hey, Chapman interrupted. You're doing your little telepathy thing and keeping us out. I'm not an idiot. This does not involve either of you, I said curtly. Chapman stood up and grabbed me roughly by the shoulders. I twitched my tail out of reflex. No Andalite would ever grab another Andalite. Chapman laughed rudely. You don't scare me. That's the name of one of the Goosebumps books that we'll read if we match our tier goal in raising money for charity. Anyway. You can't scare me. I know you can kill us both, but that's not your style, is it? Dragging us off across the galaxy is your style. We have an emergency, I said. We regret that we cannot take you straight back to your planet. However, nothing, Chapman said. The little trip involves danger, doesn't it? Your boys are in deep. Like I said, I'm not an idiot. I can see you three are tense. I can see you're worried. Wherever it is, we're going, you're scared, which means me and the girl here should be afraid too, right? Lawrence stood up and looked right at me. Is that true, Elfangor? Are you taking us into danger? I turned one eye toward Elrond. He nodded slightly, giving me permission. Yes, Lauren, I said. We are going into terrible danger. If we are taken, the two of you will be killed or enslaved. Chapman's eyes blazed. You're dragging us into a battle and we can't even know what's going on? Is that Andalite fairness? I started to tell the annoying creature to be silent, but Alron spoke. You two, aliens, have a right to know what you are being dragged into, as you put it. We are going to the planet of creatures who are aliens of the Yeerks. Who are allies of the Yeerks. The Yeerks are parasites who seize control of the bodies and minds of other creatures. The Taxxons have been enslaved this way by their own choice. I said, the Skritnaw have apparently discovered the long-lost time matrix. This is a device that allows people to move forward or backward in time. It is the most dangerous weapon imaginable. Why would a time machine be a weapon? Lauren asked. But Chapman had already figured it out. Duh. I go back in time and change history to wipe you out in the present. I could kill your parents before they had you, and you never exist, he grinned. Better yet, I could go all the way back in time, back to prehistoric days, and find the earliest ancestors of humans and kill them. The entire human race would cease to exist, Chapman laughed. I see why you guys are worried if these Yeerks of yours get this thing. It's bye-bye Andalites. That did it. I didn't like this creature. I didn't care if he was just a primitive alien. I didn't like him. I pushed my face close to his. I brought my tail up into a threat position. You'd better understand something, human. If it's bye-bye Andalites, it'll be bye-bye humans sooner or later. Who do you think keeps the Yeerks from conquering every single sentient race in the galaxy? We do. Maybe I'm with the wrong aliens, Chapman sneered. Maybe it's too bad, but I wasn't grabbed by the Yeerks. They sound like the winners. To my surprise, Prince Alron actually laughed. You may be right, human, But you'd better hope you're not. I've seen what the Yeerks can do to captive planets. I was there when the Yeerks took the Hork-Bajir world. Pray to whatever primitive gods you have, human, that the Yeerks don't ever take your world. I shot a glance at Arbron. Too many science fiction words for my brain. He was as surprised as I was. Alron had been there at the loss of the Hork-Bajir world. The loss of the Hork-Bajir was the single biggest disaster in our war with the Yeerks. The Hork-Bajir were the slave warriors of the Yeerk Empire now because we'd failed to save them. Translation to normal space in 1 minute, the computer announced without emotion. Translation to normal space in 1 minute, the computer announced without emotion. Okay, Alron said, breaking the spell he had cast over us all. We'll be coming out of Z-space fairly close to the Taxan world. The area will be thick with Yeerk ships. The Jahar has excellent stealth shielding, but we may still be detected. From now on, we are on the battle alert. What's the plan? The Arbron asked nervously. What do we do? Alron laughed. What's the plan? We locate the Skritnot ship, and if it has landed, we go down after it and take back the time matrix. Of course, we'd be a little obvious walking around as Andalites. So, down to the surface of the Taxan world? I asked in horror. You mean, sir, are you planning for us to morph Taxans? Alron looked very serious at Arbron and me. You two are going to have to grow up very fast now. I need warriors at my side. Are you ready to be warriors? In my daydream, as a young Arish, I had imagined a moment like this. I had imagined a time coming when I would be called upon to be brave and to save my people. And in my imagination, I had always faced this kind of moment with pride and without fear. And now, suddenly my daydream was reality, and all I felt was sick dread. The Taxan world, it was a place from a nightmare. We're ready, Prince Alron, I said as boldly as I could. We are all ready to be your warriors. We're not afraid. I saw Arbron's face. He was as sick with fear as I was, but still, he managed to smirk. He knew me too well. He knew I was lying. All right, chapter 10. Yay, almost halfway done with my part.
Milo says he might be an asshole. Mini chap has ball stand up to the Andalite. I'm also excited to get to the Hork-Bajir Chronicles. It's another really good one. The Chronicle books are good because we don't have to worry about the frustration of teenagers.
the angst of teenagers.
Yeah,
I love
except for
Elfangor.
Marco. My son Marco would never do anything wrong.
Yeah, I was thinking of this. I love how Axe is like constantly like, I'll never live up to my big brother. And then in like the book from his big brother's perspective, his big brother is like, I'm a failure and everybody thinks I'm an idiot.
Mm-hmm. Exactly that.
But yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm just putting this out there, you guys. Sorry. Because I was telling Avery, sorry, really quickly. I'm just putting this out there, you guys. I don't like Tobias. So just moving forward, just know that so that way you're not surprised. And I'm telling you now, I don't like Tobias, and you'll see, and I'll explain later on as the series progresses.
Drama.
That's all.
Drama. No, just kidding. I don't have any opinions about Tobias, really.
You sure about that on the teens angst in HBC? What's HBC? Hork-Bajir Chronicles.
Oh.
Definitely got some of the least from one of our narrators, in my humble opinion. I feel like all of them have kind of a teen angst element, except for Visser. Visser's a fun bitch. I'll just say that much.
Yeah, Sorry, go ahead.
And say it's someone that you invite over to have boxed wine and watch reality shows with.
I want to watch America's Next Top Model with Mr. 3.
I still can't believe that this human Tyra believes that this woman Anne has what they call potential. I would have killed her a long time ago. He doesn't understand the process of elimination, so he just thinks that they kill them at the end of each episode.
Oh no.
He's like, oh, I like this show. They kill the people if they fail. I like it.
And you like try to explain it to him, and he doesn't get it, and you're just like, fine, let him whatever makes him happy, you know.
Yes.
Next, I'll show him American Idol.
I like this man, Mr. Simon Cowell. Oh, I want him recruited in my Yeerk empire.
I like how he makes people cry.
A shrewd mind, like Gordon Ramsay. He'd love Gordon Ramsay.
He'd also love Janice Dickinson. Just being
yes.
Like,
oh, he'd love Janice Dickinson. Be like, oh, this. I would love to have a partner of like that on my Yeerk pool homeworld. Infest her, and I shall marry her.
Likes all the judges that are like the tough love judges.
He loves. He would love that stupid judge from that one episode where she's like, "You're sort of proving your Africanness." I'm like,
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
She
I was
would
like, what the fuck was
like,
that? No, you
like,
know what?
no,
Even Visser 3
don't like
would be
people
like
that. Visser, no, we don't like people like that. Just no.
I think
Just
even
giving you that
Visser
heads
wouldn't
up.
like that lady. I think even he would be like, this lady annoys me.
Yes, the insult that he gives this intelligent one. I would die for this intelligent one. Her name being Yaya. He would like
No.
Yaya more than Eva. He'd be like, oh, I don't like this one. He's just too much attitude.
Visser 1 as a guest judge on Drag Race.
It's giving, I like that you're giving Yeerk pussy pop and realness. Is that what they say on your homeworld? And Visser 3 would be like, yes, that's how they say it, Visser 1. Obviously, you haven't spent that much time back home because you've been amongst the humans, so of course you wouldn't know.
Visser 1 and Visser 3 are the two judges that just quintessentially hate each other that literally every reality show has. They're just passive-aggressive to each other the entire time.
They'd be like Tyra and Janice or Mariah Carey and Nicki Minaj.
Oh my
when they were
goodness.
both on Idol.
I forgot about that for a second. Yeah, that was a weird couple of years on Idol.
Yeah, it definitely was.
All right, down to the Taxton world. The Jahar was cloaked, hidden from sight and from most sensors, but a close sensor swept by a Yeerk ship would reveal us, and we would never be able to land on a planet in the Jahar. We needed a victim. We found it out beyond the Taxton world's third moon. It was a slow-moving transport ship. It was just arriving on the system, which meant they would be expecting it down on the surface. Perfect for our needs. The trick was to disable the ship to make it stop, but not destroy it. This will take precise aim, Alron, said. Which of you two is a better shot? I wanted to say that I was, but I knew Arbron was better, and we could not afford to fail. Arbron is the one who hit the Skrit-Na ship. Alron nodded. Let's see what you can do, Arish Arbron. Or is it Airbron? I don't know. We need to hit one engine, but leave the other functioning. And we don't want to want any unfortunate explosions. Haber took the shredder controls into his hands. The Yeerk transport ship was 2,000 miles away. The target engine was about 40 feet long. The Arbron keyed into the computer targeting system to make careful adjustments while all of us, Alron, the two of us humans, and I watched. There was a hum as the shredder fired. We saw the pale green beam lance forward into darkness and the screen with the magnification at factor 500. We saw near side engine pod of the Yeerk ship glow red and green. Good shooting, Alron said. They'll waste half an hour trying to figure out what happened. And reconfiguring to fly with just one engine. Arish Elfangor, take us in fast. I punched up a burn, and we rocketed forward, descending on the crippled transport. We were alongside the transport before they knew we were there. Jam their communications, Alron ordered, and I fervently punched the flat surface of the tactical board with my fingers. It was my second boarding of an alien vessel. I guess I should have felt like I was an old hand, but this wasn't some lame bunch of script. Nah, this was a Yeerk ship. We had no way of knowing what we would encounter. Would it be Hork-Bajir controllers, Taxxon controllers, or some other fierce, unknown species the Yeerk controlled? A word of advice, Alron said. Taxxons may be repulsive, but never forget that down in their brains they have a Yeerk. You're dealing with a Yeerk, not just a Taxxon. Alron, Arbron, and I pressed close to the hatch, waiting for it to blow open. We carried handheld shredders on setting 3. There are 6 power levels on a shredder. Level 1 delivers a mild charge that will stun a small creature for a moment or two. Level 6 will blast a hole through 10 feet of solid alloy. Level 3 wouldn't kill most creatures, but it would certainly knock them down so hard they wouldn't get up for hours. At the moment, waiting to rush a deadly enemy, I struggled to recall everything old Safor had ever tried to teach me about combat, but I swear I couldn't remember a word. Maybe Prince Alron was calm, but I sure wasn't. Remember, don't kill them all, Alron said. We may need to acquire them. Good luck, Lauren said, and then the hatch blew. Boom! In a rush of wind from the explosion, we launched ourselves into the Yeerk transport. Taxxons! If you've never faced a Taxxon, let me tell you, they are shocking things to see up close. They are tubular, like a monstrously thick 10-foot-long hose. They have rows of needle-sharp, cone-shaped legs. The upper third of their body is held upright, and there the rows of legs become smaller and form tiny 2- and 3-fingered hands. There is a row of dark red eyes, each like congealed liquid. At the very top is a mouth, a round, red-rimmed hole circled with a vicious rows of teeth. There were half a dozen of these creatures practically encircling us. For a frozen moment, no one moved. I don't think the Yeerks could quite believe they were being boarded by Andalites right there in orbit around the Taxxon homeworld. Then everyone unfroze at once. On my left, one Taxxon raised a Draken beam and aimed it at me. Ah! I yelled and pulled the trigger of my shredder. The Taxxon crumpled. Shredders fired. Shoo! Shoo! Draken beams fired. The air was instantly as hot as an oven. Shockwaves from all the weapons had rocked the enclosed area. Screens blew out. Sheet plastic panels crumpled. Sparks exploded in brilliant waterfalls from propped conduits overhead. Stop firing, Alron ordered. We'll destroy the ship. Behind me, a Taxxon. Draken beam coming up. I didn't pause to think. I just jerked my tail. My tail blade sliced through the air and separated the Taxxon's arm from his body. The arm fell to the deck, still weakly clutching the Draken beam. Taxxon screamed. Now there were only 2 Taxxons still standing, and they knew they were beaten. They backed away as fast as they could, motor their cone legs, but even then, and even with the Yeerks in their heads, the Taxxons' evil instincts were not to be denied. As they backed away, they bent low to tear chunks of flesh from their dead companions. Great. The Taxons are cannibalistic, not a nice species. And according to everything we knew about them, not even the Yeerks inside them could control that foul hunger of theirs. All right, Arbron cried, we got him. Shut up, you young fool, Alron snapped. Alron had already guessed why the Taxon controllers were pulling back. They didn't want to be in the way when serious trouble showed up. And that serious trouble was just becoming visible through the haze of smoke from burning sparking panels, 7 feet tall, razor-sharp blades at the wrists, razor-sharp blades at their elbows and knees and tails, and 2 or 3 huge forward-swept horn blades on the tops of their snake-like heads. Hork-Bajir. Well, well, Alron said. It's been a while since I fought a Hork-Bajir. I'll take the 2 big ones in the middle. That left the Hork-Bajir warrior each for me and Arbron. 2 full-grown adult Hork-Bajir, each with a wily Yeerk in its head. I'm thinking maybe we should have paid more attention to old Sephor, Arbron said, making a grim joke. I saw the Hork-Bajir advance on me. I heard Sephor's voice in my head. Don't think, Elfangor, it's all instinct and training now. I let go of my conscious mind. I simply let it slip away, and in its place, a tingling energy seemed to fill me up. It was as if I were charged with electricity, as if sparks might fly from my hooves and tail. The Hork-Bajir came over towards me, and I struck. And when Alron was outflanked by one of his opponents, I struck again. And when Arbron was knocked down by Hork-Bajir opponents, I struck again. I struck and struck and struck till Hork-Bajir blood ran on the decks. And when my own conscious mind returned, it seemed as if hours had gone by. Arbron was staring at me like he'd seen a ghost. Alron was nodding grimly, as if he recognized something about me. Wounded Hork-Bajir and worse than wounded were lying in Taxon gore on the deck. No, I whispered. I turned and ran back through my hatch to the Jahar. I ran and slipped and fell on my knees with nowhere else to run. It was the human Lauren who ran to me and put her strange human arms around my chest and with one hand pressed my face into her long golden hair. Oh. Poor traumatized boy.
I mean, hopefully this is date.
Nice.
Hopefully they don't fall into a sinkhole.
Yeah. Please no. 2, Visser 1 as a guest judge, Derprex. Honestly, I'm thinking about Transformers fan comic, alternative video game consoles. Welcome back, Sad Lump. No worries, I understand that. Hi, Karasu the Dreamer. Welcome.
So remember last time last episode when we were talking about Jonathan Taylor Thomas and Kathy Lee Gifford and Regis?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna get the interesting part in the second half.
Oh yeah, nice.
That's the not fun part. That one of us gets the establishing part, and then the other one gets all the fun.
One of us gets the setup, and then the other one gets hijinks. Or sometimes we don't get hijinks though. Sometimes you just get sad. Depends.
Sometimes we get sad. Welcome to Whose Turn Is It Anyways, where the points don't matter. On tonight's panel, Visser 1. And Visser 1's enemy, Visser 3. And Colin Mockery. You always gotta have Colin Mockery. And Ryan Stiles.
Always, yeah.
Always those two.
All right, chapter 11. When I'm done with this chapter, it'll mark the halfway point for me.
Oh, I thought this was chapter 11, yeah. Crossy said, I never heard of this spin-off. Well, it's more of their one-off standalones that give context to things that happen in the series. So this is the Andalite Chronicles, and it's told in the perspective of Elfangor. And then the other ones, like the Hork-Bajir and later on, those ones are going to be told in the perspective of other characters who have relevance in the series.
All right. I shook myself free of Lauren's, appalled and ashamed by my behavior. What was the matter with me? I was behaving like a child, not in a Then I saw Arbron. He had been cut. He was bleeding from a deep gash in his left arm. His main eyes were wide with what might have been panic. Alron was busy tying up the injured Hork-Bajir. The injured Taxons were shoved into small storerooms. Alron sealed them in by wielding the door with his shredder. Are you okay? Lauren asked me. Yes, of course, I'm fine, I said harshly, but my insides were churning. Some awful feeling was eating into my thoughts. I felt stunned. I felt like I wasn't even me. It was like I'm supposed to be me, but I'm not. It was like I was some totally different person standing off to one side, just watching myself. Lauren left me alone and went to Arbron. She tore the sleeve off her shirt and wrapped it around Arbron's bleeding arm. Alron came over and glanced at Arbron's arm. You'll be okay, Arish, he said. Go back to the weapons station. We just started here. We'll have to fly this Yeerk crate down to the planet Arish Elfangor, you take the helm. The controls are more primitive than our own ships, but neither Arbron nor I moved. Alron glared at me, furious that I was ignoring his order. But then I saw his expression soften. It's your first time. You fought well, both of you. It's always hard the first time, and it never gets easier. But I need both of you. Now. I nodded. Yes, Prince Alron. I'll take the helm. You, alien, he said to Lauren. Get back into the Jahar. We'll be away for a while. Don't touch anything. Lauren turned her head to look back over her shoulders. Humans have to do that in order to see behind them. She was obviously hesitating. She bit her lower lip with her short, white teeth. What is it? I asked. Still, she hesitated. Then, look, tell me the truth. Swear by whatever it is that is really important to you. Swear that you're going to take Chapman and me back to Earth. Of course we are, as soon as we can, I said. She sighed. A sound that involved blowing air out of her mouth. Look, it's Chapman. I'm sure he's a nice guy and all, really. You don't trust him. If you leave the two of us here on the Jahar, he'll try something. I know he will. And I know you think we're too primitive to be able to fly your ship or whatever, but don't count on it. Chapman doesn't like you. Yes, I got that impression, I said, but we can tell the ship's computer not to allow him to do anything. He won't be able to fly the ship or use the communications. It will be all right. With my stalk eyes, I saw the Prince Alron was busy with Arbron. Here, take this. Hide it under your clothing. Use it if Chapman makes trouble for you. It's a set level 2. Just point and squeeze the trigger. Lauren took the shredder from me and slipped it under her shirt. Listen, good luck down there on the planet, whatever you're doing down there. Then she put her face close to mine and pressed her lips against the side of my face. It was a very odd thing to do, not something an Andalite would ever do, and yet I did not mind it. Arish Elfangor, whenever you have the time to join us, Alron said acidly. Ready, sir, preparing to sever the connection with the Jahar. The hatch closed, shutting Lauren and the human off from sight. Lauren the human off from sight. She would be all right, I told myself. The Jahar was well shredded with the engines of it would be almost impossible for the Yeerks to detect, and she had the shredder in case the other human tried to start trouble. I focused on understanding the ship's controls. They were designed for Taxon hands, but the basics were still the basics. I calculated simple approach to the Taxon world's main spaceport. I fired the engines, and then as we moved away, gathering speed, I looked back and saw the Jahar. These humans are a pain in the hindquarters, Arbron said, as if we don't have enough trouble. We have to watch over the pair of primitive aliens? She's a million light years from her home, Arbron, confronting species she never knew existed, suddenly thrust into the middle of an intergalactic war. I think she's very brave. Arbron busied himself with learning the computer station of the strange ship, but then, in a carefully off-handed way, he said, By the way, thanks. You saved my life back there. I guess you absorbed more from old Safor than you thought, huh? I guess so, I said. You were something, Elfangor. You scared me. Hey, I think you even scared Alron. You really... Okay, shut up, all right? I was just saying you were great back there, faster than light tail action. When you cut that one big Hork-Bajir's head, that was amazing. I wanted Arbron to shut up. I didn't want to think about what had happened. I didn't want to remember it. And yet, this other part of me was hanging on every word. This other part of me was replaying the fight in my head, seeing myself as Elfangor, the great hero. Course laid in? Alron asked me. Yes, Prince, we should be arriving there in 30 minutes. Good. Then it's time. We need to acquire the taxons. To acquire it is to absorb the DNA of species. It is the first step in morphing the creature. We were going to become taxons. Sorry, I'm getting texts. Hang on. All right, how's everybody doing?
Krusty's going to bed. And then Milo was talking about shame that they aren't gay because Milo's talking about Colin Mockery and Ryan Stiles, how it's a shame that they're not gay for each other. And I'm just saying, well, it's probably like, you know how Lincoln and his secretary in the log cabin is probably one of those situations.
Do I want to know?
You've seen Whose Line?
Yeah.
Haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Like they're the perfect duo, Colin Mockery and Ryan Stiles. It's like Penn and Teller. Penn and Teller are they gay for each other or are they married? I gotta look that up now.
Sorry, what? Sorry, I was reading messages on my group chat. I'm so sorry. What did you say?
Like Colin Mockery and Ryan Stiles, how they're like a perfect duo, like Penn and Teller. But are Penn and Teller, like, are they married to each other or are they married to other people? The question.
They're married to other people.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's like a Brokeback Mountain, like Lincoln and the Log Cabin type of deal.
Yes, a Penn and Teller.
What do you think?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was getting. I heard my phone buzzing with text messages all throughout that last chapter, and I was just like, "Is everything okay? Is the house actively burning down? Because if it is, it has to wait until I get to my halfway point. I'm sorry."
Let's see. Penn is married and Teller is not married, it seems. Yeah, apparently he's not married, but Penn is married. But I only brought it up because it was like, Milo mentioned, how Ryan Stiles and Colin Mockery are perfect, like, as a duo. That it's a shame that they're not gay for each other.
Oh, they're great, yeah.
I concur,
yeah.
but,
Platonic soulmates is what they are.
It's like Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal.
Nah, they're just platonic soulmates. We love that for them.
True.
Oh, goodbye, Kerosene. Yeah, it is a little violent. Sure. No worries.
It is pretty violent. But we're lightening the mood a little by talking about Colin Mockery and Ryan Stiles.
I love Whose Line so much.
I imagine there's Whose Line fanfic out there of the two.
Oh, I'm sure.
But I was, what are they doing? Oh, I got this stupid ad for Pixar Elemental, which looks so like they're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Every time I see a commercial for it, I can't really get a read on like what it's even really about.
Oh, stop. Yes, you do. It's
no, I mean, I do, but like...
all segregated their elements and they have to learn to get along.
Yeah, no, I know, like, that part, but, like, it just feels very, I don't know, generic, I guess, is the word.
That's
like,
why. It's like, come on, Pixar, don't be scraping the bottom of the barrel. Do something like, I don't know, something not so expected like DreamWorks. You're not DreamWorks, Pixar.
I know,
DreamWorks would have done this.
Pixar used to be really great at just, like, always throwing a curveball in a good way.
Now DreamWorks is kicking their ass.
Which is kind of insane. I never thought I'd see the day.
Cause like they're making such weird movies, like well, you got Shrek, obviously goes against it's the first groundbreaking film. It gives the bird to Disney and Pixar.
Oh yeah.
And then you got stuff like How to Train Your Dragon, Kung Fu Panda, just a lot of good movies that like don't. That's what DreamWorks does well, is that they do stuff, but they do like they're kind of experimental with like the plots.
Rise of the Guardians, underrated movie. Love that movie.
It's so weird because it's like, oh, they're all like they're reincarnated. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's
they're like the Avengers of holidays, but it's great somehow. Like there's no way to explain Rise of the Guardians to anybody and make it sound good, but it's good. It's like, and I swear to God. What?
Well, you swear to God what?
I was just gonna say, I swear to God, it's good. What's his name? What's his name voices the boogeyman. We love that for him.
Who is
Jude Law.
it? Tim Curry?
There you go. It was Jude Law.
Oh, Jude Law. That's right, from AI.
Yep. Hang on, I'm running to get my other bottle of water.
Home. Haven't seen it. Shark Tale, saw it. Okay, Home. Okay, obviously not every movie is going to be a hit, but what I'm getting at is that Pixar is starting to decline with its movies because Elemental just seems like another one of those movies that's like, oh, everything's been the same for hundreds of years. Oh, why would, like, now these two things that aren't like each other start to break the barrier down? It's like Zootopia. They already did Zootopia. So why are they trying to do it again, but with elements?
Milo is like, that's what you know Jude Law from?
How do you not know Jude Law from AI?
I've never seen AI. When I think Jude Law, the first thing I think is The Holiday, where he falls in love with Cameron Diaz. The Holiday, where he falls in love with Cameron Diaz, and then Kate Winslet, his sister, falls in love with Jack Black. It's the Christmas movie of a generation. Elemental is Inside Out reskinned, which is weird because Soul was also Inside Out reskinned. Inside Out did really well.
I like Soul because Soul is not Inside Out. Soul is, it takes the concept of Inside Out by like making these concepts into like giving them a tangible look.
I did like Soul, and I did cry watching Soul.
Soul is more about life and death and the beyond and the before, and Inside Out is more about basically emotions 101. Baby's first emotions.
Baby's first emotions. Oh yeah, Rise of the Guardians is stupendous. Rise of the Guardians is so good, and people either like don't know it or they're just like, it was okay, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I love Rise of the Guardians.
Exactly, it was good. It was good.
Cute. Not really a kid movie though. It was definitely a movie. Like I definitely cried my eyes out, and I was just like, "This is cute." But I did kind of watch the commercials and be like, "That's just Inside Out." But then it wasn't.
Soul just makes so much sense. You get me? It's like you think like, how can they make a movie about life and death? But it's like, you know, it's kind of like the way that they like did it, like made so much sense. Like, yeah, like when you're in the zone, you feel like everything around you like not there. Just,
yeah.
I mean, so crazy.
Come on, Perry. You can come up here, but I have to keep reading.
El Dorado, Road to El Dorado was a good one.
Good movie.
Sinbad is, I feel like it's like Treasure Planet, Atlantis. It's like one of those movies that was overlooked, but then when people see it now as adults, they're like, oh shit, this is so good.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's grandiose. Actually. You've never seen Sinbad?
No. I've seen...
Ooh, it's good.
I've seen the other movies you just mentioned, but not Sinbad.
I'm waiting for the Atlantis Lost Empire remake that Disney refuses to make. The live action remake. That's the only live action remake I'd watch is Atlantis Lost Empire.
I mean, they're really hard up for... They're running out of live action stuff to make.
Yeah, it's like, come on, we want it. This is what we want. This is what we want, and you refuse to give it to us. You give us other things that we don't want, like Cinderella and like a British Belle and Beauty and the Beast. We didn't. Belle isn't British. She's French. Why are you getting some
with an American accent? Okay. All right, chapter 12. We had shoved the Taxons and the badly wounded Hork-Bajir into the cargo hold of the ship. We had not even looked in the hold to see who else might be in there. Now we looked. We opened the door, and Alaron and Arbron stood with their shredders ready in case the surviving Taxons tried to attack us. But the two Taxons had other things on their minds. They were attempting to kill and eat each other. They had already finished on the wounded Hork-Bajir. "Stop it or I'll kill you both," Alaron yelled. But the Taxons were out of control, caught up in their own evil bloodlust. It was a vile thing to watch. Taxons don't have powerful tails like us, or blades like the Hork-Bajir. They can only rear up and slam their upper bodies against each other while trying to gouge with their round mouths. I hate that. Their Yeerks have left them, Alaron said. That's how Taxons behave when they are not controllers. The Yeerks parasites have left them to destroy each other. Where did the Yeerks go? I asked. Alaron calmly leveled his shredder at the Taxons and fired. It was a low-level blast, just enough to knock the Taxons unconscious. We stepped past the sagging bodies, but careful to keep our hooves out of the gore. Behind them, the hold of the ship was filled with transparent circular tanks. It was too dark to see what was in the tanks. "Computer, lights," Alaron said. Lights came on, and I instantly wished they hadn't. The hold of the ship stretched for perhaps 100 feet straight back, with a width of a third that, filling most of that space, glowing a sludgy green, were dozens of tanks. And in each tank, swimming through it, the vicious liquid, were gray slugs. "Yeerks," I said. "There must be tens of thousands," Arbron said. I suspected this might be the case. Alaron said, "There are Yeerks being transported to Taxon World. They're here to get bodies. Hosts. Each of these will be given a Taxon." "What do we do with them?" I asked. "We seal the bridge, then open the outer hatch," Alaron said calmly. It took me a few seconds to realize what he was saying. If we opened the outer hatch while we were still in space, the vacuum would suck everything in the hold out into the airless cold. The Yeerks would die almost instantly. "Prince Alaron, we can't just kill them all." I looked closely at him to see if maybe he had been joking. "War crime central! We're doing a war crime, I guess." See if he were joking. His eyes were cold. "Arish Elfangor, I give the orders. You obey the orders." "But they're helpless," I protested. "They are Yeerks, and this is war. Would you rather wait till they have Taxon bodies?" I didn't know what to say. I looked at Arbron, who kept his face carefully expressionless. We can't do this," I said. "It's wrong. There are prisoners. We can't. It would be murder." "Be careful what you accuse me of, Arish Elfangor," Alaron said harshly. "You're a child, so I forgive your impertinence this time, but you are here to learn, not to question orders. And one of the things you'll learn, my idealistic Arish, is that war is not about striking brave poses and playing the hero. War is about killing. Andalites do not kill prisoners," I said. Alaron laughed. "Is that what they taught you in school?" He laughed again. "Well, child, I learned my lessons in the battlefield for the Hork-Bajir world, not in a classroom. And let me tell you, the only thing that matters is staying alive. Besides, little Arish Elfangor, it's a bit late for you to get delicate. Not now, with the blood of your enemies staining your tail." This wasn't happening. It couldn't be. Alaron was a war prince. I couldn't disobey a war prince, but this was monstrous. "I won't kill prisoners," I said. "Not even Yeerks." "I could execute you right now for disobeying me," Alaron said. For a moment, that seemed to stretch on and on. We stood there face to face. I could barely breathe. I was risking my life and probably destroying my future in the military just to save my enemies. It was insane. But I could not imagine myself sending the Yeerks flying into a vacuum space. I couldn't do it. "Sir," Arbron said tentatively, we are close to the planet's surface, that Yeerks sensors might pick up the heat signature of thousands of Yeerks being flushed into space, and they would investigate. It was true, maybe, but it was enough to get the prince to back off. But was it enough to get the prince to back off? Well, we wouldn't want that, Elrond said sarcastically. We wait till we've completed our mission on the surface, then as we leave the system, we'll clean out this filth. I breathed again, but I wasn't fooling myself. I had made an enemy of Prince Elrond, and I wasn't sure I could count on Arbron either. Time to acquire the Taxons, if that meets with Arish Elfangor's high moral code, Elrond said. I turned away and walked back to the two stunned Taxons without hesitating. I placed my hand on one of the Taxon's slimy flesh. Morphing technology allows a person to absorb the DNA of any creature it touches. It takes concentration and focus because the biotechnology of morphing is triggered by thought commands. Focus, I told myself. Put everything else out of your mind and let the Taxon become a part of you. And as I stood there, Taxon's DNA migrated into me. My life, which had gone rapidly downhill as a shocking speed, was about to get much worse. And then, with the skeptical eye of Prince Elrond and the frightened stare of Arbron upon me, I began to morph. All right. Beauty and the Beast in the theater with my family, and I complained about how her accent singing in the costuming after, and my family said I was so mean. I saw it in theaters with my family too, and you want to know the scene where she talks to her dad for the first time, and she's like, people think I'm odd, and then he's telling her about her mother, and how like great she was, and how free thinking she was, and he says she was fearless, and I was like, he should have said odd. He should have said odd. It was right there. It bothered me for the rest of the movie.
Exactly that. But also the fact that the big thing that freaking pissed me off is that, hello, she's British, not French. Why are you trying to make it Anglified?
I mean, I guess she has an English accent in the original, so it's still
but
wrong.
That's a cartoon. I'm talking
Fair
about
enough, yeah.
If they're trying to make accurate recreations of this, like how they do with like Moana and all that
They could have
stuff,
found
like
a French
why
actress.
can't they do the same accuracy for like Beauty and the Beast? Is what I'm getting at.
I mean, I think Emma Watson is a pretty solid casting choice. I don't think it's her fault that she got like auto-tuned to hell, but I just didn't. I don't know. They tried to answer questions that didn't need to be answered anymore.
But I question her as like a musical.
Yeah, she doesn't have
like
much
musically
background
inclined actress. She was just good because she was in Harry Potter, and that's it.
But I do think like they tried to answer a lot of questions that didn't need answering, and it just created more plot holes. Like they're like, oh, we want you to know about her mom, so we're gonna give the Beast a book that can just time travel across space and time, like a book TARDIS.
I know.
And I'm just like, okay, but book TARDIS opens up a lot of plot holes because now, like, oh no, I need to go see my dad. I'm gonna let you go and give you the mirror, or you could just give her the book. You could have, the book. If only we had something that could just instantaneously transport us places.
Or why couldn't she have just been adopted? How about that? He found her in the woods.
Yeah, I mean, I've never
Simple
once
as
as a
that.
kid. I never once as a kid was like, but where is Belle's mother?
Exactly, and even then, it's like, oh, people people adopt children. That this is like back in the day when people would leave their children out in the woods to be eaten by the wolves. Could have just been simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like a. Well, I was gonna say it doesn't detract from the movie that we hear about her mother, but it does slow down the pacing, and it doesn't really have a payoff.
It does.
So.
And also, it's like, what is it? Why does it matter if she has a mother or not? If she has a father who, like, obviously raised her to be an upstanding person, that it shouldn't matter if she had a mother or not. It could have just been like, she could have just asked, "Oh, what if my mother? All the children, other children have mothers." Like, I don't know. I found you. You were a baby when I found you. And simple
Maurice is a feminist king, and he did a great job. We can look at that. Oh, I'm sorry. A
Compose
book,
out.
TARDIS, please explain. So it's a book. It's a book that they give the Beast in the live-action Beauty and the Beast. And if you touch it and think about a place and a time, you can go there.
Yes, a person, place. Think of a noun, a person, place, or thing.
Yeah. So like she can just. So it's like the TARDIS in the way of like, oh, you want to go back to like, I don't know, Victorian England. That's not where they went. It was a different time period. But like they could do that.
You want to
Cool,
go
we're
back
there.
to
Touch the book.
overthrow Marie Antoinette? Okay, you got it.
Remake. At least it wasn't the version that gave us old man and his. Wait, I don't know what that. I'm not sure what that is. I don't think she was that good in Perks of Being a Wallflower, but I'm like a very critical person. I don't think I ever saw Perks of Being a Wallflower all the way through. I read the book. Like I read the book in one sitting when I was on an overnight shoot, and they never used me, so I just sat there and read all night.
I saw the movie, but it's like for me, and I'm a snob. I'm doing that. I'm a snob, and I try not to, interject my opinion too often because my opinion can be a little snobby. But Perks of Being a Wallflower, it had the same effect as Dear Evan Hansen, where everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's so great" and all this stuff. But then, like when you actually like give it a critical eye, it's like, wow, this is so. Someone really thought that this was that deep.
Yeah, a lot of YA novels are like that, where like for 1 month everybody's like, "This is the deepest YA novel I've ever read," and then like as soon as it gets big enough for a broader audience to look at it, people are like, "It's fine, I guess."
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, there are certain things in it that, like, yeah, it's kind of like, oh shit, but also it's also like certain things too. It's like, wow, his friends are kind of like a little too pretentious for their own good.
Put the magic book in the time machine into a car. Oh yeah, well the whole book, whether you're reading book or movie, it's definitely one of those things where it's just like, oh, these are so insufferably hipster kids, but like,
yeah.
But like, I understand why people like it. I liked it when I read it. I'm sure if I read it now, I'd probably be like, ugh, a little bit. But
you'd be like, oh, it's like Dawn, but times 4.
Could we? I don't know. Put the magic book in a time machine. Put magic book time machine into a car and use it as part of a time machine. I mean, you just have to touch the book.
That's not how that works, and let me tell you why. Because it only takes the things that are like it. It's hard to explain, but basically, you can't put something inside something and expect it to take the thing it's inside too. It only takes the things.
I mean, I guess if you hooked it up so that it was touching an exterior thing, I don't know, maybe it would take you in it if you're in the thing and then the thing is touching the book. But the whole mechanism is all you have to do is touch the book and you can be anywhere at any time. It's just...
I was going to say, I think it only takes things with a consciousness, so a car wouldn't have a consciousness.
Have you ever read the only ever other novel by Stephen Chbosky, the author of Perks of Being a Wallflower, Imaginary Friend? It was really bad. I never read that. No, I did not read that.
Speaking of which, did anyone ever see the sequel to Wonder, that one about the kid with the face, and how it has to do with the Holocaust? That's crazy.
What?
This is crazy shit right there. Because apparently it's a follow-up to, like, because the kid who, like, was spreading all this terrible shit about the kid with the face, he gets expelled, so he goes to live with, like, his grandma or some shit, and so, like, she tells him about her being Jewish and, like, during, like, Nazi times. And I'm like, really? This is where we're going with this bullshit, huh?
My God. Wow, I wasn't expecting that.
Me either. If you want a better movie than Wonder, I suggest, and this sounds so stupid, but I suggest Chris's, I think it's called Chris's Stand Strong. It's an American Girl movie. But I've seen it, and I'm like, I don't know. I put it at the same level, if not a little bit higher than Wonder, because it gives a more accurate portrayal of how children are. And I know it's
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I'll say what
I was gonna say. I know it's American Girl, but I have a soft spot for American Girl. It was for their Girl of the Year. Her name was Krissa, and it was like their campaign efforts against bullying or something.
Okay. I have not actually read Wonder. I've seen like parts of the movie. I fucking hate Wonder so much. I have no opinion. I have no horse in this race. I didn't know this was such a. I didn't know. All I know about the movie is that Owen Wilson is the dad, and it seemed like kind of a cute movie, but I never actually watched it. And what's her name is the mom. That's it. I never read the book.
But yeah, that's my opinion in that. I remember like it was. I think it was we were doing a unit on bullying, and I was telling my boss, I'm like, oh, we should show him. I know this one movie about like bullying, and it was the American Girl movie. And like, no, I already have a movie in mind. It's called Wonder. I'm like, okay, I guess. And then I saw it, and I was like, it seems like a little far-fetched.
Inspiration porn book ends with the kid getting a medal for attending school and gets a standing ovation. His school was because he attended school having a disability. Oh, so it's like an and then everybody clapped situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, this is a little far-fetched. It doesn't seem like versus like I said, versus that American Girl movie, where it's like, eventually, like it took like the whole damn movie for things to get wrapped up. It wasn't like, oh, I finally understand you. Now we're best friends. No, it's like, no, I don't like you, and that's fine. But it's like something like that. I forget. You'd have to watch it. I don't want to spoil it because I like it personally.
Yeah, got you. Oh, I forgot Ezra Miller was in Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Oh, that's why I don't like it either, because Ezra Miller's in it. And he's kind of like, he's so pretentious in that movie. I'm like, hate it.
Yeah, I can't watch anything that they're in now, because it's just like, ew. It's all about how amazing and inspirational the boy is for deigning to exist while being disfigured. I mean, I guess I can see what they were trying to do, like, for kids with disabilities and stuff, but it sounds very boomer-coded to me.
Yeah. It's very, well, it's very something I wouldn't say I would enjoy. And I like a lot of things. I like a lot of things that people look at me like, how can you like that, but you don't like this? I'm like,
oh yeah, I've always had opinions that are just like, this is a movie that I love, and people were always like, that's a stupid movie, you're stupid. And I'm just like, hey. Yes, Paulo, Killer Clowns from Outer Space is a good movie. I have a video on that movie. I like that movie. It's such a great 80s like horror movie satire. Good night, Paulo. Hope you're feeling better. I could... Okay, I'll keep reading.
Come on, we need a brain break, Avery. I know we're trying to get through this, but you need a brain break.
No, I needed an eye break. I needed a break to like drink some water and get
Michael,
my voice
you're
back.
killing him. Forcing him to eat broccoli. Michael, you're killing him.
What is that from?
The Office, when it's like Michael is trying to make everyone be healthy, and so he forces like someone to eat broccoli. Like, Michael, stop! You're killing him.
I love The Office.
I've only watched it once, and I remember everything from it. I'd rather not rewatch it because then I'd be like, oh, I already know what's gonna happen. So.
Oh, I love rewatching things though. I think it's like I don't know. I think it's like an anxiety thing. It's like, there's a familiarity. I'm like, I know. I'm not like gambling on a ending that I don't like. You know, I know what's gonna happen. I'm one of those people.
Yeah, I just don't like. I don't like Dwight. I'll just say that much. And y'all can hate me. I don't like Dwight because Dwight really, he just. I don't know. He really just gets on my nerves. He's like he's like SpongeBob. If SpongeBob were hateable.
Yeah, Dwight has funny moments, but the joke is always that you're laughing at Dwight's expense. Like the fact that people are like, Dwight's my favorite character. I'm like, you don't understand Dwight. Like when people were like,
like when he tried to get Jim fired as the boss.
Oh no, yeah,
and like
Dwight
Toby
is like
was just
a
running with
person.
it. I'm like, dude, like what the heck?
Dwight is meant to be a terrible person. That's the point. You're supposed to like watching bad things happen to him because he sucks. Like in a Seinfeld situation. I love. There was like a time when people were like, oh, I hate Jim Halpert because he's such a bully to poor Dwight. It's like, no.
Stop it. He is not a bully.
Dwight is like the office misogynist, racist, awful guy, and Jim is just there to keep him in check. Jim has done nothing wrong. Leave that man alone. Anyway.
Was it Chris B said, I like rewatching bits from The Office. Way too much doesn't hold up for me. Friends is my NBC sitcom comfort food. I don't like Friends either, Chris. I'm sorry. I don't like Friends. Because there's a little show called Living Single that is a lot better than that, and it's basically Friends before Friends happened.
That is true. I will say that, and that is somebody who has watched Friends multiple times saying that.
We are living, hey, single. Oh, in a 90s kind of world. I love that show.
Yeah.
To fill in the awkward silence. So yeah, so that's why I don't like Dwight, because Dwight does a lot of deplorable shit. He killed Angela's cat. He tried to get Jim
Dwight's
fired.
Dwight's awful.
He committed adultery with Angela when she was engaged to Andy, even though she didn't like Andy that way.
Like, I feel like people, as somebody who loves The Office, people completely miss the point on a lot of those characters because, like, Dwight is supposed to be a character that you laugh watching bad things happen to him because he sucks. Same thing with Michael.
Yeah.
Michael has, like, a redemption arc where he, like, learns empathy, but, like, you're not supposed to look at Michael at any point and be like, oh, I like Michael. Like, no. Michael, the humor in Michael is that all of these poor people have to deal with this completely unhinged man being their boss.
I'd rather deal with him than Andy. Oh my gosh, Andy's so unbearable.
I actually kind of like Andy. He's an idiot, and that's the point of him. But I think it helps.
No, but it was like what was it? In the later seasons where it's like he was meant to be respected. Like I would never respect somebody like Andy.
He was terrible to Aaron. I hated what they did to him when it came to Aaron. I was just like, no, he was having his moment.
Yeah.
I watched How I Met Your Mother when it was airing. Looking back, it was terrible in a lot of ways. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I think it's okay to have, like, your comfort show and be like, I'm not saying this is a good show. I'm just saying I like to watch it. I know that it's bad. Tries hard to get us to like them unironically. Yeah.
Speaking of deplorable, Chris says Angela.
Angela's
supposed to be the person you're not. She's another person you're not supposed to like. She's supposed to be that person you're not supposed to like because she's very Jesus-like and all this other stuff.
Yeah, most of the characters in The Office, the humor is you don't like them and you're supposed to commiserate with people like Jim and Pam for having to deal with them.
The only people I like are Stanley, because Stanley minded his damn business all the time and had to get roped in. Oscar, again, minded his damn business, tried to get his work done.
Poor Oscar, yeah.
Who else? I didn't like Phyllis, because Phyllis was a petty bitch.
Phyllis was petty. Oh my god.
She's like, you have a lot to learn about this town, sweetheart. I'm like, who's fan? Who is it? Her husband. When like the new people came in and they were like, who's Bob Band? She's like, you have a lot to learn about this town, sweetheart. I'm like, you could have just said, oh, that's my husband, instead of being a bitch about it. Or like when she got mad that Pam like picked up a client that she had or something.
Do they sell paper? Like, oh. Allegedly, but to whom? For why? How? They sell paper like it's like an old company because it takes place like at the rise of like, you know, those types of smaller mom and pop companies being taken out by like big box stores. That's kind of also the joke. What they do is completely unnecessary. The creators of the show were like, we need to find the most boring, unnecessary sounding job in the most boring part of America. So they are paper salesmen in Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is like why it makes it so funny when like Michael cares way too much about what they do. And it's like, bro, we're selling paper to like other businesses. No one cares about what we do.
Would I like a boss like Michael? No, but would I respect the fact that he fucking cared? Yes, more than anything. The fact that he cared, I'd respect, but I wouldn't like him as a person. I'd be like, you know what? I don't like you, Michael, but the fact that you fucking care so much.
Oh yeah, Jan totally sucks. Jan is just an abusive partner. I don't like Jan.
Oh, fuck Jan.
Fuck Jan. Jan's crazy.
And I still don't get why people think that dinner party episode is good. I hated that episode.
I love the dinner party episode.
So miserable.
No, I love it. It is cringe comedy to the fullest potential. I love it so much.
I was so bored.
I used to not believe in
sleeping her with her assistant.
I used to not believe in Pennsylvania as a child. That's so fun.
Yeah, it's like the Puffins, Avery.
Yeah, it's true. I didn't used to believe in puffins. I can't judge. That's just funny.
That's okay. There's people that don't think reindeer exist. I'm like, sorry to break the news to you, but
that's funny.
They're real. You know, Santa's the one that people think doesn't exist, but Santa's real too. He's a scientist. He's just really advanced.
All right, I'm going back to the
scientist.
I'm going back to the book.
All right, let's do it.
Ooh, let's do it. 9 more chapters. I got 9 more chapters.
Yeah.
9 more chapters.
Get in there.
You can do it. All right, 9 more chapters, and then you get your half.
No.
Yeah.
No.
As an Andalite Arish, I'd been trained in morphing. Back at basic training, they first transformed us with the morphing technologies, and they gave us, Jabala to acquire and morph. A Jabala was a small 6-legged animal, maybe a third the size of a young Andalite. It had a mouth and a tail and no natural weapons. It lives by climbing trees and eating the highest leaves. You have to morph a Jabla in order to pass the morphing proficiency test. So I did. But then, like a lot of Arish, I morphed into a Kafit bird. I have heard that some planets have many types of birds, but since we only have 3, and since the Kafit is the best species of the 3, it's popular with the young cadets looking for fun. Excuse me. It was a wonderful experience. I always loved the idea of flying, but of course, morphing for pleasure is discouraged, so I only did it one time. That was all the morphing I had done. A Jabla and a Kafit bird. I never even dreamed of morphing a Taxon. Taxons are a nauseating species even if you've seen holograms of them, but trust me, till you've been up close to a Taxon, you just don't know how awful they are. The smell alone is enough to make you sick. But now I had no choice. I had to show Aileron, that I was still a good soldier. I had to prove that I was brave no matter what he thought of me. I couldn't show any hesitation, so I focused my mind on becoming a Taxon, and the changes began immediately. I felt my upper torso begin to melt down into my lower body as I watched my blue and tan fur did the same thing. Turning hard and shiny. I felt myself falling as my legs shrank. They seemed to be sucked up into my body way too fast. My stomach hit the deck so hard it knocked the air out of me. Then, almost as quickly I was lifted back up off the deck. Dozens of sharp cones were sprouting from my belly. I was growing Taxon legs. I looked backwards through my stalk eyes and saw that my body was stretching out behind me. I was rapidly becoming a fat worm. 10 feet of rippling, slimy segments rolled backwards, engulfing my tail. The process made a sound like wet cloth being dragged over gravel. Ugh. I could hear my own internal organs dissolving, squishing, slippery sounds. I could hear other organs I didn't even have a name for, take their place. Then I was blind. My eyes had all been blinded at once. I couldn't see anything. I felt fear grow within me, fear that threatened to become panic. I was blind. Muddy at first, then sharper. My sight slowly returned, but it didn't exactly make me feel better. It was an eerie, distorted broken world I saw. Taxons have compound eyes. Each red globule eye is really 1,000 smaller eyeballs, each one taking its own tiny picture of the world. Everything I saw around me was shattered into a million small frames. It was overwhelming. And then I felt something new, a new sense. I moved unfamiliar muscles and realized that they operated my mouth, my round red mouth, and I thought mouth came, and through that mouth came a deluge of sensory input. It was like smell, and like something I'd never really experienced before, called the sense of taste, I think. And what I tasted when I smelled, all that my senses cared about was the bright smell of blood. I never even felt the Taxon's instincts well up beneath my own troubled and battered Andalite mind. I had no warning. All at once, the Taxon was in my head. How can I even convey the horror? Have you ever felt yourself some awful evil urge, some fugitive thought that you quickly snuffed out? Well, as I became fully Taxon, I felt such a feeling, and it was not some faint wisp of thought, but a raging, screaming hunger, a hunger for anything living, a hunger for anything with beating heart. My shattered Taxon eyes saw 2 Andalites, my own people. I wanted to devour my own people, but Taxons are not fools. My Taxon brain saw and understood that the Andalite tails. I knew they were weapons. It knew it could not fight them, and the weakness gave rise to rage that was like a nuclear fire in me. I was hungry. Hunger like no hunger any other creature can ever know. As I struggled to reassert my own identity, I understood why the Taxons had made their alliance with the Yeerks. The Yeerks had weapons to use to feed fresh, warm flesh to the raging Taxon's hunger. The Taxon had given up their freedom, but freedom is nothing to a Taxon compared with the hunger. How are you doing, Elfangor? Arbron asked me. Fine, I lied. Only, what? When you morph, be very careful. Be strong. You'll have to fight the hunger. Arbron laughed. What are you afraid? I'm going to morph and try to eat you? Yes, Arbron, I am afraid. Jesus Christ. All right, we have crossed over to page 41. Did I miss anything interesting in chat? What? I have so many questions.
Moving back.
Like this post if you're rapidly becoming a fat worm.
My teacher read this book out loud, so I thought Pennsylvania's writing version of Transylvania.
Oh yes, trigger warning, cannibalism.
Yes. Could be worse. You could be like Magic the Gathering and D&D fans who heard about the recent WOTC. What's WOTC? Wizards of the Coast, Pinkertons situation, and we're like, the bosses of a video game? Those are for real? Mila says, what video game has the fucking Pinkerton Security Agency as the boss?
Same Elfangor.
Christopher B asks, place your bets now. How long will it take for one of the main 6 to morph Toxin, if ever? Probably not till later on when they actually like start to be prevalent, the Toxins.
But it'll probably happen. And it'll probably be Rachel. Let's be real.
Mila says, isn't that the game where the horse falls through? What?
That's what I said what to. I was like, wait, what? I missed something.
Red Dead Redemption is like Grand Theft Auto, but with cowboys.
Oh, my brother loves Red Dead Redemption. Like one of his.
Yeah, I'm really into Hogwarts Legacy right now.
Oh.
I'm trying to get to the max level before I continue the story.
I keep being told to play Red Dead. Hello, people jumping into chat. We are reading. What are we reading? The Andalite Chronicles? The Andalite Chronicles. There you go.
Of Meep.
Book Chronicles? No, the Andalite Chronicles.
I would pay for a Chronicles of Meep book.
The second one, if you walk your horse into a cold river,
what's the bad guy's name again? The one from the Chronicles of Meep.
I don't know.
and just like how what's his name, Meep, like the prequel to how he met up with Candace. I want a book based on that.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of Phineas and Ferb, did you guys know that the Star Wars special, the only Star Wars thing I'll ever watch, is free on YouTube to watch?
Oh, nice. I love when stuff's free on YouTube.
So, just giving you guys that little, tidbit. And also, there's plenty of Phineas and Ferb episodes that are free to watch on YouTube too, that are on the Disney XD YouTube channels.
Yeah. I think it's smart for companies to do that because they're gonna make ads off of it, and it just makes it more accessible.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Phineas and Ferb. Like, it's such a comforting show, but I don't know.
It's so bright and imaginative and childlike, but it's also got this kind of like satirical, like adult humor that's not inappropriate, but it's just like this like very smart.
It's clever humor. It's not like adult humor.
It's very clever. Yeah. It can retain an adult audience without being inappropriate for children, like your Gravity Falls and your Owl Houses, just because it is a good show.
Yeah, basically that.
All right, chapter.
I guess that's why I like it. Sorry.
Oh my god! Ah! I got jump scared by us getting a donation. Thank you, whoever donated. Wait, hang on.
Who donated?
Hang on, I've got to pull up my thing. Wait, I can't see. Oh no. My panel has gone away. Ah! Thank you, person. Thank you for donating.
Who donated? Who donated?
Thank you, Christopher Russo. Or Christopher. Yes, thank you, Christopher. We appreciate it. We are raising money for the trans housing. Oh boy, it's back. Okay, the trans housing coalition.
We're raising money for the Southern Trevor Project.
Kind of. The Trevor Project is also a very good organization. This organization helps trans and non-binary people in Atlanta experiencing chronic homelessness get into permanent housing. So yay, we stand that. We love that.
So thank you. Thank you
very much. I so appreciate that. Hang on, let me look at one thing, and then we'll get back to reading. I'm sorry.
Yeah, while she's doing that, I'm going to distract you guys by saying I mentioned it plenty of times already on the chat that one, I used to be a telenovela actor, but that was a long time ago for a questionable show. And two, I am working on a card game that it has elements of Mahjong because I took a walk in Barnes & Nobles like a few months ago. I took a walk to Barnes & Noble just to see what kind of board games they had. And I was surprised at how many of them are similar to each other, but yet no one's ever thought of like emulating the same type of rules as Mahjong, 4-player Mahjong, which is like really, really fun. It's really fun. It can be very cutthroat. It's like Rummy.
Yeah.
If you've ever played Rummy, it's kind of like that, but a lot more cutthroat and taken seriously in the East. So I thought of like, taking elements of that, but giving it a thrift store vibe. And I am in the final phases of getting all the designs done, so that way I can print out a few proof of concepts, play test them, and then order a few dozen copies of it to, just promote. So.
I'm still confirmed. Side note to what's going on in chat. I am convinced that every mattress firm, allegedly, this is my opinion, is a front for something. Because there's like
everybody knows that.
There's always like 3 of them on the same corner. It's like, how is that business savvy? And also, who's still buying mattresses at Mattress Firm?
Yeah, everybody ordered them online. I literally got a full mattress.
I literally bought every mattress I've bought in my adult life online, and it came in a box, and it popped up, and it was super easy, and I didn't have to leave my house. Anyway,
yeah.
Chapter 14.
But yeah, so I just mentioned that, so that way when I get a few ordered and the instructions printed out and all that, you guys, I'm gonna send one to Avery, and then Avery will have such a fun time doing it for her charity stream.
Yes, that'll be
Hopefully,
super fun. That'll be super super fun. We haven't
yeah.
played
Unless she
board
gets
games
fed up
since.
with me and says, "You know what, Daniel? Your
No.
opinions are too bold for me. I just
No.
don't like it."
No, we haven't. I was just thinking we haven't played a board game since I played with I played the Series of Unfortunate Events game with Natasha. That'll be really fun to have like another good board
Yeah.
game to play.
Yeah, and then it'd be like, "No, you're not playing it right. No, send it back to me. I don't want
we
to give
play
it
it
to you
wrong
anymore."
on purpose just to stress you out.
Like, no, what are you doing? Stop it! I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this.
All right, I'm going to chapter 14. We're really close to your half. All things considered, considering that we each basically have a whole book's worth to read, I think I've made decent time.
Yes, you did. Record time.
Thank you. The hunger never went away, but my book almost did for 1 second. Even as we spiraled down toward the Taxon homeworld, I felt it. I was thankful Lauren was safe back in the Jahar. I didn't know if I could have resisted the Taxon's appetite. I really don't know. As we came in for a landing, a ground control appeared on our screens and demanded our clearance. Our ship's computer responded automatically. Ground control told us they were backed up on offloading cargo. It would be half a day before they could unload the Yeerks on our hold. I didn't know how to feel about that. I didn't want the thousands of Yeerks to make it safely to their destination, but I didn't want to slaughter them either. And I had no doubt if we got away again in the Yeerk ship, Lauren meant to kill the Yeerks in the hold. The spaceport was a large facility, obviously still under construction, and as we came in low for a landing, the descending through orange and green acid clouds, we could see dozens of other ships resting in their cradles on the ground. Hundreds of Taxons and Geds and even Hork-Bajir were busy building, adding new capacity. But even amidst all the activity, we could spot the Skrit-Na raider ship. That was our target. If we were right, the time matrix was aboard the ship. A landing beam guided us to a cradle on the far edge of the facility, and we were more than a mile away from the Skrit-Na ship. A mile isn't much in space, but on the ground, on an empty planet, in a body that makes you want to scream, it's a very, very long distance. Whatever you do, remember what you are. Remember what you are, Elrond instructed. You're a Taxon on a Taxon planet. Act like it. The three of us in Taxon Morph exited out the hatch and into the air of the Taxon homeworld. The first thing I noticed was that the sky was a pale gray-brown, the color of dust. The bright clouds were too high up even to be seen. The second thing I noticed was that the smell of the smell everywhere. Everywhere, warm living hearts were beating. Hork-Bajir hearts, Ged hearts, Taxon hearts. Blood rushed through veins. The spaceport was a vast array of ship cradles in a dozen different sizes and shapes. Some were taller than 10 tall trees. Some lay almost flat, rising just a few feet from the dirt. Some were empty, but most had held ships. There were slow transports unloading the cargo fighters in for repairs, even gigantic Yeerk pool ship. I can't see the three spider legs of the pool ship towering over the cradle. I could see the three spider legs of the pool ship towering over the cradle. There were shredder burns, and one of the legs was shattered. The ship had been in a battle. Below a maze of cradles was a bare orange-red dirt, not a blade of grass, just a dirt. There were primitive magnetic levitation rails running through the massive forests of cradles, train cars, some open, some enclosed bubbles raced back and forth along the tracks. Cargo was being loaded onto the train cars by Geds. The Geds were the Yeerks' first victims, the first race they enslaved. Geds almost seem to walk on two legs like humans, but they are actually always hunched over so that they can keep one hand on the ground for balance. We took an open elevator from the cradle down to the ground. As we descended, I counted 2 ships landing and 1 taking off. The mag-lev trains zipped back and forth in the dizzying array of tracks. On the ground, big tracked vehicles moved heavier loads. Everywhere were Taxons, swaggering Hork-Bajir, and busy, clumsy Geds. Each was a controller, a slave to the Yeerk in its head. It was a huge, raucous, noisy place full of steel and dust and all the smells of solvents, the Taxon filth. Busy, Alaron muttered, awfully busy. I know what he meant. I knew what he meant. Back home, they'd told us the Yeerks were being stopped by our forces. The average Andalite civilian thought we were beating the Yeerks, but the spaceport was evidence of the contrary. The spaceport, just one of several on this one planet, was alive with hurried activity. Suddenly, I don't know how to say that. I don't know how to make that sound. I looked up just in time to see a Taxon slip from the mag-level train tracks overhead. He hit the ground like a bag of goo. Ugh. His needle legs crumpled into his worm body and split open. It was pandemonium. Taxons came rushing from all sides. Woof! A big Taxon slammed into me, practically knocking me over. More of them, all rushing, came toward their fallen friend. But they were not rushing to help. They were rushing to eat the still living Taxon. Then I felt hunger. It swept me up. I couldn't resist. I was moving forward, jostling to get to the screaming worm myself, rushing, pushing, shoving, desperate to reach him. And no! I felt my own mind snap back to the surface. I had been overwhelmed by the Taxon's own instincts, but even now, even with all my willpower, I couldn't resist. It was as if I were being drawn by a magnet, as if I were being sucked into black hole. The smell of the wounded Taxon, the fervent beating of its heart, I was there, looking down at the injured Taxon through my shattering compound eyes. I plunged my upper body downward, mouth open, teeth gnashing, ready to no. I pulled back, but my power of the hunger would not release me. I motored my dozens of cone legs, pulling back and the other eager Taxons pushed me aside, heedless. Where was Arbron and Alron? I'd lost them in my mad rush to feed. I pulled back and back further, each step like moving 1,000,000 pounds, and yet I did move away. The feeding frenzy became even more nightmarish. Taxons crawled over each other to get at the fresh meat. I managed to turn my huge long worm body around and ran from it. I ran as fast as the Taxon limbs would carry me. I found a shredded spot under one of the towering ship cradles, and I cowered there, using all my strength to resist. Finally, after a while, the frenzy passed, not because I had grown strong, but simply because I could now smell that there was no more meat left. The Taxon horde broke up and slithered off in various directions back to their work. Where was Arbron? Where was the Prince Alron? I was lost and alone on the Taxon world. All I could think of doing was heading toward the Skrit-Na ship. Hopefully, my 2 fellow Andalites would be there. I had to remind myself that we had a mission. The time matrix. If the Yeerks realized what was in that Skrit-Na ship, there would be no hope at all. Then, although the image was fractured, I saw Hork-Bajir coming toward me, 6 or 7 of them moving in swiftly, surrounding me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't run. A 10-foot-long worm does not outrun a Hork-Bajir. One Hork-Bajir controller swaggered up before me. At a signal from him, the others all leveled Draken beams straight at me. Not that they needed Draken beams. A Hork-Bajir can slice attacks into ribbons in a second, and I had seen what happened to any Taxon careless enough to be injured. Welcome to the Taxon homeworld, the Hork-Bajir said. I am Sub-Visser 7. You interest me. Yes, indeed, I am very interested in any Taxon who will not eat fresh meat. I hated that chapter.
It's like a Goosebumps chapter, huh?
That was probably one of the most gruesome things we've read. Hi, Patrick.
So far.
Movie was good.
So
Yay. Ooh, no spoilers. Yes, no spoilers, because most of us haven't seen it yet. Hello. In Living, Shaka was door dashing looking for something to listen to. LOL bet. Welcome. We are reading the Andalite Chronicles and raising money for the Trans Housing Coalition here in Atlanta. All Pride. Well, we're not reading the book All Pride Month. We're raising money all Pride Month. Tonight we're reading the book.
Yes. Speaking of Atlanta, sorry to digress. That way your brain gets a little bit of a break. There's this I wouldn't say influencer, but like this teacher, her name's like Miss Chang or something. Lives in Atlanta. She has 2 boys. One of them is clock obsessed.
Okay.
So just scrolling through not TikTok, Instagram, and I just came across it, and I was like, this kid, like, literally, I thought it was like a joke at first. It was like he just like is at a birthday party, and he like picks up a clock and shows his mom, and then I was like, no, go put that back.
Aww.
And then like I look on the page, and it's like, no, this kid like is like all in, like, you know how some kids are all into trains or like dinosaurs or
Yeah,
like
it's a special
cars.
interest.
No, this kid like all into clocks. He's like, like people send him like clocks, and he has like an older brother too. But I just like watching their content because it's like wholesome, but also like unintentionally funny. This little kid, he
That's
takes his
cute.
like mom's because she's a teacher, and they go to this. He goes to the same school that his mom teaches at, and like when she's having lunch, sometimes he comes in when she's having lunch. He like one of them was him taking like her fruit snacks, just eating
Aw.
them. And then he's like, do you
Cute.
have something to, and she's like, do you have something to say? He's like, thank you.
I love it. I love when
So
people
cute.
have random interests. Hi, Paula Dudley. Milo says, I met a young woman who was obsessed with thermostat controllers. Love that. We love the hyperfixation. We met, and the first thing she said to me was, do you have a thermostat in your house? And when I said yes, she asked if I had a photograph of it. Oh my gosh.
That's funny. Can I see what she looks like?
It does
Oh,
say
wow.
it. It
That's
does say
beautiful.
it does say alien. She's assigned a gender to the thermostat, like sailors and their ships.
Yeah, sailors on the ships.
It does say alien gore. Specifically, there's alien cannibalism, but then there's also just like alien, and aliens ending each other in very, very alien-like ways. It's Animorphs.
It's Animorphs. It's a kid's book about war.
About war, and the adults writing this kid's book are just like, kids can handle it. Hey kids, you know how the Hork-Bajir like to eat each other?
The Taxon, you mean?
Or the Taxons, yeah, sorry.
Don't you mean the Taxon, Miss Vanderhouten?
Look,
Your students would correct you.
I'm on page 44, chapter 15. My brain is melted.
I'd be like, look, kid, I've been reading since 8 this morning, and it's 2, and we're ready to go. Do you think I really am paying attention? My brain is mush right now. You had just had recess, and I've still been trying to figure out what happened in chapter 15.
All right, speaking of which, chapter 15. Morphing power is a wonderful tool. It allows Andalites to pass among many different species. It makes up the greatest spies in the galaxy. But it has an awful drawback. You see, if you stay more than 2 hours and more, if you stay there forever, you become a Nothlit, an Andalite living out his life in a different body. That was my greatest fear, becoming the Hork-Bajir controllers that was my greatest fear, as the Hork-Bajir controllers led me to a mag-level train car. The Sub-Visser commandeered the train car. He ordered everything else off. I stood there, helpless, surrounded as the mag-lev car shot away from the platform. It wound its way through the maze of ship cradles, through the construction workers who were busy building up the might of the Yeerk Empire. The Yeerks sub-visor said nothing. He seemed almost bored. He slouched his Hork-Bajir body and watched the passing sights gloomily. I watched him as well as I could with my Taxan eyes. A sub-visor is a high rank. I remembered that from the basic training classics where they taught us about the Yeerks' foe. At the top of the Yeerk Empire is the Council of 13. One of these 13 is emperor, but no one knows which one. It's closely guarded secrets. The Yeerks fear assassination. Just below the Council of 13, they are the Visors. They are the generals of the Yeerks military. They are numbered according to their power of importance. Visor 1 would be the most powerful on down through Visor 40 or so. A sub-Visor is like a colonel. Very powerful, especially if he has a low number like 7, but not a Visor yet. The sub-Visor spoke. So, Andalite, how long have you been in this morph? I had to stop myself from crying aloud. He knew I was an Andalite. No, wait, maybe he didn't know. Maybe he was trying to trick me. Sorry, Swiss, I said. I didn't know what it meant. The Taxan body had Taxan instincts, but not Taxan life learning. So I couldn't speak the Taxan language, but maybe the sub-Visor couldn't either. He'd been speaking Galard so far, the language of interstellar trade and commerce. It was the language many races had learned back when the galaxy was at peace. It was used to communicate between different species. The sub-Visor looked at me with his slitted Hork-Bajir eyes. Don't waste that snake speak on me. If you're one of us, you'll be able to speak Galard. Was this another trap? Could Taxan controllers speak Galard? Was it even possible for them with their strange mouths? I didn't know. I had no experience speaking with sounds, and even though I still had the translator chip in my head, it could not interface with my Taxan brain. What could I do? The sub-Visor laughed. So, you want to resist me? Good. I need the entertainment. It's rather dull being in charge of security for the sector, I suppose. You're one of the rebels. One of those mountain Taxans who refuse to join the Empire. Well, we'll get the truth quickly enough. Mountain Taxans, rebels. I was so surprised I temporarily forgot to be terrified. There were still Taxans resisting the Yeerks? This would be huge news to my people. We'd assumed all the Taxans had accepted the Yeerk rule in exchange for promises of fresh, unusual meats. The train car was riding 100 feet off the dismal plain now, just getting beyond the outskirts of the spaceport. Through the window, I could actually see the cradled Skrit-Na ship as we zoomed past. I hoped Alron and Arbron had made it there. I hoped they would complete the mission, because it didn't look as if I would be there to help them. Then, suddenly, the train car veered sharply left, and I saw a mound, almost a small mountain. It was maybe 200 or 300 feet high, nothing but a slag heap of dirt excavated from the construction of ship cradles, really. But it seethed. There were holes everywhere, holes that seize of a Taxan. Taxans were crawling in and out of the holes. There were pulsating worm bodies would slither and wallow into the mound. Others would emerge, seeming to almost blink with the foul red mouths. Rebels are just fresh meat, Sub-Visor 7 said calmly. But being a Taxan, you understand, any rebels we catch go to feed loyal Taxans. It's sad, really, but I have no choice. It's one of the idiotic regulations I have to deal with. It's all part of our deal with the Taxans. Any suspect Taxan is turned over to loyal Taxans for interrogation. Of course, Taxans don't really interrogate. They don't have the patience for it. They ask 1 or 2 questions, and then, well, it's dinner time. I must have quivered in terror. The sub-Visor grinned, a Hork-Bajir grin. Of course, you could tell me why you're here, and what your mission really is, Andalite. You'll still be executed, of course, but I can make it painless, much better than being eaten alive. He didn't know what I was. he'd been toying with me. He did know what I was. He'd been toying with me. He knew I was an Andalite, but I sensed he was telling the truth. I could either confess and demorph, or die the death of the Taxon controllers would inflict. This is what it had come to. All my hopes of being a great hero, it all ended here, just this quickly. I felt sick down to my bones. How had everything gone so horribly wrong? But I couldn't tell the Yeerks anything. The Jahar was still up in orbit. If I confessed, the 2 humans would be taken by the Yeerks. Aloran and Arbron who were probably still free might be caught too. And there was the Time Matrix. The Time Matrix sat unnoticed in a Skrit Na ship, just a mile from where we stood, and that could mean the end of all Andalites. I couldn't talk. I couldn't. The sub-visor leaned close to me. He actually whispered, "There's one other possibility. This Hork-Bajir body I use is fine, but there are millions of Hork-Bajir controllers now, and what are my other choices? To go back to being a Ged? Or take a Taxon body? No, no thanks. I won't live with the Taxon hunger." The train plunged into the Taxon hive. Darkness descended in the darkness, my Taxon eyes actually worked better. The sub-visor's Hork-Bajir face was a shattered sparkling of tiny images to my Taxon eyes, but I could hear his heart beating faster. There is one other possibility, Andalite. There has never been an Andalite controller. None of us has ever succeeded in capturing an Andalite alive. Your warriors use the nasty Andalite tail blade on themselves rather than to be taken alive, he grinned. Such a waste, really. See, I want to be the first to have an Andalite body with that. Is this Visser 3? No, it can't be. Or maybe he's Visser 3 by the time we know him. With that body...
I thought we got his name already, no?
He's sub-Visser 7, but that's his rank. So, like...
Are you talking about the Yeerk, or are you talking about the Visser body?
I'm talking about the Yeerk, who is Visser 3. Andalite controller. None of us have ever succeeded. With that body, with the Andalite morphing power, I wouldn't be remaining a sub-Visser for long. I could be a full Visser. An Andalite controller? The Yeerk scum wanted to take over an Andalite body? I felt a wave of revulsion. A wave of revulsion that seemed to grow out of some deep insight, as if I had caught a glimpse of the future. I wasn't a mystic. I was in the military, but still, I felt a weird, unsettling sensation. I looked at the sub-visor. I looked into his greedy, murderous eyes, and it was all as if I could see him clearly. As if the veil of time was lifted, and I knew that I would not die. Not yet, at least. I knew it deep in my heart, because I knew that in looking at this creature, this Yeerk, I was looking at my true personal enemy. "Let me take the Andalite body," he said. "You'll live. It's the only way you'll live." "My name is Elfangor, Yeerk," I said. "Remember the name. You'll be hearing it again, but you will never take me alive." "A pity," the Yeerk sneered. "Stop the car," he yelled, his Hork-Bajir. "Open the door." A maglev train stopped smoothly. The door opened. We were on a track deep inside the Taxon hive. There was a large open cavern around us, as if the hive was hollow at its core. Down below, perhaps 20 feet down, there was a seething mass of Taxons. "See them?" the sub-visor asked. "Taxons, not Yeerks, not those. No, those are Taxons in their natural state. Unimproved, you might say, as savage and bloodthirsty as any creature in the galaxy. The Taxons below spotted us above them. They raised their eternally hungry red mouths up to gape at us. They knew what was going to happen next. The Hork-Bajir surrounded me. I wanted to fight, but I had no weapons. There was nothing I could do. "Throw him out," the sub-visor said. The Hork-Bajir rushed at me. They pushed my sagging, flaccid flesh. I scrabbled desperately with my rows of cone legs, but it was useless, and they rolled and shoved and slid me helpless to the door, and then I was falling. We're almost there.
Yep. I never thought I'd hear the word flaccid in a young adult novel.
I didn't like that. I didn't care for that. Hi, Sammy.
Yes. Andalite seppuku, Milo said.
I'm sorry you guys haven't
All right.
slept well. Thank you for popping in, though, Patrick.
Yes. So, chapter 16, and then we'll take a quick intermission.
I read this book before a long time ago. I do a little bit of Animorphs content myself. Ooh, I'll have to check that out.
Cool.
We love meeting other Animorph content creators.
Yes, we do.
Enjoying this unsubscribing. Welcome. We appreciate having you here.
Yes, we do.
Andalite.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, it's Andalite seppuku. Does that say Alien Gore? Yes, it did say Alien Gore. I'm doing good, Sammy. I hope you're doing good. We've got a long book tonight, so we're just strap in because we're not even done with my half yet, and then you've got your half.
I was gonna say, or you know what? Maybe we can get to 2, and then after, instead of reading the fanfic, we can just jump into part 3 right after, and then read the next book. Because damn, this is a lot.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, somehow we'll get there.
Because it's another 16 chapters for part 2, and then part 3 is another 16 or so. It's a little bit longer than the other.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Just a suggestion.
We could. We'll. I guess we'll. Yeah, we'll see how we feel at the end of part 2. Or do you want to? I'm trying to think through this because if I go past chapter 16, then you won't get to read. So I'll stop reading after this and give you the next part.
Yeah, and then I'll read book 2 because technically they're books. Book 2, yeah. And then maybe you want to do next week. We can do book 3 and then jump into another book.
Yeah, like instead of doing our intermission, we'll just do that, and then we can do that.
Yeah, because this
read the third part. Read the third part, and then
I'm
a lot.
Like drifting in and out of like
yeah. No, I totally get it.
Yeah, they're falling flaccid.
Falling flaccid. All right, I can deal with that. Yeah, that sounds like a plan to me.
If that's okay with chat, are you guys good with that? Because it's like. This seems like a good marinade. Like you got to let it sit a bit. Because if you read it all, you're gonna be like, "What did I just read?"
I'm good with that. I mean, yeah, because it's gonna take us a hot second to get through even the 2 parts. So,
part 1, we find out that Elfangor was a cadet and wasn't that good. But then he gets put on a mission with Arbor. Is it Arbor?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And then and so they have they commandeer this Skritna ship which had this time traveling device that was on the Taxon homeworld. However, when they commandeered the Skritna ship, they ran into a young Chapman and a girl named Lauren. And so rather than return them home right away, they pulled a Margot. And we're like, it's on the way. We might as well just go that way. It's a distress call.
That's an As the World Turns reference for those of you who are new.
Arbron, thank you, Arbron.
Yeah, we'll read the third part in lieu of reading, and then just read the next normal chapter book.
Yeah.
So that'll work out.
Just because it's like 16 chapters. Normally, an Animorphs book is like around 60 pages, and Avery probably read like 2/3 of it right now.
We might not get to my favorite scene tonight. Well, let's say this. Let's leave the door open. If by some miracle we get to the end of part 2 and we've got some kind of second wind, we'll each take a half of that. But,
Yeah, not that we don't want to do it, but it's like, ooh, this is like...
We're not saying we won't. I just want to make sure we're just going to divvy it up a little bit differently at least, because I don't want Daniel to not get to read anything in case we cut it short.
Yeah, because it's like, it's a lot bigger than what... Remember when we first started doing this, and we're like, oh, we can do 2 books easy. And they're like, oh shit, these are long.
I mean, they're about the length of a Goosebumps novel, and I read one of those per Goosebumps.
Yeah, but this is like the length of 2 books.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not ruling out reading the third one tonight, but just in case we can't get to it, I'll stop after part 1, give you part 2, and then if we get to part 3, we'll each take half of that. Or
part 3, yeah. So go ahead, get it. Chapter 16, and then we'll intermission.
All right, part 16 or chapter 16, part 1. Falling, demorph! I screamed to myself. Even as I was falling, I was demorphing. If I was going to die, I'd die an Andalite, not some disgusting, cannibalistic worm. Woof! I hit the ground. I hit it hard. The sides of my Taxon body burst open from impact, and in the flash, the other Taxons were on me. Demorph! But I couldn't possibly morph quickly enough. Red Taxon mouths drew back and rose up high, plunging straight down at my shattered flesh. The pain of the fall had been dulled by sheer shock, but this pain, I felt I have never known anything so terrible. In my darkest nightmare, I've never even imagined. Ah! I screamed, but just as loudly I screamed, demorph! It was a race to see whether I would die before I could demorph. Again and again, they ripped at me, but now my Taxon flesh was shrinking away from them. It was changing, becoming some strange new meat. It would all depend on how the morph happened. If my head emerged too soon, the Taxons would simply rip it off. I didn't need my head. I didn't even need my legs. I needed my tail. If any Andalite in all of history needed his tail, I needed mine right now. Ah! The pain was unbearable. I was delirious, unable even to think, to focus, to keep track of what was happening to me. It wasn't going to work. I had been wrong to hope, wrong to imagine I could survive ravenous, but then I felt some distant part of me move, and I sensed a shudder pass through the ravenous Taxons. With what was left of my Taxon eyes, I saw it appear all the way back at the end of my Taxon body. A bright blade, my tail, I slashed, missed, and then I fired again, and I missed again. But it made the Taxons back away, and while they were reconsidering, my legs grew long and strong. The last of my bleeding worm body shrank and hardened. I heard bones growing inside me. And then I could see again. The Taxons came at me again, rushing at me, bold with hunger. But now the situation had changed. Oh yes, the situation had definitely changed. I aimed and I slashed. I aimed, I slashed, I aimed, I slashed. Come on, you filthy worms, come on. And suddenly, even the Taxons had decided they didn't want to eat me. Instead, the Taxons I had cut were set upon by the rest. Through my stalk eyes, I saw the Subvisor and his Hork-Bajir soldiers looking down and laughing. The cold voice of Subvisor said, "Kill him! Shoot the Andalite scum!" That is exactly the kind of drama that Visser 3 would have. The Hork-Bajir soldiers raised their weapons and sighted on me. Shoo! Shoo! Draken beams singed the air above me and melted the dirt at my feet. I couldn't outrun them. I had to hide. But hide where? Oh! I dove back into the Taxon feeding frenzy. Their sluggish, sloppy bodies pressed in all around me. It was sickening, but it gave me cover. Go in after him, the Subvisor ordered. Cut him to pieces. 6 huge Hork-Bajir leapt down from the train tracks. There was no way I could defeat 6 Hork-Bajir warriors. I was exhausted on the edge of collapse. But there was one last desperate hope. The Kafit bird. Once you do a morph, the DNA stays with you. Once you've morphed a creature, you can morph it again. And I needed wings as much as I needed my tail. Red Bull gives you wings. I squirmed between the huge worms, keeping away from their mouths, not that they wanted to fight an Andalite right then. And then I felt the Taxon flesh pressing in around me. Something smothering me, but at the same time hiding me from the Hork-Bajir. I morphed again. I shrank. I grew smaller and smaller. Back, you Taxon Hogring, the Hork-Bajir yelled in a mix of Gallard and the Hork-Bajir language. The Taxons began to pull away, driving back and slashing Hork-Bajir wrists and elbows. I was in the open. A Hork-Bajir was standing over me. He was looking right down at me. Had I finished morphing? No time to worry. I would either fly or die. I opened what I hoped were 6 pairs of Kafit wings. I spread them wide. I flapped hard, and I flew. Up off the ground, up from the dirt, I flew. I flew inches above the Hork-Bajir. I flew over the Subvisor, who was now screaming in rage at his soldiers. Shoot it! Shoot it! But the Taxons may be hit, one of the Hork-Bajir protested. I really don't care. Shoot! Shoot! Kill it! Shoot! I really, but Visor 3 is acting like we all do when we see a spider. Kill it with fire!
No. I'd probably pick it up and then put it outside.
Well, yeah, but the majority... I think Visor 3 is reacting the way Visor 3 would react if he saw a spider.
Yeah, probably. No, that's just me, though. Okay, except for Black Widow. That would never pick up a Black Widow.
No, you stay away from them.
That shit.
You kill that
if it's
shit.
like, oh, it's just a little cockroach. It's like, just pick it up and then just put it outside. People freak out even more when I freaking touch them. I'm like, what's wrong?
I could have used you a few months ago when that giant cockroach was just like in here. I was like, I can't find it. It's too fast.
I thought it was wasn't it something else that like burrowed into the wall or something?
No, it was a giant cockroach.
Ah, I see.
It was like a cockroach like that big, and I was just like, damn it! It's bug season in the South.
Bug season in the South. Only on TNT.
But it was too late. I was in the air. I raced as fast as my wings would take me. Back down the stinking tunnel towards daylight. I saw the brown-gray light ahead, and I flew toward it as if my life depended on it. I exploded from the tunnel into the open with an outraged cries of the Subvisor ringing in my ears. I made it! I cried to no one but myself. I made it! I'm alive! I flew the Kafit bird's top speed back toward the spaceport. Somewhere back there were Alron and Arbron. Somewhere back there, the time matrix waited to be discovered. There was still a mission and the hope of returning safe and alive to the Jahar. And there was life. Life! Life never feels so sweet as when you've come right up against death. Then I saw it. It was descending the last few feet into a large ship cradle. It was unlike any other craft at the spaceport, unlike anything my Yeerk had ever designed or built. The Jahar! The Jahar was landing. It was impossible. There was no one aboard the Jahar but the 2 humans. How could it be landing? Why was it landing? I soared as high as I could and saw that the Yeerks, in all shapes and sizes, were rushing to meet the amazing ship. They clustered around many with weapons drawn. Looking back, I saw a maglev train come tearing at top speed from the Taxon mound. I knew in my heart the Subvisor 7 was on that train. It took several minutes for the docking clamps to be fitted to the alien craft, and more minutes while the Yeerks trained every weapon they had on the small ship. The maglev train arrived, slamming carelessly into 2 slow-moving Geds. Out stepped Subvisor 7. He had only 4 of his original 6 Hork-Bajir with him. I guess the other 2 had paid the ultimate price for failing their commander. The hatch of the Jahar appeared. It opened, and out stepped a creature no Yeerk had ever seen before. It walked only on 2 legs. It held up its hands and said, hey, relax. You can put down the weapons. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to trade. Chapman. He realized that the Yeerks did not understand him, so with his hands, he pretended to be handing them something and then receiving something from them. Subvisor 7 strutted to meet the alien. He laughed cynically. It wants to trade, he said. This strange creature wants to trade. So, what do you have to trade, alien? Neither Subvisor 7 nor Chapman had understood a word the other had said, and yet they understood each other perfectly. Chapman kept his hands raised as he made a human smile. Then, very slowly, he stepped back into the shadowed interior of the ship, and when he reappeared, he was shoving someone before him. It was Lauren. She was bound with wire. Chapman pushed her viciously. She fell to the ground before Sub-Visor 7. That's what I have to trade, Chapman said. A whole planet full of that.
Oh, you jackass.
I know, that asshole. All right, part 2. Aileron's choice.
All right.
Woo!
Intermission. All right, you guys, we will be back in like 5 minutes or so. Take a stretch break, get a drink, use the lab, all that good stuff.
Hi, Tala. I've been excited for the scene since we started reading it. For kids. Oh, thank you. This series really does not hold back on the horror. No, it does body horror actually
no,
very well. It is actually a pretty good masterclass in body horror.
Yeah.
It is sci-fi adventure, but it's
Pretty
sci-fi
good.
horror on like
better than it's a lot better than Goosebumps with their trying to make fat-phobic body horror nonsense.
Yeah. Literally, how is this kid so frighteningly fascistic at like 15? Actually, never mind. I remember his school. Oh, yeah. I remember high school. Yep. He's a high schooler in the 70s.
Yeah, fuck Chapman. That's all I gotta say. Fuck you, Chap.
If you were a high school in the 70s, I'm sure you were a better person than Chapman, but like, you know what I'm saying. It's possible. I can see how it could be possible. Anyway, I'm going to mute myself for a second while we take a 2-minute stretch break and run down and get a snack, and I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna go take a lab break. I suggest everyone do the same. Take a stretch break, get a drink, get a snack, take a lab break, all that stuff. We'll be back in 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm back. I almost tripped over my own shit because this room is small, but I'm back. Hi, how's everybody doing? Let me check a couple things. I know it's gonna mess with the feed of Daniel. So while Daniel's not back, let me just check a couple quick things real quick. Ha! Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Thank you to everybody so far who has donated to our campaign ongoing. To celebrate Pride Month, we are raising money all this month for the Trans Housing Coalition. And it's very important to me, so I'm very, very grateful for all of you who have joined me in donating and have been here. You guys are all wonderful. So anyway, what am I doing? What am I saying? My brain already feels fried, but you know what? Animorphs, baby. Literally houses it, and that's why I want to pretend that this Chapman isn't our Chapman completely undermines the tragedy of his choosing to be a controller to save his daughter if he's the whole reason she and Earth are at risk. I disagree. A lot of people like to think they're brothers, lol. With broccoli and homework. I can see them being brothers because we never are confirmed that they have the same name. But I get what you're saying fully. But I also think there is almost more of a reason for his story, his tragic backstory, right? Because it's like his own stupidity is what put his family in danger. So there's like a level of extra guilt there. I don't know. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying I can see it. So far, although we haven't read the rest of the book. I know you guys have, but I guess we'll see how I feel at the end of everything. Oh no, sorry, I missed your comment. Let me go back. Let me see. Oh, I just straight up don't see your other comment, Sammy. I'm sorry.
What I miss?
We were talking about whether or not Chapman, being the reason for all of this starting, like with the Yeerks invading Earth, if that undermines his tragic backstory of trying to save his kid or not.
No, I blame the Andalites for not taking priority of taking him home. So, not that I justify what Chapman did, but I mean, like, all could have been avoided if they were just like, if they put more importance of taking these humans home as opposed to like their own cause. Their selfishness led to their downfall.
As far as like him being put in the situation that he's in to do this for his kid, I see the argument that could undermine that, but also at the same time I feel like because it's his fault, there's more guilt there, which almost makes his story more interesting. If he's like, oh, I fucked up as a teenager and now my current family is in trouble.
That's true. That's very true. It's like, I guess, like, if you think about it, like the generational thing of like, oh, maybe if I was less selfish, we wouldn't be having these climate changes or whatever.
Yeah. Or like, oh, back in the day I supported, because it's all a war allegory. It's sort of like if you supported an unjust or an unnecessary war, which most wars are, and then, one of your children was like hurt by it, right?
Yeah, like, well, like, I don't know, let's say the World War II bombing of Hiroshima. People were still like suffering the after effects still to this day, more or less.
Yeah.
But anyway, so what else were we talking about in chat?
Just that, and then Milo said a lot of people choose to believe they're just brothers, so that it's not like Principal Chapman.
I don't know. Some people choose to believe it's Principal. It's like some people who say, yeah, it's a bad game, but... Yeah, it's a bad book, but you need to read all 500 other books of it to get and understand and appreciate the lore. You know what I'm saying?
I was really entertained because last Kingdom Hearts stream, AJ was like, you've got to admit there are some holes in Kingdom Hearts lore. And Maddie's like, no, it makes sense. You just have to play everything, even the mini games and the phone games. I thought that
I am agreeing with AJ because I'm like, I remember I put in the chat, I was like, the plot is very convoluted, and then Maddie's like, it's not, once you get it, it's not that hard to understand. I'm like,
I would say that it's just because everything so far has been more or less explained. That doesn't mean it's not convoluted. That doesn't mean it's bad. I like Kingdom Hearts very much, but it is a very there's a lot of and then going back and then adding to the plot and then all that
exactly.
Stuff. It doesn't make it bad.
Why can't it just be fun for the sake of fun? Why does it have to be this angsty, super deep thing when it could just be okay, this kid who goes through these Disney worlds to fight off these things called the Heartless and the Nobodies, and that's it. Instead of, oh, he has a nobody, he's also heartless, but this and that. I'm like, okay, well, what does that amount to? And then I remember seeing a video that was 3 hours long of it was a 3-hour video saying Kingdom Hearts is not that complicated or something like that. The plot of Kingdom Hearts is not that complicated. I'm just thinking to myself, if it's a 3-hour long YouTube video, it's really complicated to explain.
Yeah, it doesn't make it bad. Just because something's complicated doesn't necessarily mean it in a negative way. It just is complicated.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I guess people think that what a criticism is negative, but it's not always. It's like I said, if it's oh, Kingdom Hearts is not that simple to understand, and it's kind of convoluted. Doesn't mean that it's bad. Doesn't mean that it's terrible. It just means they should spend less time on the plot and just focus on the things that are good.
Christopher says, I can get what you're saying about Chapman, Avery. The scale is just all kinds of off to me. If he got someone he knew personally killed here via betrayal or cowardice, I could see it, not with the world. But then Milo says, Chapman is extremely unsympathetic to vets with PTSD/shell shock, so he probably is in support of the war, and I think that does fit in with this sort of metaphor. Yeah, that's my personal interpretation. Right, and everybody's, everybody's valid in their interpretation. But my interpretation is that
I was gonna say, but we have to remember too, this was a teenage, foolish young Chapman.
Yeah.
People that are still, but you don't develop your brain until you're 25. That's when your brain is fully developed. So someone who was foolish and a hoodlum and a ne'er-do-well back then.
No, after last night, that word is broken to us.
Ne'er-do-well?
No, hoodlum, because we played this boomer-coded Nancy Drew game that was was it the hoodlum stealing things? And we're just like, sir?
Yeah. Someone who's a ne'er-do-well, a charlatan, could learn from their foolishness and then grow up to be someone who isn't that. For all we know, he could be infested in this book, and then the Yeerk was the thing to help him turn around and be someone of an upstanding citizen. I don't know.
Milo says, whereas a young boy, he thought war was righteous and glorious, and anyone feels glorified by killing is cracked out and a coward. And then he actually experienced it for himself in the horrors. The one thing Homestuck's had on Kingdom Hearts fandom was they knew their story was incomprehensible. But that's the thing is right, that's the thing is I have to agree with Milo, and I fully get what Christopher B is saying, but I do have to agree with Milo that I immediately, knowing that this whole book is a war allegory, I immediately read Chapman as the guy that, like, in his younger years was like, I want to be like this super cool war hero, and didn't like understand because he wasn't old enough and he had never experienced it how horrible war really was. And then because he fucked up as a teenager, because he was in a situation that he just didn't have the comprehension skills to understand, he now is an adult living with this guilt of like, because of what I did, my family and my child and my wife are all in danger and are all like victims of this because of me. I think that almost makes his story to me more interesting, because he was just like some guy. Like, it was already interesting when he was just like a guy that was like roped into this, but knowing that he has a personal hand in it, I don't know. I think the stories of like people who have to learn from their mistakes the very hard way are super interesting, because that's relatable. Like, people that exists,
Mhm.
and like there are certainly people who, like, in their younger years probably were like, yeah, war is cool, and then experience it and are like, oh shit, what have we done? This is not cool.
Yeah, it's almost like, who's that character? The one that was like so gung ho about war, and then they turned like really tail between their legs. Oh, that's right, Aximili Esgaruth Ishtil. The one that wanted to be just like his brother. And then when he was presented with the chance to kill Alron in that book, he spared his life. He did the Saving Private Ryan thing, the one that got away.
Milo, I know nothing about Homestuck except for the whole people were like dyeing themselves gray and ruining bathtubs at cons. But I like that comment. Like, that's the thing, is like Kingdom Hearts is kind of incomprehensible, but I don't think it detracts from it. I think it's fun. It's a fun game for kids.
I'm just gonna tell you right now, when you get to 3, you're gonna hate 3.
Oh really?
It's fun, but you're gonna hate how the story unfolds in 3. I will just say that much, because even I was like, this is stupid, and I didn't even know half the stuff that happened in the other games.
Well, see, that just means Chad is gonna need to hype. He's gonna need to have my back, where I'm like, this doesn't make sense, and Maddie's like, no, but it does. No, I'm just kidding.
But it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Complicated doesn't
it's like
mean bad.
As the world turns, half the shit is so what the fuck. It doesn't make sense. But by goodness, does it not lean so hard into how fucking crazy it can get?
Oh,
and that's why people love it, because it's so it doesn't give a shit about the plot. It just wants to go balls to the walls crazy. And if Kingdom Hearts did that and not took itself seriously, then I'd like kind of be like, yes, this is art right here.
Yeah, you don't have to make high art to be making art.
Yeah. It could be what is it called? Kish? Kitsh or SCH?
I don't think Axe will ever realize how alike he and Elfangor really are. I know. This just makes me sad. Like, this book is great, but it does make me wish that they had more. We got to see them have more time together.
Yeah.
Chapman being go, but I can't. Well, I mean, Christopher, true, but that whole argument of like so and so did something wrong as a young person and I would never do that. It's like true, but humans aren't 1-to-1 ratios, and like maybe Chapman didn't have, you know, the same, you know, opportunities to know certain things are right and wrong, or I don't know.
Look, at the end of the day, this is the version of Chapman we have to go off. We don't get any context of his backstory. We don't get any context of anything with, like, during
his parents. Seems like his parents raised him to value capitalism and war, right? One of like the first thing he says is like, I take what I can get. Like, if you're a teenager, you hear that from your parents. That's why you're saying that.
Yeah, this is a young, impressionable teen who is very foolish and is very impressionable. But this is what we have to go off of, and it's just a give or take of it. If you think he's sympathetic or if you don't think he's either way you see him, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Because this is what we have to go off of from here and the modern timeline of the books.
Homestuck is basically a creation myth involving video games, aliens, and like a lot of references to mediocre movies. That's the simplest way to explain it. And if I went into more detail, it would take hours to explain. Okay, fair enough.
It would be interesting if there was like a like a Chapman Chronicles. Wouldn't there?
The Chapman Chronicles.
The Chapman Files.
The Chapman Files.
The Chapman Files, bitch.
That's funny.
Just like while you know what, that would make perfect sense. While he's being held captive when he goes every 3 days to the Yeerk pool, he would be writing like a diary. Ooh, that would be good.
Yeah.
The Chapman diary.
I can see it. I think one time on stream I threw out like, hey, should we do a thing where I like try to understand. Yeah, repost it, Sammy, because it's just not there. I don't know why I can't see it. I think one time I was like, should I try to read Homestuck and try to explain it, understand it, and everybody was like, no. I was like, okay, just a question. Moving on.
Funny you should suggest Chapman Chronicles, that other big retrospective of Animorphs. I keep noting didn't care for the subject of the last Chronicles, and that very idea was one of the candidates.
Okay.
I wonder who you're talking about.
Interesting. Anyway,
I think I don't know. You'll have to elaborate a bit more later. Gets going on part 2. Alron's choice.
Yeah, I'll let you get going. Boop. This is the end of side A.
How many sides are on a cassette?
What?
This is the end of side A, part 1.
Well, you could have like a 2 cassette. You could have a 2 cassette book.
Now you can have all parts of the Andalite Chronicles on a 2. What is it? I was gonna say CD cassette. For just $29.99. This would play during as the world turned commercials.
Alternate timeline with triangular tapes. It's like a cube.
That is cursed. That is cursed. A pyramidal, like a 3-sided pyramid.
It's a D3
type of thing. That is cursed.
Really not worth it. I don't think that it would be nearly as funny. Today's internet culture. It was back in 2009 when it began. Yeah, no, I totally take chat's word for it. It was just funny because at one time everybody was bringing it up. And
ain't
then
that
I was
a
like,
thing though? Go ahead.
I just thought it was insert tape 2, side A. There is no side B. The side B is omitted.
The side B is just to record like a mixtape.
It's just a Q&A with the author.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you.
Who would win a fight, you or Anna Martin?
K.A. Applegate is like
be on the QA.
K.A. Applegate is like, I probably could, but I just wrote like a whole almost 60-book series about like how like violence is bad. So
who would win in a not cry off, you or Anna Martin?
Oh boy.
It's just the Q&A, just comparing who would win this, you or Anna Martin. Who's the better writer, you or Anna Martin?
It's not a conversation.
Who's more popular,
between.
you or
a fight
Anna Martin?
Between. It's a fight between.
It's in our headcanon now. And her and Anna Martin like just are rivals.
Rivals. Which is funny to think about.
I can make a more sadder book. No, you can't make a sad book. Your shit's pathetic.
Epic rap battles of history style.
Shut up.
62 books. There you go.
All right.
There you go. Have fun. Okay, I could definitely take Anne.
It was an impossible situation. I was alone on an alien planet, scared, sick at heart, and overwhelmed. I flew high above the scene, floating on my 6 pairs of wings. I was in Morph, a 4-legged, 2-armed Andalite transformed into a 12-winged Kafit bird. Below me was a horizon to horizon expanse of the spaceport on the Taxan homeworld. Huge, weirdly shaped metal craters nestled a stunning array of spacecrafts, crafts from every corner that ever expanded of the ever-expanding Yeerk Empire. Transports and fighter than even a vast Yeerk pool, sitting like a bloated three-legged spider. Half a mile to my left was a Skritnaw transport we had chased to the Taxon world. Inside that ship, unknown to the Yeerk, was the Time Matrix. Half a mile to my right was the Yeerk transport ship we had seized in orbit. It was loaded to the brim with Yeerks in their natural slug-like bodies. Big, round tubs of Yeerk slugs. Yeerks I had saved when Alron ordered them destroyed. And right below me was the Jahar. She was like a work of art, stuck in a junk pile. She glowed, beautiful, amidst the clumsy Yeerk vessel. And there, stepping from the Jahar, were the two odd creatures called humans. The one called Chapman shoved a helpless bound Lauren. She fell before the feet of Subvisor 7, the Yeerk in charge of security. The Subvisor with a Hork-Bajir controller. That's what I have to trade, Chapman said. A whole planet full of that. 100 Yeerks in different forms. Huge, glistening, worm-like taxing controllers. Dangerous, bladed Hork-Bajir controllers. Clumsy Ged controllers. All stood watching with bated breath. Where was Arbron, my fellow Arisht? Where was War Prince Alron? The last I'd seen of them, they were in Taxonmorph, but the 2-hour time limit for staying in one morph had passed. I could only hope they had demorphed at some point. Alron should be dealing with all this, I complained bitterly to no one. Alron, the War Prince. He'd been in wars before. He had fought in the Hork-Bajir War. I didn't know anything. I was a nobody. Okay, Elfangor, calm down and think. But how could I be calm? The Yeerks were seizing Lauren and roughly hustling her away. Chapman was trying to communicate with Subvisor 7. Then it hit me. Chapman knew. He knew about the Time Matrix. If he found a way to tell the Yeerks, we were all done for. Okay. So I had to do something. Something. But what? What should I do? This was madness. The entire fate of my people rested on me. On me. Priorities. Okay. What was most important? Rescuing Lauren. No, that was absurd. The Time Matrix. Everything came down to the Time Matrix. Was Chapman going to tell the Subvisor about it? No. It was Chapman's biggest bargaining chip. This human was like a Skritnaw, self-serving, greedy, and very, very strange. Skritnaw are made up of two races. Skrit look like huge insects and are somewhat less than intelligent. The Skrit each eventually leave a cocoon, and a year later, out pops a Naw. The Naw stands on 4 slender legs, have head shaped like Andalite, but only possess 2 eyes. All the Skritnaw care about is owning and possessing them. And it seemed the human Chapman was the very same way. So I truly believed he would not give up the Time Matrix just yet. I had time, but not much. The Subvisor was kept busy. Chapman attempting to talk about Earth. Like any Yeerk, Subvisor 7 would be fascinated by the possibility of an entire planet of sentient creatures for the Yeerk Empire to enslave. Think, Elfangor, think. I couldn't count on fighting Alron or Arbron, but if they were still alive and free, they would reach the same conclusion I had. Go for the Skritnaw ship and its cargo, the Time Matrix. I turned in the air and flapped my many wings, hard as I headed towards the Skritnaw ship. Below, I saw Hork-Bajir grab Lauren and pull her to her feet. They yanked her up by her golden hair, and a human cry of pain floated up to me. Priorities, Elfangor. Lauren, it's me, Elfangor. I called down, focusing my thoughts speak on her alone. I saw her jerk and turn her head away the way humans do to see behind them. Stop. Don't move. Don't make them mad. Don't worry. I'm you. Private thoughts. No one else can hear you. She stopped twisting around and kept marching towards between her Hork-Bajir captors. Tell the Yeerk whatever they want to know. Don't resist. Just one thing. Don't mention the time matrix. If they get that, it's all over. You have to trust me. I will save you. Of course, the human Lauren couldn't answer. Humans don't have thoughts. Like most species, they make sounds to communicate. I could only hope she would trust me. Right. She should trust me. Would I trust some alien who landed me in this mess? I could only hope. She had to keep quiet about the time matrix. I knew Chapman would. I flew hard for the Skritnaw ship. At least I had a goal now. That helped a little. And I just wouldn't think about the insanity of it all. I would just put all that out of my head. Skritnaw ship was being fussed over by Ged controllers. Ged are clumsy, loping creatures. They were the first species the Yeerks infested. Only low-ranking Yeerks were still stuck in the Ged bodies. These Ged controllers seemed to be busy checking the Skritnaw for hull damage. I had to get aboard that ship. I had to fly off the planet. No problem, Elfangor. Just steal the ship in the middle of a Yeerk spaceport. Fly it away without getting zapped. No big deal. It landed in the dirt beneath the ship's cradle. It was dark and filthy down there. Endless debris and trash had been shoved in over the years. They had apparently even emptied ship's sewage, reprocessing plants there. The smell was overwhelming. I demorphed amid the fossilized remains of sewage from a dozen species. Not pleasant. With a good feeling to get my Andalite body back. I cowered behind the massive support pillars as I watched my four legs grow from four of the Kafit's wings. Two other wings became my hand. My sleek bird head grew large and sprouted. My two eyes became my main eyes. The remaining wings shriveled and disappeared as my long, wispy bird tail became a swift, powerful Andalite tail. I was so pleased to get my tail back. A bird's body can be pretty helpless, but unfortunately, I couldn't stay in Andalite form. An Andalite walking around on a taxid world, surrounded by nothing but various types of Yeerks, be just slightly obvious. Slightly obvious, as in, I'd have been dead 10 seconds after I'd walked out of the shadows. I had only one way to go. I would have to resume the taxid morph I had acquired. The taxid DNA was still a part of me. It always would be. I swallowed my fear and loathing and began to morph. And as I felt the huge worm body grow, felt the screaming, desperate taxid hunger rise within me, I tried to form a plan to save my world, my friend, and Lauren all. I was halfway into taxid shape when I heard the shuffling, slithering sound of a taxid. My stalk eyes had already morphed away, but I still had my main eye. I turned to look. It was just a dozen feet away. It must have been lurking in the darkness. It had only to scream for help, and I'd be taxid lunch. Then, to my surprise, the taxid spoke in Andalite thought speak. Elfangor, is that you? Arbron, I cried. I was flooded with relief. I wouldn't be alone. I had Arbron with me. We'd never exactly been close friends, but at least he was one of my own. Yes, it's me, he said. What happened to you? I asked. I lost you and Alron in that terrible feeding frenzy. For a moment, Arbron said nothing. His silence drew a chill up my half-morphed body. I guess we got separated, Arbron said flatly. So, we gonna rescue this time matrix thing, or what? Hero time, huh? Yeah, hero time, I agreed. But there was something wrong. Something very wrong. I could feel it. Where is Elrond? I asked. I don't know. I lost him in the crowd. Just you and me, I guess. Come on. Let's do it. Let's save the world. Haha. Just what you planned, eh, Elfangor? Elfangor, the hero? He seemed to alternate between being flat and emotionless and sudden bursts of manic energy. Maybe it was the strain, the fear, and the vile creepiness of inhabiting a taxon form. That had to be it. Nothing to worry about. Just stress. If I end up being a hero, you'll be one too, I said. Besides, let's just see if we survive first. Yeah, survive, he said, flat and emotionless again. Come on, Elfangor, finish morphing. Well, we all know what the silence means.
Woo.
Silence is always a dead giveaway.
Yep. I've never seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas either, Milo.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Because it said something about fear and loathing. So Milo was saying Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's a movie. I've never seen it.
Ah, I see. All right.
I had heard about that Anna Martin book, but I didn't know what it was about. That is extremely sad and completely on par with something I would expect Anna Martin to do.
What?
The book, The Corners of the Universe. Milo says it's extremely sad and basically the story of a single summer when a young girl meets and befriends her uncle and institutionalized, who's autistic and basically institutionalized. Then Milo goes on to say he likes I Love Lucy and can quote every episode, and I'm just like, oh yes, trauma, exactly what I would expect.
Well, I know what to get you then.
Oh my god.
Don't. You have every right to be upset with me if I get you The Corners of the Universe. Like, Daniel, why would you put me through this?
Oh god.
You know I can't resist a good book.
I know.
But hey, you didn't cry in California Diaries, so it's okay. You didn't cry.
I absolutely did cry. You say I didn't cry in California Diaries?
No, you were like this, but you didn't cry like. Ooh.
I sobbed my way through that book, Sunny Diary 3. That was rough.
Yeah, but you're just like, you're like this. You're like holding it back really well.
Thank you.
Like, damn. I just wanted you to.
Thank you.
I just wanted to see the tears. I just wanted you to sob.
I was really trying to hold some kind of composure, but I was like, damn. Anne
Boleyn.
Bought that book from a scholastic order as I liked the Babysitters Club so much, and it made me cry. Oh no, that's so sad. Like, Bobby, I love the Babysitters Club. Great.
Come Anne and Martin's most serious work yet. Corners of the Universe.
And those of us that have read the California Diaries are like, oh shit, really?
Why isn't the California Diaries required reading? Huh? It should be required reading. It is a literary. I guess it's modern art. I would say
it genuinely
is literary
is.
Modern art.
It genuinely is one of the best YA novels I've read, series I've read, in the way that it, again, I have a healthy fear that translates to respect of Anna Martin. She does not talk down to children. She will tell it to them like it is, but in a way that's not cruel. Well, it's not harsh.
As long as it's not a Dawn book. Dawn is Dawn. I think Anne M. Martin purposely writes Dawn bad on purpose because she needs to let out her frustrations.
I think she hates Dawn because we see that she can write the other characters really well and sympathetic. I think she just chooses not to with Dawn.
Yeah. We just need a book where Dawn gets her shit rocked.
wasn't handled the best, TBH. I think it was written before COTU, and she had the same talent as the uncle from the book. Interesting. That is interesting. I mean, yeah, I mean, no, Anna Martin deals with a lot of topics, and like, I'm sure she hasn't dealt with all of them perfectly because, like, who can deal with everything perfectly? But like, I will say that I appreciate her at least attempt to talk to kids about things that she knows they're struggling with for real, in a way that is empathetic. Um, and I did think her writing in the California Diaries about like EDs and you know other that was very accurate. And then like other people who have had to sadly go through hospice care with family members also were like, this is also super accurate, and I respect her for that. So it's just like
Yeah.
it was raw, and it like
And
sometimes
I want a New York Diaries.
and
Just
I
give
want
me
an
the New York
apology.
Diaries.
I want financial compensation, Anne.
I want a pre, middle, and post 9/11 New York Diaries. Is that too much to ask for, Anne? Am I being a brat for asking for like a 9/11 setting New York Diaries? Is it too soon to ask for that?
That's interesting,
By the
Milo. Yeah, I've seen like I know there are people who can do that in real life and be like, "Oh, yes, you give them a date and they just know like what day it was." And I'm just like perplexes me. I'm just like, "Whew, I couldn't be me."
Couldn't be me either. That's
All
all
right,
I'm
well,
saying, man. I just want that. I just want that. It's like, is it too soon? And then by the time it's not too soon, you won't be with us no more. That's all I'm saying, Anne.
and we're just saying we appreciate your work even if your work
Even
is
if we criticize it.
I mean, like everybody's work gets criticized, you know.
But we criticized it in a healthy way of like, damn, why you gotta be so sad, Anne? We love
Yeah.
it, but damn, it's too much sometimes. Too rich. You gotta cut up the richness with acidity.
But yeah,
Anyways.
sorry. I'll let you keep reading. But yes.
All right.
Agreed with Chad on
Chapter
all points.
18. You have a plan. Sure, I said. We bluff. We tell those GED controllers up there that we've come to fix the computers. Then we fly that sorry Skritnosh ship away. I wanted to sound casual and nonchalant, the way the fighter pilots always sound when they are describing a terrifying battle, like it was all no big deal. Arbon stared at me through red jelly taxon eyes. Okay, lead the way, he said. Arbon and I slithered out from beneath the ship's cradle and motored our rows of taxon needle legs up the ramp of the ship itself. Just a pair of bored taxon technicians going to work, totally calm. Or as calm as any taxon, even a taxon controller, can ever be. There is simply no way to explain the awful hunger of the taxon. It is beyond any hunger you've ever imagined. It is a constant, like a screaming voice in your head, screaming so loud you can't think. Every living thing you see or smell is just meat to you. You hear beating hearts and smell rushing blood, and the hunger almost takes over your body. And when someone is injured, when there is blood spilled, well then, I knew personally, the hunger is all but impossible to resist. I had come within a haunch hair of eating an injured taxon myself. Not something I wanted to remember, but not something I'd ever forget. Don't hesitate, I advised Arbron, as several Ged turned to blink curiously at us. Look like you're on your way to work. Shut up, Elfangor, Arbron said harshly. Again, I felt the chill of fear. Something was horribly wrong. But there was no stopping now. I pushed rudely past a Ged who was in my way. The Ged controller looked resentful. They had no reason to suspect it. We were taxing. They had to assume we were taxing controllers. We looked like we were there to work. No reason for them to be all suspicious. Except that one of them was. One of the Ged controllers stood right in front of us, seemingly unimpressed. He spoke in Gallard, the language of interstellar trade. It sounded hard on his Ged tongue, but I could understand him. What are you doing here? If it was hard for the Ged to make Gallard sounds, it was almost impossible for me. It was the Taxon's mouth and tongue, but I couldn't use thought speak. I might as well announce that I was Andalite. I had to try to speak Gallard with a 3-foot-long Taxon tongue, so I tried. Which was not even close to being the sounds I'd wanted to make. What I had meant to say was computer repair, but the Taxon's tongue is so long that it would be hard even if I was used to using the mouse to make sounds. The Ged stared at me with its tiny yellow eyes. You bad. He pointed furiously down at the small computer pad attached to his wrist. It's some kind of translator, Arbron said. Some primitive version of his own translator chip. Let me do this. He reached with one of his weak, 2-fingered Taxon hands and pressed several buttons. From the pad came a disembodied voice, speaking Gallard. Computer repair. The Ged snorted angrily. You Taxon dwellers think you own the planet. Arrogant as Hork-Bajir. Abron and I shoved past him into the Scrittnaw ship. Unfortunately, I lost my page.
Oh no.
Okay. Wait. Where was I? Unfortunately. Damn it. I lost the mood. Hold on.
I hate when that happens.
Okay. Unfortunately, it was so cramped and low that we could barely drag our massive bodies inside. The bridge of the Scrittnaw ship was identical to the Scrittnaw ship we boarded to rescue the 2 humans. There were 2 cocoon Skrit glued into the corner. They wouldn't cause any trouble. They didn't look ready to hatch into Gnaw just yet. And there was an active Skrit, what Lauren had described as a giant cockroach, scurrying around almost brainlessly, polishing and cleaning. There was no Gnaw that I could see. Aside from the Skrit, the bridge of the ship was empty. So far, so good, I muttered. I'm going to close the hatch. We'll demorph, power up, and be off the planet before they know what's hit them. Yeah, okay, Arbron said. Ready? Yep. I focused on my breathing, trying to fight the raging Taxon hunger and my own fear. Okay, do it. Arbron punched the pad to close the hatch door. It slid shut and made the snug vacuum fill. I focused all my thought on demorphing. I wanted out of the Taxon body. The 2 of us barely moved in the cramped bridge, let alone fly the ship. The idiot Skrit kept banging against me, unable to find a way to get around. I demorphed. I shed that vile Taxon body as fast as I could. I felt the awful hunger weaken, and my own Andalite mind rise above, freed of the Taxon instinct. The Ged were pounding on the hull. What are you doing? Open up! I ignored the noise and punched the engine. The main engine began to whine as they powered up, and then I realized it. Abron was not demorphing. Abron, what are you waiting for? Demorph! Abron didn't say anything. Open up! Power down, you fool! Abron, what are you doing? Demorph! I yelled. I guess I hoped that yelling would make it happen, but I already knew. He stared at me through those shimmering red jelly eyes, and I knew. More quietly, almost begging, I said, "Come on, Abron. Demorph." "I really wish I could, Alfred," he said. "I really wish I could."
What a sucky morph to get stuck in.
Yeah. You know, the description of the toxin having tiny little hands reminds me of the wig monster from John Died. Wait, what? John Died at the end, if anyone has read that?
I have not read
The
that.
wig monster. I don't know if anyone should read it, to be honest. I loved it when I was 17, but it's kind of dumb back then. But I was kind of dumb back then. Derprex. Let's see how far we get, what time it is by the time we finish part 2.
Yeah, let's just keep going. We won't distract Daniel. Daniel will keep going.
No, but I distract myself.
You're good.
That's all I'm gonna say. Even if you don't distract me, I will distract myself. I'm trying to use my natural voice, because when I'm talking like this, it's not natural that I talk like that. But I've been talking like this for so long that it's like second nature. But my natural voice is more like how I'm reading the book right now.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't really match. It doesn't match how I look. So it's really just. I'd rather just talk the way I normally talk.
Yeah, just talk the way that feels comfortable.
I All right then. Chapter 19. There was no time to talk about it. We had to get the Skritnaw ship up and out of that cradle before it occurred. The Yeerks that before it occurred to the Yeerks that we were sealing it. No time to talk about it, but time to feel something of the terror Abron felt. I had been in Taxonmorph. I had felt the hunger. I'd rather be dead than be trapped in that body forever. Abron's weak, taxid arms pushed all the right buttons, and I felt the soft vibration of the engine reaching full power. The Ged controllers outside must have felt it too. Suddenly, they stopped pounding on the ship. They were probably running for dear life. The radiation blast of the engines would be captured and contained within the cradle. But if you were still hanging around on that cradle when the engines came on, it wouldn't last long. "Ready?" I asked Abron. "Ready." "Then hang on, because I don't know how much of a kick these Skritnaw ships have." I punched up a burn, and we rose from the pad. Unfortunately, it didn't rise very quickly. "What is the matter with this thing?" I yelled. I looked at the airspeed indicator. We were doing a bare 1,000 miles per hour. Just a bare 1,000, you know. That's as much as a minivan.
Yeah.
Is that miles or kilometers?
Probably
And the
kilometers.
acceleration rate was way too slow. It'll take us 10 minutes just to get escape velocity. Arbron cried. "Yeerk ships will be all over us before we can even think about going to zero space," I said. "The time matrix," Abron said. "We can use it. We can escape through time." "No, we don't know how fast it works. If we try to activate the time matrix, the power signature will light up every Yeerk sensor within 1,000,000 miles. What if it takes 10 minutes for it to work? Besides, we don't know who else might get mad if you use that thing." "What? You're worried about what some prince will say if we survive?" "No, I'm not worried about our superiors. Or at least, I figure my career in the military is already destroyed." "Then what are you?" Abron fell silent. He laughed. "Kidding me? You're worried about some mythical elemist?" "Mythical?" That's what some people used to say about the time matrix itself. Someone built that machine. Who else, if not the Elamists? And we do not, and do we want to take the chance of making them angry? I felt a little foolish. My parents had told me Element stories when I was a child. Stories of all-powerful, inexplicable creatures who sometimes interfered in the affairs of simpler species. I halfway expected a snide remark from Arbron, but Arbron didn't answer. He was staring at me. He was staring at his display board. At least, I guess he was staring. Taxon eyes don't exactly focus normally. Yeerk patrol ships coming up on an intercept vector. It's a bug fighter. Can we take on a bug fighter? Are you kidding me? All the Skritnals ever have are second-hand, low-powered Draken beams. The Yeerks sell off for scraps. The bug fighter has twin penetrator-class Draken beams. You can't trade shots with them. He was right, and I should have remembered that. But I was shaken, confused. My brain was spinning at 1,000,000 revolutions per second and going nowhere. I had to think, focus. The airspeed gauge now showed 2,020 miles per hour. I guess our answer is solved. Not kilometers, miles. The hull was blistering hot from the air resistance. Wait a minute. Bug fighters are slow in atmospheres, right? They can't handle the heat. We can. So far, at least. We're doing better than 2,000 miles per hour. We're faster than they are in atmosphere. You're going to try and outrun them in the atmosphere. You have any better option? We have a second bug fighter on us, Arbron answered. 2 more launching. We're going to the grass, I said, hoping to sound more confident than I felt. I'll need direct vision, real time, real aspect. Open a window. Arbron played his console, and suddenly the panel in front of me became a window. I could see the superheated air blazing around the ship. I nosed the stubby round ship down. As we dropped, we picked up speed, passing 3,000 miles per hour. Down, down, down at over 3,000 miles per hour. The brown dust of the Taxon world leaped up at us. Spacecrafts are designed for the almost total vacuum of space. Usually, they are barely functional in atmosphere. The Skritnal were scavengers who went from planet to planet, kidnapping and stealing and performing their inexplicable medical experiment. So they needed ships that would handle the atmosphere. But nothing is really designed to do 3,000 miles an hour in atmosphere, let alone 50 feet off the ground. We had been 7 miles up, right at the outer edge of the Taxon atmosphere. We dropped back down to ground level in 5.8 seconds. Yeah! We both screamed in a mix of utter terror and shocking excitement. Let me tell you something. Millions of miles an hour in empty space is nothing compared to 3,000 miles going straight for the ground. Pull up! Pull up! Pull up! I pulled up as the collision warning screamed in the Skritnal language. We blew across the Taxon desert, trailing sonic booms that must have sounded like nuclear explosions going off in our wake. Can you get the bug fighter on visual? I asked. On screen. I saw 2 bug fighters racing after us, one behind the other. Their hull glowed bright, friction heat. But they weren't backing off. Fine, I muttered. Let's see who's faster. I raised the burn and felt a slight lurch as the engine pushed hard still. 3,200 miles per hour, Arbron reported. 3.3K, 3.4K. Hull temperature is, you don't even want to know, 3.5K. 3,500 miles an hour. The ground was a blur. We were a blazing meteorite. We were an arrow of flame as we shot across the Taxon world at impossible speeds. The scruffy bushes and stunted trees of the Taxon world bursted into flames as we passed. We were drawing a line of fire around the planet. Pull up! Arbron yelled. Mountains rose like a wall. Where did they come from? Draining every atom in the script, a dying beast in its final agony. But we climbed up, up. Are we going to clear? Before I could answer, we shot over the mountain wall. I swear I heard the bottom scrape as we cleared the height. Unfortunately, the Yeerks knew the local topography. They'd been ready for them. They had adjusted easily and had gained on it. A red dragon beam lanced past us, missing by inches. They were close enough now to shoot. We were approaching the dividing line between night and day. I could see it rushing towards me. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the lead bug fighter simply explode. The air friction had finally worn down and compensated, and the craft had burned into a cinder in a split second. Yaha! One Yeerk fried, I exulted. Elfangor, we're next if we don't slow down, Arbron warned. There are still 3 bug fighters on our trail, I said. We are about 5 minutes away from burning up, Arbron said. Can you guarantee those bug fighters will cinder before we do? What do you have in mind? We take a shot. 1, 2, 3. They won't be ready. They won't expect it. I turned my stalk eyes to stare at Arbron. No one can make that shot. I can, he said, with Taxon eyes. I didn't want to throw that in his face, but I had to be realistic. With Taxon reaction time, with Grit-Gnaw targeting computers. I can make the shot, Elfangor, he said calmly. Look, Arbron, I want to come out of this alive. And you think I don't care if I live or die, right? He said bitterly. Maybe you're right. This hunger. Elfangor, you felt it. You know. But I can still make this shot. You always laughed at me wanting to be a hero, I said. Now who's playing hero? He didn't answer. I looked at the hall temperature readout. He was right. We would cinder in a few minutes. You know, it's funny. I wanted to ask the captain what to do. It seemed ridiculous that I should make a life and death decision like this. Princes made those kinds of decisions. Captains made those decisions. Only I was the captain. And if I was wrong, we would dig a hole in the Taxon dirt at 3,000 miles an hour. Okay, Arbron, I said, in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. All right, so what I miss?
Basically, the whole book is about 2 guys who do a drug that gives them the ability to see the leaks between the universe and their occasionally raunchy adventures. Interesting.
What are you talking about?
The book that Milo was saying it reminds her of the bad guys from.
I see.
All right, chapter 20. Woo!
All right. Okay. 3, 2. I know, you see, somehow the world will change. Sorry.
And be so now that's in my
Wonderful.
head.
Sorry, I just saw the 3 and the 2, and then that just popped into my mind. I killed Thrust and punched the air brakes. How the hell does the ship have brakes do that? Make it make sense. They don't. They ain't got no tires. Empty waves. The Grit-Gnaw ship shook. It bucked. It rattled. It vibrated. It bounced wildly just 50 feet off the grass. It was thrown off balance. I sprawled across the deck. But Arbron's rows of Taxon legs absorbed the punishment. He never wavered. He kept his Taxon claws on the targeting controls. Our speed dropped from nearly 3,500 miles per hour down to half that in mere seconds. Too fast for the bug fighters to react. What happened next would make Arbron a hero. Our speed dropped off. The bug fighters rocketed forward and blew past, doing 1,500 miles per hour faster than us. Arbron fired. 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 3 shots at 3 targets doing a relative speed of 1,500 miles per hour. 3 shots in atmosphere. 3 shots from a vibrating, bucking wreck of a Skritnosh ship. I dragged myself up and stared in disbelief out of the forward window. 3 spinning meteorites, 3 balls of flame slammed into the ground. They dug craters in the Taxxon dirt and extinguished themselves. Nice shooting, I said. Seriously nice shooting. Thanks. It turns out Taxxon senses and reflexes are good at this kind of thing. Guess that's why the Yeerks use Taxxon controllers to fly their bug fighters. It's nice to know there's something useful about this disgusting body. We're going to find a way to get you out of that Taxxon morph, I said. I tried to sound like I meant it. What else could I say? Till that moment, I'd been too busy trying to stay alive to really think about what had happened to Arbron. Maybe we'd never exactly been best friends, but it was still horrible to look at this foul Taxxon body and think that this was how he would remain. To look into those emotionless, red jelly eyes and realize that he was in there, looking back at me. And I knew what he was feeling now that the battle was done. The terror, the despair, the awful Taxxon hunger. I turned the Skritnosh ship around and headed back towards the rushing line of daylight. What are you doing? Arbron demanded. I need a place to land and conceal this ship, I said. I need daylight, and I need to be closer to the spaceport. We can't just leave the others behind. Others? You mean Alron? And the humans, I said. They are our responsibility. We are not going back to the spaceport, Arbron said. The Yeerks are back there, and the Taxxon. They'll catch us. Do you know what they'll do if they catch me? They'll eat me alive, Elfangor. Arbron, you have to hold on. You have to try and hold on. We were racing back across the dark mountain, back toward the retreating line of daylight. Hold on. Hold on, are you insane? If we go back there, they'll eat me. Turn this ship back. I'm going to use the time matrix. I'm going back in time. I'm going back to my life. You can't light up that time matrix. The power signature will be visible to every ship in orbit, every satellite, I don't care. I don't care if I die. Just let this hunger stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You fool. Don't you know I could eat you right now? I turned my main eyes toward Arbron. I knew that inside there was a scared Andalite Arish. But what I actually saw was the nightmare worm. What I saw was the sloppy red eye, the round, gasping, eternally hungry mouth. For a moment that seemed to stretch and stretch, we stared at each other. I don't know what was going through Arbron's mind right then. I don't know what conclusions he'd reached. I only know what he did. He screamed in a slither, high-pitched Taxxon voice. He reared back, practically laying the upper third of his body horizontally. And then he slammed down on me, slammed his upper body down, red mouth open wide. I could have killed him, and he knew that, of course. He knew that no Taxxon could hope to outfight an Andalite. But I could not kill him, not even if that was what he wanted. I dodged to my right. He slammed hard into the instrument panel. Sparks erupted. He swept his upper body towards me, hoping to slam me against the bulkhead and stun me. I leaped inside his reach and struck. Slash! 2 of his needle legs went rolling across the floor. And the other 2 were gone. Arbron sagged. The front part of his body could no longer be held up. He lay fully prone, a huge, helpless worm. Just kill me, he screamed. But I was busy. The control panel had been half wrecked. The ship was bucking and yawning. It was unstable. I reduced the power. We had shot across the line into the twilight, but I couldn't see into the deep shadows between the mountain peaks. You can't leave me like this, Arbron cried. I'm going to get you help, I yelled. But I have to land this ship. Elfangor, you know what happened to wounded Taxons. You know. I'll protect you, I cried desperately as the ship bucked and shook harder and harder. The two cocoon skrit seemed about to break loose from their mooring. The active skrit had gone to the cargo hold. Maybe even unintelligent as the skrits are, he knew better than to be anywhere near the hungry Taxon. You can't protect me, fool. Nothing can stop them. Nothing can stop the hunger. I couldn't stop it. Elrond couldn't stop it. Don't you understand? I ate Elfangor. I ate that wounded Taxon. I couldn't help myself. Shut up! I screamed, shut up! I didn't want to hear anymore. I couldn't. I had to focus. I had to land the ship, or we'd both die. I had to shut Arbron up. I swept my stalk eyes around the bridge. Where would the Skritnaw keep weapons? There. A green panel marked with Skritnaw script. I stretched my left arm to reach the panel. Popped it inside. Popped it open. Yes. A handheld Drakenbeam. Old and dusty and probably badly maintained. Like most scripts. Nothing. I found the power setting. I set it at the lowest intensity. What are you doing? Arbron yelled. I have to land this ship, Arbron. Keep quiet, or I'll stun you. If you fire that thing, you'll kill me, Arbron said. You have the setting backwards. That's originally a Yeerk weapon. Setting 1 is the highest setting, not the lowest. Suddenly, I knew what Arbron would do. He wouldn't rise up, but he could still scuttle forward. He came straight for me, rushing and slithering, as if he were aiming his round red mouth at me. He was trying to force me to shoot him with the Drakenbeam, set on maximum setting. But I was too fast for him. I twisted the dial to 10. I fired. And just as my finger was tightening on the trigger, I realized Arbron had outsmarted me. He'd lied, and I'd fallen for it. Arbron had always been a better student. He was a qualified exodatologist. He knew alien systems far better than me. I tried to stop, but my finger squeezed. The Drakenbeam fired on maximum power. But by chance, or maybe by some desperate, too late twitch of my finger, the beam missed Arbron by a millimeter. Instead, it blew a 2-foot hole through the hull of the ship. After that, everything was noise and spinning and pain fusion.
Christ, this is dark. Milo says, aren't the brakes on spaceships just like rockets that go the opposite way? Pretty much,
Exactly.
yeah.
So why would it be like, wheel screeches? No
Rubber.
skirts.
Yeah, no skirts. It's like somebody was watching the Jetsons while they were writing this. Like, and like the Jetsons are driving their flying cars that are just basically mini rockets, and they're like, oh wait, red light, skrrr, and then it skirts off, and it's like, you're in the air, dumbass.
Yeah. I think it's like how how would you say, like, I don't know, like, I think like the turbines, I think something happens with the turbines on a plane, or like on a, like, maybe they slow the brakes help to slow the turbines, and that's what makes that sound. Okay,
I'm
what's the
doing
time
good.
on your end?
I think Daniel's making great time because we're on page
62.
62. Good time, honestly.
Good time, even with my dramatic pauses.
Yes, even with the dramatic pauses.
I should be an actor again.
Again.
Yeah. Okay. Chapter 21.
One of these days, I'm gonna have you here on the podcast, and I'm gonna be like, so, tell me about working on Vivan Los Niños.
It was fun at the time, but I had somewhat of a fraud, like an imposter syndrome, because
Yeah,
as an American-born Mexican American, taking a Spanish-speaking role
I
among
see.
native-born Mexicans, I felt somewhat like a fraud because it was like, why am I here? I'm not like them, even though they made me feel very welcome.
Oh,
It's like and on the inside you can't just help but be like, but I'm not like them, even though I am
yeah.
them.
Feelings aren't always rational. That's what makes them feelings. They're always
But there was
valid.
this one kid who everyone admitted to not liking because he was such a brat. But that was later on in the season.
Oh, I think you told me about that kid.
Yeah, he played an alien. We jumped the shark at that point. 155 of
Yo, you
that's
alien
like
jumped the shark. That's awesome.
that's like a lot. It's like, how can you explain it? Whatever. We can chat about it later. But it's like we every year they have a new for kids that
Yeah.
are like lasted super long, and I'm just trying to comprehend how the hell were we able to put on that. Like we would have had to like make an episode every week just to keep up.
Yo, that's a lot.
I don't even remember half the stuff. All I remember is just being like, I don't want to read again.
That's why
That
I
maybe
have. Sorry, go ahead.
maybe that's why, but also assigned reading. I hated assigned reading in AO, and I guess that's what led to me like hating.
I see. That's why I always have respect for like soap opera actors, because they got to put out, like, As the World Turns was putting out a daily show that was an hour long. Like,
As the world turns.
that's a hustle. That's a lot.
All right.
Okay, anyway,
so,
sorry to distract
Okay,
you.
what time on your end? It's about 9:40 on my end, about 12:40 on Avery's. I think we're gonna have to end at part 2, simply because that'll probably be the normal time that we end a book.
Yeah, I'm good to end whenever Daniel's good to end. I'll defer.
Yeah, but you got stuff with Gabe tomorrow.
Yeah, but honestly, like, my schedule's all messed up. I'm, either way, I'm not getting a lot of sleep. So, whatever we choose
Be
to
quiet,
do.
Avery. Be quiet. What is wrong with you? Stop it!
Stop it!
I have never in my life yelled at a girl like this. When my mother yelled at this because she loves me. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this. When you go to bed at night, you lay there and you take responsibility for yourself, because nobody's going to take responsibility for you. You rolling your eyes like as if you heard it all before. You heard it all before. You don't know where the hell I come from. You have no idea what I've been through. But I'm not a victim. I learned. Take responsibility for yourself.
Yeah, I finally saw that episode in its entirety for the first time. Because the episode that Gabe had me watch for a video that I still haven't put out yet, is the one directly after that. And I was like, I know this part! And so, like, when I was, like, watching it through, I'm like, oh, here we go!
Not. Tiffany, the one that was in that clip, like, she did a interview. There's this guy named Oliver Twix, shout out to him, big deal now.
Gabe
he started
always tells me about Oliver Twix, yeah.
Doing interviews with contestants, and that kind of, like, helped them to spotlight him.
Yeah.
Like, his personality, and just, like, kind of be, like, on these shows, like T.S. Madison Experience and some other shows. He was on The Circle.
He was
just,
on The Circle?
Yeah, he was on the latest season of The Circle.
Oh, nice. I haven't watched the latest season of The Circle. It's fun.
And so he interviewed Tiffany, who's like runs an adult daycare facility type of thing, which shows you what great character she has. But she hates that scene.
Oh, I'm sure
She's like, why do I want to be remembered for being yelled at by somebody?
I mean, true. And also, what she didn't really deserve that reaction. Let's be real.
No, that was an abusive relationship right there.
I love how she says, you have no idea what I've been through, but she's constantly going into her backstory about growing up poor.
I know, that's the thing with Tara.
The thing about Tyra Banks is that you like I really want you want to like Tyra Banks because she's so real and but like the realness is sometimes what gets her in trouble because she doesn't know. It's like that. It's like she says too much and it's just like, oh, don't say that, Tyra. Don't
Yeah.
don't go there right now, Tyra. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure she's like,
I think the one thing that kind of like made me kind of like turn off from Tyra, like I liked her, but I don't like her. Like I like her, but I don't respect her. Is that remember the first season when they go on the Paris go-sees?
Yep.
And she did nothing about that. She didn't even address it.
I don't
She
even
wasn't
know.
like,
Like
Adrian,
Gabe
are
and I
you
were talking
okay?
about this because we
None of
did a
that shit.
podcast about cycles 1 through 3, and Gabe was like, "See, what I want to know is when did she know, right? Like, when did she find out? Because that makes a big difference on that scene, right?
But also,
And
it's like she didn't even address it. It's like Oliver's interviewed plenty of girls from Cycle 1, and none of them ever like bring up like that Adrian ever discussed it or anything like that of what happened in Paris.
yeah, I think the thing with Tyra is Tyra has been in the modeling industry, which is a super fucked up industry for a bunch of reasons from a very young age. And I think there's just some things that she's gone through herself that she just thinks are normal because she's like, oh, I got
Yeah.
through it. So she's like not afraid to let other people go through it.
Yeah.
And it's
So
like,
even though I
no,
liked
Tyra,
her, I
no.
kind of don't have that much respect for her simply because she allowed something like that to happen and the guy didn't get arrested. They blurred his face.
Yeah, again, I don't know how much of what, like, when I watch America's Next Top Model, I'm like, I don't always know, like, how much blame to be putting on Tyra or the modeling industry or all of it.
She's an
both,
executive
or...
producer.
Yeah, but also, yeah. But it's just like,
And
there's a lot...
she's the one that like gets like her hands in there too. She's Ken Mock, even though he's also an executive producer, he's not like in the camera. So
yeah, I was gonna say,
Tyra's like getting involved with production. It's like
Yeah,
she kind of has the most responsibility to bear.
I think she does definitely have a responsibility, especially at this point, because it's not like a one-off thing where like something happened and it was just like understandable. But like, I was about to say like, executive producers can mean like literally anything, but like I think Tyra Banks is a hands-on executive producer from what I've come to understand. So it's just like, I don't think she's...
And then also
like,
in Cycle 3, when she made Kelly, Kelly, she made her feel like she's ugly. Like she was this girl that thought, that really had confidence in herself and her intelligence. Yeah. And then like she's like they're picking her worst photos and then making her seem like as if she can't do anything right, and that
really
she's just
bad.
like ugly.
Yeah, I felt really bad for Kelly. I think Tyra Banks is, a very complicated person. I think there's definitely Tyra Banks has done some things where I'm like, oh, that's nice, and then there's things where it's just like, ooh, that's a lot, Tyra. What's going on? So it's not like a clear cut and dry like.
But also the fact that she tried to use Cassie as like a thing of like, oh, aren't I so generous? Aren't I so pious? I'm trying to help this girl with this issue. Cassie, Brownie Cassie.
Brownie Cassie. Yeah,
that
was
low-carb
weird.
brownies, just to distinguish. We're not talking about Animorphs, we're talking about top model. Low-carb brownies is what I mean to say.
Oh my god.
Just trying to cover my bases.
Because they're young and beautiful, and she feels like she's not anymore. And I think she genuinely is envious of the girls on the show. I mean, I hope that's not true because Tyra Banks is still gorgeous, and like, I hope that. I think because I've met a lot of people like this not a lot of people like this. I've met people like this before, like as far as like acting, which is not quite as like I think modeling is a whole other beast when it comes to like the issues going on in the modeling industry. But it's like I think people who have been in the industry like that at a young age have been subjected to such horrible things too that they just are like they were subjected to horrible things and they were told like, oh, this builds character. So like they genuinely don't. They get to this point where it's like some people just genuinely don't understand how like abusive certain practices are because they've gone through it and they don't understand that like what happened to them is literally abuse. And that's not to be like, oh, poor Tyra, like all of her like, she's completely innocent because she's been through it too. But like that's not what I'm saying. But just like I genuinely get the vibe that that's sometimes what's going on because like. They'll put the girls through like this really awful thing, and then Tyra will be like, "Well, you should have you should have pushed through. And it's like, but Tyra. And she's like, well, I had to do it. And it's like, but Tyra, you shouldn't have had to do it either.
Exactly.
Yeah. You need to work through that trauma. But anyway.
She doesn't pick the. I also think sometimes she doesn't pick the most successful person to win because she doesn't want them to surpass her.
I mean,
You know what I'm
honestly, though, like, from what I've heard, like, isn't it, like, it's basically just whoever their sponsor who's getting their, like, modeling contract with picks, right? Like, it's like, if CoverGirl is the sponsor, then CoverGirl's picking the person that they want best for their
No, CoverGirl doesn't always get to. They have some persuasion, but they don't get, like, the ultimate pick.
Fair. But, yeah, it's just interesting.
But yeah, it's like there are plenty of girls who didn't win that were really successful. Like Yaya being like she's still a pretty big actress.
She's an actress now,
and model. Then you have Anne, the really big time model.
Oh, I did actually know that. Anne's gorgeous.
Leela, she's in a later season, but she does like Givenchy and like Gucci, and she didn't win, but she was a finalist.
Because like I was talking to Gabe, and Gabe was like, "Yeah, there was so and so who like she got like she still ended up getting a modeling contract because like Tyra basically came to her afterwards and was like, I still think you have potential to basically like still set her up. I'm sure you make a lot of connections just being on that show. I'm sure it's good for your career just being there." But yeah, Milo, I totally get what you're saying. I think that's kind of sad if that's true.
The only person that I believe she genuinely wanted to win was Eva, because she saw a lot of herself in Eva.
I liked Eva.
I mean, Eva, when I first saw American Next Top Model, which was Cycle 3, Eva was my pick to win. And I was like, maybe like, when did it come out? Like 05, 04? I was like 8 years old. And I was like, I like Eva. Eva's gonna win. And my brother and sister were like, no, Yaya's gonna win. And I was like, no, I can feel it. Eva's gonna win. She's got that thing.
She does. She has that like star potential. Not saying the other girls didn't, but like Eva was clearly like a front runner.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I think Tyra really genuinely wanted Eva to win, even though she knew that Yaya was smart and all this other stuff. She was kind of like intimidated by how smart Yaya was, and I feel like she couldn't be able to take her under her wing as easily as Eva.
Yeah, and Milo, yeah, the same thing is true of like American Idol contestants. Like sometimes winning the reality show is probably the worst thing for your career because you're locked into a specific contract. Whereas, like there's a lot of like musical stars that went further than people who won American Idol because instead of getting locked into the shitty contract where the label didn't want to do anything with them, they were able to just kind of shop contracts because everybody was talking about them, especially like back in the era like before YouTube was really like a place where people's careers were taking off. People were really watching those shows to try to like sign the people who made it far but didn't win because they knew that there was still a fan base that had grown.
Yeah. I don't know. The only show that I'd want to win is Survivor, and that's it.
Yeah, because that's just that's more like just bragging rights. Like I made it all the way.
Yeah, I want Survivor.
Or Amazing
Race. Daniel, do you want to do another season of Survivor? I'm like, no, I'm fine with one. I did it right the first time. I don't need to do it again.
I always wanted to do Amazing Race. I'm like, yes, I will run all the way around the world to see
with your brother,
to do weird challenges in cool places.
You would do it with your brother.
Well, what?
You would do it with your brother.
I don't know. I don't know who I would do it with. I've never actually like tried out for any of these shows, but like just thinking about
you should, Avery. You would probably have a better chance than me.
No,
I'm too in your face. I'm too original. They'd be like, "What do we cast him as? We can't cast him as a nerd because he's not like he has a backbone. We can't cast him as this thing. We can't cast him as that. I'm too much of too many things to be like.
I mean, I think they just think I was boring."
Milo says, I think it'd be fun to be on Big Brother. Nah, Big Brother, the only show I would never do, simply because Big Brother is really just, it's uncomfortable for me to watch because it's the only reality show that I'm uncomfortable watching because of how racist it can get.
Oof, it can get real. Yeah, it can get real. It's really out of pocket sometimes, but it's also speaking of like I would do the circle. The circle is funny because it's just a bunch of people sitting in different apartments just judging people on social media. It's like what
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
kind of Orwellian shit is this
Yeah.
that I'm watching?
I mean,
I would
Survivor
do it.
can be racist too, but at the same time, Survivor, what keeps it from being really racist is the fact that there's hunger, there's sleep deprivation, there's dehydration, there's different personalities that can cause irritation among people. That it's like when you strip away the comforts, you're left with like what is it? The basic, you know, that triangle that people talk about, um,
Oh
the
yeah,
basic needs.
yeah,
I think if you take away all of that, people would rather be around someone they can get along with than be like, oh, you're like me, in
yeah,
terms of like our skin color is the same. They would
yeah.
rather be around somebody who's not that doesn't look like them simply because it makes, you know, hunger and dehydration bearable versus being around somebody who's like, yeah, I think women should wear dresses because that was, you know, back then, that's when the country used to be great and blah blah
Yeah,
blah
no
and
one
this and
wants to
that.
deal with that guy when you're already dealing with everything else. I'd get lonely. I don't know, I'm a real homebody. I feel like that's kind of the best of both worlds because I get to be on the reality show, but I also get to just kind of like sit on the couch and be like, computer, who's definitely not the producer, typing for me off screen, send the this emoji.
They say, speaking of Survivor and racism, what the fuck is up with people and that no one in the show can pronounce Parvati? Parvati, I've heard Parvati's name pronounced plenty of times correctly. Yes, when the show first began, Parvati's
Poverty?
name is pronounced Poverty, but my only thing to contest with that is that Parvati's name is just her name. It's not like when what I mean to say that is that maybe it's a little microaggressive because of the way that it's pronounced, an intentional microaggression. But Parvati's white, so it's kind of hard. It's kind of weird to be like, oh, that it's racist because you didn't pronounce your name right. And I think it's more of like she could just say no, it's Parvati. And if people are still gonna be like, oh, poverty, then they're just being assholes.
Yeah. I mean, as somebody who mispronounces a lot of things, I'm always just like, okay, guys, just to let you know, I'm probably going to say this name
Yes,
wrong.
Nyla,
I'm
it is
doing
an
my
Indian
best.
name. It is the name of it is the name of a Hindu goddess. I forget who they're married to. I don't think it's Vishnu or I think it's Krishna. But yeah, Parvati is the name of a Hindu goddess.
You're
But
just
that
saying
doesn't mean
it's.
that she's Indian. It just means that that's where her name comes from.
I don't know any
But
of this, so I can't comment one way or the other.
it's just it's a white woman with the Hindu origin name, and so
Okay.
when she's very popular in Survivor, because she won the show with an all female alliance, and she just weaponized her femininity, but it was also good at challenges. Um, and so when she first started out, people were like, "Oh, what's your name? Oh, Poverty." No, and she would just be like, "It's Parvati." So,
Yeah,
but
I mean, if
anyways,
people, it all comes down to intention, right? If you like
mm-hmm.
accidentally mispronounce something, I do it quite
Yeah,
often, and it's an accident, then that's one thing. If people are like, "Oh, we're calling her poverty because we don't like her," that's just fucked up. That's just them being an asshole.
yeah. I mean, the only time I would do that and I probably wouldn't even do it. The only time I can think of somebody doing it is if they're doing it on purpose to hold that as like a power against them. Like, oh, I'm not gonna say your name correctly, so that way you kind of feel like as if you need to impress me or something.
Yeah, whether it's like racist or not, it's definitely an asshole move to just purposefully call somebody the wrong name. But yeah. Think that it's rude to not even try to correct yourself. Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
again, as somebody who mispronounces a lot of things, if somebody's like, "Oh, actually, it's this," I'm like, "Oh, fuck, I'm sorry, this thing." Like, I would never
yeah,
intentionally mispronounce something, but everybody pronounces things
yeah. Even
by
if somebody's
accident.
name is like, oh, their name is Julian, but they're like, no, call me Julian. Then I'll be like,
Yeah,
okay, then I'll call you Julian instead of, oh, Julian.
yeah,
Oh,
we just
but
call
your
people
name's
what.
Julian. It's like, no, that's what they want. So be respectful at least, and give them the common decency to call them how they want to be called.
Yeah, you just gotta respect what people like, how people identify. Like that's
Hmm.
it. That's it.
But
Like my best
like my
friend
best
got
friend,
called the wrong name all throughout school when she corrected people and would literally keep calling her the wrong thing. Yeah, that's an asshole move. That sucks. They shouldn't
that
do
is a
that.
very asshole move. I would probably be like, yeah, I like you too, Avery. I like you too, Milo. Just be like, oh, hi, denial.
that denial.
Oh, thank you. You know, it's actually pronounced Daniel, but yeah. Nice to meet you. What was your name again? Oh, very nice to meet you, Avery.
It's like the Key and Peele sketch.
Okay, chapter 21. I think we
Yeah,
got our brain juices flowing again.
yeah, we're good now. Milo.
Okay.
Milo.
Shut up, Daniel.
Saying Milo
Daniel.
just makes Milo sound like that's like their like avatar on the old Wii, like when you have like your little me, and everybody had their name like try to end it in two eyes, so it was just like, oh, it's your me soda.
All right, Daniel. That's going to be one of my children's names. Dad, why is my name Daniel? Because it was a joke a long time ago. So. Milo. That's a good
Yeah.
one.
That's how I was picturing it.
All right, then. Chapter 21. I woke up. I was on my side, lying in the dirt, and I look up at the night sky. Stars, galaxies, 3 tiny moons. Where was I? I stood up. Every muscle in my body ached. Muscles I'd even know I had ached. My hooves tasted nothing but bare dirt. That'd be horrible, sorry. It's like
Yeah.
your mouth with your feet and like everything that your feet would touch, you'd have to taste.
I don't like that. Yeah.
That's cursed. My stalk eye swiveled quickly to look around, but I realized one eye was blinded. Then I saw the ship, the Skritnaw transport. It was still more or less in one piece. I must have been able to land it somehow. I couldn't remember much at those last few minutes. It was all chaos in my brain. I forced myself to go over the facts. I was on a Taxon homeworld. I was approximately 400 miles from the spaceport. Lauren and Chapman were in the hands of the Yeerks. Alron, no one knew. Arbron had tried to trick me into killing him. That's what I remember best. Arbron, I called. Arbron! No answer. I trudged warily over to the Skritnaw ship. I saw the 2-foot hole made by the Draconier. And then I saw the way the engines had been ripped half off. The ship would never fly again. I climbed into the wreckage. My second stalk eye was starting to clear a little. I felt it and realized it had just been covered with mud. Inside the ship, I called again. Arbron! I looked around. Nothing was working except a tiny glimmer of emergency lighting. For some reason, the Skritnaw liked their emergency lighting to be green. Who knows why? And something was missing. Of course, the two Skrit cocoon. That must have been knocked loose. The door to the freight hold was blown open, and I went in. The same green energy lighting illuminated the bizarre scene. In the hold were boxes and crates piled in wild disarray. Many had broken open on impact. They spilled an amazing mass of objects. Frozen, preserved animals, bundled of the artificial skin that Lauren and Chapman wore. Glass objects that seemed to contain liquid. Odd, antiquated electronic equipment. Small objects that looked like hundreds of rectangular sheets of paper glued together on one side, and a long crate of what I could almost swear were primitive weapons. All things that the Skritnaw had looted from Earth. Lauren would know what they were, no doubt. But in addition to all the small objects, there were 2 larger objects. One was a shiny yellow painted creation with 4 black wheels. The other object was the most powerful thing in the history of the galaxy. It looked like nothing more than a smooth, off-white sphere. Wait, what happened?
What? Oh.
Oh, snail. Okay, never mind.
Oh, are we getting to Milo's favorite part? I think we might be getting to Milo's favorite part.
Maybe. You would never know. Or it was perhaps 10 feet in diameter, perfectly smooth, unmarked. You would never know what it was if you hadn't seen power. Invisible to the eye. It spread its grid down through the very fabric of time and space, time matrix. I found I had stopped breathing. I could barely imagine the power of it. To move ship to zero space, more power than a medium-sized star. To move anything through time took 10 times that power. The power of 10 suns, all somehow contained in that off-white space. Arbron! I yelled. But I knew he wasn't there. He must have been thrown clear off the ship, just as I had been. Only I hadn't seen him outside. And now it occurred to me something else, too. The active script. Both script cocoons and the active script were gone, along with Arbron. He ate them. I turned slowly away from the time matrix. It had a hold of it. It drew my stalk eyes back to it, even as I walked away. I went back inside. Arbron! The light of the moon and the stars was too dim to see clearly. But I had the impression I was in a narrow valley with cliff-like mountains. Where could Arbron have gone? Where could Arbron have gone? Had he fallen from the doomed Skritnaw ship earlier? He could have ended up slamming into one of the mountains. I hated to even imagine that. I went back inside the cargo hold and picked up a handful of paper. Some were larger and had pictures. By the dim green light, I instantly recognized the picture were of humans. I flipped through the pictures of humans doing things I could not understand. But then there was one picture I understood immediately. It showed a marvelous tall waterfall, and the waterfall crashed into a pool surrounded by trees. All of them green. Overhead was a blue sky. Two humans smiling and sticking tiny white cylinders into their mouths. There was human writing beneath the picture. I don't read human very well, but I was sure it was a poem to the beauty revealed in the picture. The grass looked sweet. It would be a fine thing to run there. To run with Lauren and forget everything that had happened. Forget that I was alone on a planet of beauty. My only companion probably dead. My prince lost. I turned to other pictures. I saw small, strange pictures of humans doing nothing but smiling. And there were pictures of human technology, flying machine of some sort. Humans holding long rods that spit fire. What seemed to be hideous, and then, to my delight, a picture of an actual human spacecraft. It took me a second to understand what it was. It seemed to be a chemical rocket. An actual chemical rocket. But the picture that drew my gaze was the one of beautiful beaches beside blue seas and mountains topped with white, and rushing white water streams surrounded by tall green grass. The trees were all very similar, not as beautiful as the trees I knew. Still, the picture spoke of a lovely world filled with delicious green grass and cool water. The alien landscape of Earth took me away from the drab horror of the taxi. I wondered if Chapman might be from the jagged human city. Was that why he was much harsher than Lauren. With Lauren, from the beautiful green country, were smiling humans stuck white cylinders in their mouth. What white cylinders are they talking about? Marshmallows?
Maybe? I have no idea.
Water bottles? Type it out in the chat.
Cigs.
Cigs? Maybe. Cigarettes.
This is their don't smoke campaign.
Or was I guess I fell asleep looking at that picture. I awoke with lingering traces of awful dreams chasing through my brain. There was light. Natural light from the taxon. I ran outside. As I had guessed, I was in an incredibly steep valley. And now I could see tracks of orange dirt. The mark of dozens of needle-sharp legs. Taxon. The tracks came right up the ship. Did they come while I was asleep? No. I could see my own tracks from the night before. My tracks were over Taxon. Arbron. They were his tracks. Had to be. And yet, no. There had been more than one tax. 3 or other. 5 sets altogether. And then I saw 2 additional signs. A set of wandering, insect-like tracks, and the evidence of something large being dragged away. Grit. Okay. Taxons came, took Arbron away, and then Skrit. Maybe the 2 cocoon Skrits. I glanced at the spot where I'd been lying unconscious. They had to have seen me, smelled me, and yet I was still alive. I have Arbron, I realized. I reeled back and fell down. Taxon had taken Arbron. I knew what Taxons did with prisoners. No! What had I done? I'd let them take Arbron alive. And yet, why hadn't they taken me and the Time Matrix? Surely Taxon controllers would not have done that. I recalled Bubvisor 7, reference to mountain Taxon. Taxons who refused to submit to your control. And I felt just the faintest glimmer of hope. These had been your control Taxons that have taken the Time Matrix and me. What am I supposed to do now? I asked. Empty, dusty sky. Should I try to follow the tracks? Arbron? No. I had to be logical. Whatever type of tax he'd fallen in with, their hunger would almost certainly seal his doom. And the doom of the poor Skritnot. Auron might still be alive. He was my prince. My duty was to get back to him. Tell him about the Time Matrix and Arbron. Somehow. But the Taxon spaceport was hundreds of miles away, across burning sands. Then, one of the human pictures I'd seen came back to me. It had shown 2 smiling humans sitting in something very much like the bright yellow machine in a cargo hold. I went back to the ship. Yes, this bright yellow machine had 4 wheels, and could easily see how humans might sit in it. It had a name in chrome letters. Mustang. Naturally, I had no idea what that meant. I set to work, enlarging the hole in the side of the cargo. Then I removed the chairs from the machine. I discovered that I could fit inside the machine if I removed the flimsy cloth top. I stared long and hard. The computer was tiny and had knobs you could twist. But at first, all it did was make static noise. Then I discovered an actual tape drive, astoundingly primitive. Pushed the button, small keypad, and twisted the knobs. And to my utter amazement, the computer began to play music. I can't get no satisfaction. It screamed. I quickly turned it down. What kind of race would use a computer to play screaming sound? It took 20 minutes more for me to realize that a notched brass insert could be twisted. And when I twisted it, noise was amazing. It was an actual chemical limp, something from 1,000 years ago. Ridiculously primitive. And yet, I found when I pressed my forehead on a pedal in the floor, the engine roared.
Amazing.
It was primitive, all right, but it vibrated in the most satisfying way, and I liked it.
That's amazing.
I can't get no satisfaction.
Just listening to the Stones as he's just pedal to the metal racing down the street. What a great scene.
He's like, and so that way I don't lose control. And these reflective things for your eyes, I put them on my main eyes to reflect the sun of the Taxan planet.
Yes. Prince Elfangor drives a yellow Mustang convertible to the best fucking thing. If
only he
that has
found
ever...
some fucking sunglasses.
Yeah.
Would have been intentionally badass. Unintentionally.
That was so great.
Was it a shield for my main eyes or for my stalk eyes? I found 2 pairs.
And he tries to put one on his stalk eyes.
Alright. Chapter 23. What? 22.
I was going to say, I know I was behind on scrolling. I know I'm not that far behind.
20 through 10, 11 more chapters.
Woo!
For the night. Then we got part 3 next week.
Yeah, then part 3 we'll just do instead of
fanfic again, which is fine.
You can read it all by yourself though if you want.
What?
I was like, if it'll make it feel more normal for you, you can read part 3 if you want.
I guess
you always read the.
No, but then I'm starting the book next week too.
Yeah, it would be way too much reading. I just was like, it was mostly a joke.
If you want, I mean, I guess. But then I'd have to start right into the book. All right then, chapter 22. I have run mag hover trucks. I have flown bug fighters. I have flown Skritnaw raiders at 3,000 miles per hour in atmosphere. But I had never experienced something more exhilarating than racing down the valley and out across the open Taxan desert in my Mustang. This is some crazy ass fanfic right here.
I love this so much.
It only went 100 miles per hour, but with the wind in your face, wiping your fur, bending your stalk eyes back, it was certainly a wild ride. But everything was going wrong. I was racing across the Taxan desert in a human vehicle towards probable doom. But with the wind in my face and the music in my ears, mingling with the loud roars of the engine, it didn't feel so badly. I didn't feel so badly. I had gathered up some of the other human objects Skritnaw had taken. The writing sheets, pictures, some of the machines that look like weapons, and some of the glass bottles containing liquids. Oh, Elfangor, you ignorant fool.
Elfie.
I broke several of the bottles before figuring out how to open them. After that, I quickly determined that they contained water-based liquid. I poured the liquids into a shallow pan and was able to stick one of my hooves in to drink as I drove. Dr. Pepper, the bottle had said. Yes, love it.
I straight up thought it was just going to be like alcohol.
Hopefully, this is scholastic.
I know.
If
But,
only.
like, that Nancy Drew game had you going after Mouton Foueté, 1968. So, like, if they could get around it
But
the way
that's
that they
Nancy
say it,
Drew.
but
I
I'm just
missed, and then
saying,
I
they
missed
could get
again.
away with a lot.
I figured that was human writing for bubbling brown water. For a while, I just put Arbron out of my mind. I put Alron out of my mind, and I pictured myself with Lauren, driving in my Mustang across the green grass of Earth, wind in my face, bubbling brown water running up my hoof. Do you remember 25th September? I just imagine that. It's the 70s, so you gotta imagine
That
kind
is
of
true. I
music.
forgot it was the 70s.
Earth, Wind, and Fire, probably Sister Sledge,
Oh, yeah.
the Brady Bunch.
The Brady
Think
Bunch.
I'll go for a walk outside now. The summer sun's calling my name. I hear you now.
Partridge
Shelly just,
Family.
yeah. And
The
they drove.
Carpenters. You probably heard the Carpenters on the radio.
Yeah. As I drove, I tried to come up with a plan. One thing was for sure: an Andalite in a Mustang was going to be just slightly off. I would need stealth. But I would not morph to Taxon again. Not ever. That's when the ground beneath my wheel simply opened up. Ah! Boom, boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. The Mustang tumbled and rattled down the steep, rough slope, a dirt ramp that led straight down into darkness. Ah! I took my hoof off the accelerator pedal. I tried to reach the key to turn off the engine, but the vibration was too severe. I slid and rattled and rolled into my human machine, down, down, down into the ground, down and down, and then I slid to a halt. The only sound was the noise of the engine and the weird human moaning that passed for music. Give me the honky tonk blues. I thought it was gonna be ABBA. Gimme.
Gimme.
I was ready to go. I was ready to do ABBA.
I'm always ready to do ABBA. ABBA is iconic.
Yes, they are. I turned off the music. I was in darkness, but not the absolute darkness. This darkness still afforded sight. There was light enough for my main eyes to see. After they had a few seconds to adjust, I was in a vast underground cavern. Dominating the center of the cavern was a sort of hill of small mountain. It was this mountain that glowed. It glowed a dim but unmistakable red. From this irregular glowing hill came tendrils, each perhaps 3 or 4 feet in diameter. And my eyes adjusted, I could see that there were a dozen or more of these tendrils, that each one extended to the edge of the cavern. It kept going into the rock itself. Tendril, too, glowed a dim red. I realized that I could see things moving inside the tendrils. The tendrils are hollow. They were 2, each about as big around as a taxon. I saw them. My eyes finally pierced the darkness and saw the taxon. Hundreds. They swarmed around and over the glowing red mountain. As I watched, I saw holes open up in the sides of the tunnel tendril. Out crawled more taxons. They had to see me. They couldn't help but see me. And yet none moved to attack me. Instead, they busied themselves pushing dirt and rock back into the pile of space my Mustang had created. Is this the creature? Ah! I cried. Oh.
Is this the creature?
Ah! I screamed. The voice in my head was huge, massive. I grabbed my head with my hand. It was like hearing a planet speak. It was only then, as I staggered under the physical blow, that I realized the Red Mountain was alive. I heard a different thought speak voice. Yes, that's him, Arbron said. He is called Elfangor. One Taxon came slithering towards me, out of the massive body around the base of the Red Mountain. It moved clumsily. 2 rows of legs were shorter than the other. Arbron. Yes, Elfangor. It's me. I was afraid you were dead, I said. I wanted to be, but I am still alive. Alive to serve the living hive. The what? He waved one Taxon claw back towards the massive glowing. The living hive. Light of the Taxons. Mother and father of the Taxons. The hive has lost many of its children to the Yeerks. Many of its servants have betrayed the hive and made an alliance with the Yeerks. The living hive, still the mother and father. Arbron. What are you talking about? Have they done something to you? Then he laughed. The old Arbron laughed for just a minute. Have they done something to me? Well, they didn't eat me, if that's what you mean. The Taxons who found us after we crashed wanted to eat us both. But I gave them the script instead. I had no choice. And then the living hive learned what I was. It drew me here. We're hundreds of miles from where we landed. How did you get here? You couldn't possibly have walked. The living hive's tunnels extend across thousands of miles of them. There is suction in the tunnels. The Taxon has only to fold back its legs, and the pressure draws it swiftly down the tunnel, at the hive command. The legs. The legs you were missing. They're growing back. Yes, Taxons can regenerate legs. Arbron. What's going on? It wasn't an accident that the ground opened up beneath me. Did the living hive want me here for some reason? Yes, Elfin. The hive is angry. At me, I asked, feeling my guts turning over several times. This glowing red mountain was mad at me. All it had to do was yell its monstrous, psychic voice, and I'd be shattered. The living hive, tired of losing children to the Yeerks. The living hive has long sought ways to destroy the Yeerks invaders and remove them from this planet. The hive could not understand the Yeerks and their machine. Now, the hive has an advisor. Someone to understand machines, spaceships, Drakenby. Someone who will help the hive destroy the Yeerk and their traitor tax. I stared up. You. He laughed, but this time there was no mirth. What better future could I have, Elfangor? I am Taxon now. And now I prepare for a surprise attack on space. The hive will send 1,000 of her children that will lead a Taxon rebellion. I didn't say anything. What was there to say? My heart's breaking.
Milo
Our
says,
run.
that's why I love... See, this is why I love this series, because in the same book, where a teenage boy begs his comrade to kill him because he cannot suppress his urge to cannibalize the wounded, you also get an alien drinking Dr. Pepper and driving a sports car.
There are several characters who are obviously alcoholics, but alcohol is never mentioned by name in the series. Yes,
Like
because
Marcus's
kids are
dad,
going to know
bless
what
him.
Kentucky bourbon is, or Crown Royal.
Yeah, like Marcus's
It'll
dad
probably be
definitely was
called-
dealing with alcoholism.
What would it be called? Tiara Fancy. Not Crown Royal. Tiara Fancy.
Nice is neat.
Or Jägermeister.
Oh my god.
Jägerschmager.
Jaeger Schmager. That just sounds like something the Swedish chef would make and or say.
Or Bud Light. Pal Dark. Pal Dark. Bud Light. Pal Dark. All right. Where was I? Arbron slithered closer, shuffling on his needle-like legs. He looked at me through red jelly eyes, and even now, I knew he seethed with raging Taxon. Don't pity me, Elfangor. I am glad I didn't die. Any life is better than none. No matter how awful things seem, there is always meaning and purpose to be found. There we go. Good to hear, Arbron.
That's good.
And you found your purpose. We attack tonight. The living hive is pushing your tunnel closer to space. 1,000 Taxons pour from the ground, surprising the Yeerks and all the creatures. I imagine that moment. 1,000 hungry worms erupting amid the technological cathedral, the ship's cradle, erupting amidst Taxon controllers and Hork-Bajir controllers. You'll lose, I said. We know, Arbron said. But even a Taxon has the right to control its own planet. Even a Taxon has the right to resist an invader. But you can't win, I said flatly. Aren't lost causes sometimes the best causes? How could he imagine that anything to do with Taxon could ever be a good cause? These Taxon are no less cannibalistic, no less murderous, and yet they oppose the Yeerk. Could I refuse that? Could I refuse to offer that help? Tell me what I can do to help, Arbron. That's more like it, Elfangor. We'll put some tail blades into these Yeerks, right? Right? We'll be heroes after all. Alright, chapter 23. I don't see why not when they mention beer bottles in the Allies.
Did they mention? I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends. Like, it's alcohol is one of those funny things. Like some parents are not going to care, and then some parents are very much going to care.
Yeah. You know, a bottle of liquid courage, that's as like cheeky as they can get without being like.
Yeah. Oh, hi Bowser Jr., by the way. Welcome.
Alright. I'm gonna take a quick lab break and then I'll start chapter 23. So Bowser Jr., hi. This is going to be a two-parter, so we're doing the first two parts right now, and then next Friday we will do part 3.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm going to take a quick lab break and I'll be right back.
While Daniel is taking a lab break, hi! I'm going to give everybody the reminder that all this month we are raising money for the Trans Housing Coalition, which is helping trans people here in Atlanta and non-binary people here in Atlanta who are experiencing chronic homelessness get into permanent housing and have an affirming support system around them. So, yes, we are. That is what the bar is in the top right. We have a bunch of tier goals. I think our first tier goal is 500. We're going to, when we hit 500, we're gonna do volume 3 of Sailor Moon manga series. And yeah, we're just gonna be streaming all month, all Pride Month, to raise money for them. So I need to get closer to my microphone. So that's what we're doing. But hi, welcome guys. Welcome people who are coming into chat. We are reading parts 1 and 2 of the Andalite Chronicles tonight. Since it's a longer book, it looks like we're going to do part 3 at the beginning of next stream, in lieu of, we usually read some of Daniel's old fan fiction as a warm up. We're gonna read part 3 and then go right into the next book, which is, what is the next book? The next book would be Animorphs. God, what is it even called? Animorphs: The Change, book 13. So that's what we've got next Friday to look forward to. And yeah, we're just chilling. We're just vibing. I'm working on my blanket. That's getting there. It's almost done. Finally, but it's not quite done. But nearly there. And yeah, in one book, they never use the word alcohol. Yeah, they never say outright that somebody's drinking alcohol, but they like say things that like any person above the age of like 12 is going to be like, oh, that person's drinking alcohol. So it's like a happy compromise. So they can go to the publishers and be like, we didn't say it was alcohol. Like anybody who was there. Also, get hyped. We're doing Nancy Drew PC games again. So for people who want to relive that, or people who were not there with us last year, we did that. We're going to be doing a lot of that over the summer. Again, I think it's kind of become a tradition for us. But remember that Nancy Drew Danger by Design, it's like game number 14 in the series, in the PC game series, and Nancy's just like, Nancy needs this thing from this guy, and he's like, it's France, and she's like, you've got to be able to trade for something. He's like, there is a very special beverage called Mouton Fouetté 1968, and it's just like, oh snap, we're just coming back with hooch. I remember playing that game as a kid, and my mom, whoops, sorry, I hit the microphone. My mom coming back into the other room, hearing that line, and just being like, Nancy's bringing back the hooch? Right on, Nancy. Good for you, girl. They even make some very obvious references to hard drugs. Yeah. And I don't think I got a chance to read it out loud before, but I did see your comment from before about Watership Downs, the guys with tiny white fire sticks or whatever they were called, cigarettes. I never read Watership Downs because it's too depressing for me. I would just cry my eyes out, and I don't think I have the mental fortitude for it at this particular point in my life. Welcome back.
Okay, so as much as I would like to keep reading in the natural deep voice, I'm gonna give it a rest because, well, I don't normally speak in my natural deep voice, and like I can feel like the vocal cords kind of like stretch out a little too much.
Yeah, you don't want to hurt your voice.
So, unfortunately, we're gonna have to go with my very normal, not natural, but normal, very regular, effeminate, nasally voice.
Effeminate, nasally voice.
Well, apparently, some people that I know, I remember one time someone said, "Oh, his voice is a little effeminate." So I'm like, okay, guess.
I mean,
That's
fine.
That's how you want to describe it.
It's one of those things where you say to people, okay, and it's sad in places.
Watership Down.
I know it's good. I know that's very good.
Might as well just read the Plague Dogs.
Wait, what?
I said you might as well just read the Plague Dogs if you want to read something sad like Watership Down.
Now, I know Watership Down is supposed to be a very good book. It's a classic for a reason. I just the crying on stream.
Avery, you never cried on stream. Those are allergies.
Those are allergies. When we played Call of the Sea, it took everything in me not to cry at the very end. I really wanted to cry.
Then you shouldn't play Disco Elysium. That one is very contemplative, very existential.
Well, no, one of my favorite games is like Detroit Become Human, and I definitely cried and was anxious and all the good things through that game.
What game?
Detroit Become Human.
I see.
I love that game.
Okay. Chapter 23. All the afternoon, I stood in the horrible, reeking, stifling darkness of the underground cavern. Arbron was there some of the time, but not often. Mostly, he was communing with the living hive, making plans. Arbron had become a general. He was just what the living hive needed. He could explain what the Taxons would find when they erupted into the spaceport. He could explain how to hurt the Yeerks. I don't know if he told the hive how hopeless the task was. I only know that he seemed very alive, almost on fire. At last, he came to me. Elfangor, there is a delicate problem we have to discuss. Alron and the humans. You know what this will be like. Taxon against Taxon controllers. Taxon against Hork-Bajir. No one will be safe from either side. What do you want me to do? If you can, find Alron and the humans. I know that's what you want to do anyways. But most importantly, get the time matrix away safely. The living hive is no more safe from the time matrix than any other living creature. I'll take care of the time matrix, I said. You'll need to take the Jahar. I'll help get you to it. And then you can leave with me, I said. No, Elfangor, I'm staying here. We'll lose this battle. But there may be other chances to hurt the Yeerks. I didn't know what to say. I guess I felt like only Arbron could decide for Arbron now. Arbron should have decided for Arbron to begin with. I'll tell your parents what. No, he said sharply. No, Elfangor. Tell them I died in battle. Let them remember me the way I used to be, okay? I don't want them to remember me. I don't want them picturing me this way. Arbron, I said, my mind swimming in emotions. I have some last-minute planning. We put that yellow machine of yours in one of our tubes. You'll go last. After all our people have been sent, drive straight down the tunnel. The tunnel is part of the hive. It will make sure you get to the right place. And one last thing. Yes, the spaceport will be hell, he said flatly. You won't be able to tell the difference between my Taxon and Taxon controllers. So don't hesitate. Do what you have to. And then he left. The leg that had cut off were half grown back, but I could still recognize them, moving amongst the Taxon. The launch of the attack was eerie to watch. Taxons lined up alongside the tunnels. The living hide glowed a brighter red, and swiftly, smoothly, the Taxons shoved through the slits of the tunnels and were blown down the tubes. They were launched at a rate of 1 every 8 seconds or so, down 5 separate tubes. It took almost half an hour for all the Taxons to enter the tubes. And then it was my turn. Did you know every 8 seconds a Taxon entered the tube? For just penny the day, you could help stop this.
And a Sarah McLachlan song starts playing.
All right. You just see like an Andalite serving them rice in a tin mug.
Oh no! And you're like, no, stop!
Please don't hesitate. Donate now. I nosed down the yellow Mustang into the living, pulsating gap in the tube. To my amazement, the tube stretched for me. The machine, it flattened down and widened out, leaving just an inch for clearance. I felt the of the air pressure. It blew me down the tube. I gunned the engine and went from 0 to 100 miles per hour in a second. There was nothing exhilarating about it. I was blasting down a living tunnel, enclosed on all sides, ducking my head to avoid having my stalk eyes scraped. The only light came from the machine's own lights. White, looking ahead, red, looking back. For long minutes, I raced along beneath the surface of the taxon world, on my way to a massacre. And then I shot into the air. The engine screamed as the wheels spun madly in the air. I imagine that episode of SpongeBob where his teacher tries to steal his car, and the two policemen are like, "Hey, look!" And then they just like hug. Ah!
Yeah. I do know that
Okay.
episode of SpongeBob.
I burst from the ground, flew through the air, and saw, in flashes of explosions and dragon beams, a scene no madman could have dreamed. The machine arced towards the ground. The front wheels hit, the engine roared. I was banged so badly that my elbow and left forearm were scraped bloody, and the Mustang dug in, hauled away in an explosion of kicked up dirt. Suddenly, a taxon right in front of me. A machine slammed into the taxon and burst it open like a bag of garbage. Ah! I screamed in sheer horror. But it was only one small piece of horror in a scene that will burn on my brain forever. Taxon cries, Hork-Bajir roars, the "Phew! Of dragon beams. Scenes of nauseating violence were everywhere. Battle had already raged for half an hour. Half an hour of unarmed taxons against bladed Hork-Bajir. It was a slaughterhouse. How was I supposed to find the humans amidst the awful battle? How was I even supposed to think? A huge Hork-Bajir spotted me and began to run for the Mustang. Only when he got close did I cry, "Andalite!" in surprise and greedy delight. Only when he got close did he cry, "Andalite!" In surprise and greedy delight. He leapt at the machine. I spun the steering wheel. The Mustang churned sharply. I gunned the engine. I hit the Hork-Bajir in the leg. He cartwheeled over my head and landed in the dirt behind me. Taxons, Hork-Bajir, Geds, all around me. I used the Mustang like a battering ram, mowing down anyone in my way. The Jahar. All I could do was head for the Jahar. What song do you think would be playing at this time? I think Dancing Queen.
See that girl? I can hear
Watch
it.
that scene, digging the Dancing Queen. Friday
just
night
Super
and the
Trooper.
lights are low.
No, it's just
Looking
Super
out
Trooper.
for a place to go, where they play the right music, getting in the swing. Here comes the new. I want this in the movie now. Anybody could be that guy. Night is young and the music's high. The ship stood proud above the slaughter, and there, atop the ship's cradle, clearly silhouetted by the light, were two strange alien shapes. Two aliens that walked on two legs alone, without tails. The humans. Seething around the base of the ship, cradled were 100 taxons, all pushing and shoving to squeeze up the narrow ramp that led to the ship itself. Standing alone on the ramp was a single taxon with 4 shorter legs than the rest. "Arbron!" I screamed, as I slammed the Mustang into a mass of ravening taxons. "Elfangor! I can't hold them any longer! Are these taxons controllers or are they soldiers? There's no difference anymore, Elfangor! Don't you see? Blood has spilled! The hunger! The hunger! Stop me, Elfangor! Stop me! And when you get the chance, you are the dancing." Just like everything slow motion.
Oh no. Oh gosh. Chad
And
is
with that,
Chad is singing
What?
In the Arms of the Angel.
And with that, Arbron Arisht of the dome ship Star Sword lost his last shred of control. He turned from facing down the Taxon mob. He turned and ran for the humans, mouth gaping open. No! Screamed. I leaped from the machine and plowed into the masses of Taxon bodies. Dancing queen, feel the beat of the tambourine.
Your voice cut out for a split second as you were screaming no, and I'm like, what a perfect place if you cut out right now. Like,
My
no!
tail whipped the air. Strike and push through. Strike and push through. Strike, 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 strike. I reached the ramp and leaped clear over the last Taxon in my way. Lauren, run! Run! No! As I raced up the ramp, Arbron was closing in on the humans, and the human Chapman was free. And it was toward him that Arbron ran. The human Chapman screamed. I bet you he screamed like very high pitched.
I can't actually scream as high as I can scream. We'll blow out this microphone and everybody will hate me and unsubscribe.
Arbron reared back, ready to slam his upper body down the frail human. Arish Arbron! I cried. Arish Arbron, you will stop! You will do your duty! I do not know what made me say that. I don't know. I only know that Arbron hesitated. As Chapman cowered, helpless, Arbron remained poised. Behind me, I saw the Taxon falling back, and over them climbed and leaped a handful of Hork-Bajir warriors, 7 feet tall. Take a drink, everyone. Blades on their wrists, elbows and knees. Even this far in the frickin' book, they still want to recap Hork-Bajir.
We know!
Raked forward from their sleek snake heads, short, spiked tails twitching, ripping bird feet clawing at the Taxon flesh to advance. I realized I knew one of the Hork-Bajir. It was Sub-Visser 7. And so we meet again, Andalite, he said, sounding delighted. Elfangor, right? That was the name. That was the name you yelled so defiantly at me as you escaped. I was so afraid the Taxons might have gotten to you by now. And I so wanted you all for myself. For a moment, no one moved. The injured Taxons withdrew down the ramp to make way for the Hork-Bajir. Cue Donna Summers, MacArthur Park. Spring was never waiting in the dark. We ran one step ahead as we followed in the dance. I was alone against half a dozen Hork-Bajir behind me. Arbron. Don't die of laughter. Behind me, Arbron, who still eyed Lauren hungrily. And with them, Chapman, whose side was Chapman on now, and whose side was Arbron on now. I don't think that I can take it. Surrender, Elfangor, 'cause I think I'll take it. And I'll never have that recipe again. Oh no.
Do you know that I have fought with my family members
MacArthur
about...
Park by Donna Summers.
Oh yeah. My family members and I have had very
Sub-Visser 7
friendly...
practically purred. I won't kill you. I'll just use you. I'll leave this body and live inside your head. I'll wrap myself around your smug, arrogant Andalite brain, and make you my slave. And with your Andalite morphing power, run the galaxy before I'm done. It's either that or death, Andalite. There's no third choice. I saw Arbron turn away from Lauren. He came to stand beside me, a massive 10-foot long worm. Guess we're a long way from a good old star sword, eh, Elfangor? He said, with a touch of his old humor. We are one lost, lonely pair of Oris. Tell the Yeerk scum to dream on, Elfangor. Tell him we are Andalites and we don't surrender. I don't think that I can take it. You are my friends, the Visser 7, I said. 'Cause it took so long to make it. You want me? Come get me. And I'll never have that rest. Sorry. I need to interject. Just because this is so damn serious.
My family and I have had many pretty hilarious debates about what someone left the cake out in the rain is actually about.
And
no one can ever agree because everybody's like, it's gotta be like, and my brother's like, nah, it's just somebody was really high in the 70s and it's about leaving a cake out of the rain. I'm like, no, it has to be a metaphor.
No, it's a metaphor about the relationship.
Yes, right? Thank you.
The relationship is the cake. All right, and the rain ruined it. It's the infidelity, the rain of the infidelity. All right, and you'll never have that recipe again because you made that cake naturally. There's no repeating that love.
Yeah, thank you. People are like, what does that mean? She'll never get the recipe again. I'm like, it's a metaphor.
She got it off of a Betty Crocker box. That's what it means. Jeez. That's what it freaking means.
Animorphs the Jukebox musical?
But do you think also... So, like, the Yeerk feels the sensation of the host body, right? But do you think they also feel their own body? Like, do they feel themselves wrapped around the brain that they are infesting? Yes, they do. Why? Because in Book 6, The Capture, Jake's Yeerk, who was, like, the high rank in Tom's brain, could feel itself dying, even though it was in Jake's brain.
Oh, and Milo did say earlier, we only get to see Andalites who are in the military. What do you think the rest of them do?
Topiary.
Topiary? I think they're artists.
Yeah, they're artists.
I think it's like Space France out there.
Very much so. Space Tokyo.
Space Tokyo.
Space Japan. They have their traditions, but live in a very ultra-modern society.
Yes.
And only Japan can seem to do that very well.
Yeah. I like that.
France was a good one, but Japan is like probably what they're more closer to.
No, I think you're right. I think that makes your reasoning makes perfect sense.
I was alone. I was like, I'm gonna rest my voice and not do voices anymore. Also, Daniel does voices and sings because they're not deep. They're not deep voices like how I have to talk like this for Elfangor. It's like when I was doing that for long periods of time, it was like stretching my vocal cords. Like I could like imagine and feel it like stretching out. Like like how you don't stretch a muscle too often. And so like when you start to exercise it, it's got to get used to it and get sore a little.
You got to do some warm-ups. You got to do the...
All right. I was alone. For a moment, no one moved. The Ender Taxon withdrew down the ramp and made its way... Okay, I was there. Where were they? In the great stories and legends, that kind of speech always scares the bad guy. In real life, it doesn't work that way. Well, thank you for giving us realism.
Oh, shoot,
Okay, Visser 7 said. I will come get you. Cut him down. Cut him down! He screamed in sudden rage. His Hork-Bajir leaped for me, but the ramp was narrow. There was only room for 2 Hork-Bajir at a time. Any trained Andalite can handle a Hork-Bajir one-on-one. They're fast. We're faster. I spit!
Oh my god.
Oh no! The first Hork-Bajir swung its wrist blade. I struck with my tail, and he no longer had a wrist blade or a wrist. But the second Hork-Bajir shoved past him and got to my left. One of his comrades swung over the railing and leaped onto the platform to our right. And the wounded Hork-Bajir was still dangerous. The odds were getting worse very quickly. More Hork-Bajir were climbing onto the ramp, anxious to serve their sub-visor. Quick, give me a melodramatic 70s.
Melodramatic 70s song? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Oh god.
Already the Dancing Queen of MacArthur Park. Come on.
Oh god. Wait, no, that's early 80s. I was about to say it's Rain and Men. That came out in 1982. God. I can't think of any 70s songs right now.
Wow.
Help.
Battle exploded suddenly in rapid thrusts and slashes. Hork-Bajir blades made the air sing as they whipped their powerful arms and legs at me. Arbron did what he could, but a Taxon is helpless in a blade fight. The Hork-Bajir just climbed over him to reach me. People everywhere. That's like expectations hanging in the air.
In the summertime. No. In the summertime, Christopher says.
In the summertime? Do I know that song?
I believe
in
so.
The summertime when the weather is hot. Summertime. Yes, the badass beating down the enemy song. In the summertime and the weather is hot. Elfangor, look out! Lauren screamed. Get him! What are you waiting for? Said Mr. Sevenboard. He's just one Andalite in the summertime.
How about Rainy Days and Mondays?
Don't know that song.
Rainy days and Mondays always get me. Ah! Shoot! He's just an Andalite.
I fell back under the pressure. I had no time to think. None. Only time to react. Only time to block deadly blows. I had been cut badly already, and it was only a matter of time. And then a new Hork-Bajir stepped forward. So how are you enjoying the war, Elfangor? He asked in Andalite thought-speak. I was so stunned. I almost missed the next blow. War Prince Alron in Hork-Bajir morph. Alron spun before the sub-visor could so much as twitch. Alron had pressed his wrist blade against the Yeerk's throat. Don't move, Yeerk. Don't even breathe, Alron called. Call off your men. Do it. Or I'll laugh when your head goes rolling across the ground. Jesus Christ! I would even be like, if that were me in real life, I would be like, Jesus Christ, fuck, you're going a little overboard here.
A little much, don't you think?
Hold, the sub-visor cried. Back away. The Hork-Bajir obeyed. They backed away. I panted and gasped for air. I was exhausted. I was bleeding. Lauren ran over and pressed her hand against the deep gash of my chest. What's she gonna do, rub Vicks Vapor Rub on it in black and white?
I would like to point out that chat has pointed out Stayin' Alive by the Bee Gees, and Bohemian Rhapsody also came out in 75.
Well, you can do by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man. Wait, that's Stayin' Alive?
Yeah.
Okay. Stayin' Alive. That's what Lauren used to do CPR.
Oh my God.
Pressure slowed the loss of blood. You're still alive, she said. I was so worried. Now here's what we're going to do, Alron said. The 2 humans and my 2 friends and I are going aboard the Jahar, And you, Subvisor, are coming with us. No! Why would you do that? Once we're off the cradle, we'll toss you back out. How does the plan sound to you, Yeerk? He demanded, tightening his hold on the Subvisor. Do I have a choice? There's always a choice. I can cut you right out of the Hork-Bajir and feed your impotent slug body to my friend Taxid here. That's one choice. Or you can order your men back down the ramp. All the way down. Whatever became of the Andalite reputation for kindness and gentleness, the Yeerk mocked. What happened? We left that image in the ashes, Hork-Bajir homeworld. You were there. I was there. My name is Alron Semator Paras, War Prince Alron. For the time, the Subvisor seemed afraid. His mocking, arrogant attitude seemed to evaporate. He quickly ordered his Hork-Bajir down the ramp. Together, we backed carefully toward the Jahar. Alron, with the Yeerk Subvisor in his steel grip, Lauren, still tending to my wounds, and Chapman, the treacherous human, to his terrible mess. Only Arbron turned away from the open hatch of the car. Come with us, Arbron, I said. Look around. The free Taxon have lost. The living hive will be destroyed. There is no future for you here. Elfangor, there is no future for me anywhere. But you can't, I said. Who's going to remind me not to be so stiff? Who's going to laugh at me when I start talking about being a great prince? You go, Elfangor. Arbron said gently. You go save the galaxy. Leave him, Arbron said. Warrior Arbron is a casualty of war.
Milo points out, so violent, but they won't say whiskey. Yeah, no, we would never tell your children about whiskey or, alcohol or drinking in Animorphs. Cut to Animorphs.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna cut your head. Jesus
yeah, you
Christ.
can either we can feed you to the Taxon, or you can come as hostage.
Welcome to the Animorph stream, where we see how long it can take before the stream gets limited or no ads on it.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So close. We got 8 more chapters for the night.
Yay!
It's already 2 o'clock where you are. We'll probably be done by 3.
It's fine. We're gonna get off of here. I'm gonna finalize a video for a client really quick, and then I'm gonna go to bed.
No, you're gonna go to bed and then wake up to finalize that video. Because you need your sleep.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
You're streaming back to back to back to back to back to back so many days of the week. You need to relax a bit, Avery.
True.
You're gonna burn yourself out.
True. Dancing Queen. We did Dancing Queen, yeah.
Can you hear the drums, Fernando?
Oh, the other one that I was like, have you ever seen The Rain by Creedence Clearwater Revival?
No, I haven't.
No, that's the song. Have you ever seen The Rain?
I may be something. In fact, I'm a bit of a bore. If I tell you a joke, you probably heard it before. But I have a talent, a gift. When I start, what is it? When I start to sing, everyone listens when I start to sing. Some other words, and I say thank you for the music as they fly off in their spaceship. The songs I'm singing, thanks for all the joy they're bringing.
You can't tell me that's not one of Visser 3's favorite songs, just on his off day.
Thank you for the music. Probably.
It was Celebration actually the 70s? I was going to say that, but I thought that was
I'd
80s.
say yes, simply because Muppets from Space was had like a 70s soundtrack.
Okay.
So
I almost said that one,
yeah.
but I thought it was like one of those that's like, it sounds 70s, but it's really early 80s. It's like still in that disco era, but okay.
Get up off of that thing. You can do better. Kenneth, thing. We launched the Jahar. There was no one to stop us. The battle still raged, and none of the Yeerks had the presence of mind to come after me. Or so I thought. Alron demorphed from his Hork-Bajir body. I was relieved. I guess he saw my expression. Did you think I had ended up like Arbron back there, trapped, a Nothlit? No, a wrished Elfangor. I am still myself. I'm glad, sir, I said. Sub Visser 7 stood in a corner, eyeing Alron as he demorphed and resumed his usual Andalite body. Lauren seemed dazed. Even Chapman seemed unusually quiet. No doubt he was afraid of what we would do to him. No, that's not it. They're being infested, like Jake.
Yeah.
He deserves whatever we do to him. Your orders, sir? I asked the prince. Alron sneered. Ah, now you want orders? When I ordered you to flush those pools full of Yeerks out into space, you disobeyed me. But now you want orders? Now you want to be told what to do? I was too tired to be angry. I was even too tired to consider how my earlier refusal to follow orders would probably destroy my career. What was I going to do? Explain to some military tribunal that I, the insignificant Arisht, had thought Alron's order immoral? Sir, the time matrix is silence, you young fool. Alron snapped angrily. He glared at me in rage. We don't have time for that yet. No. First, we have to take care of the business you kept me from taking care of. Taxon ship full of Yeerks, still in its cradle. Still filled with Yeerk slugs. What do you think I've been doing the last day and a half? I've been hiding in the shadows, morphing and demorphing, watching that ship. Prince Alron, is that really the most important thing to do? For the time since he had demorphed, he turned to face me. He glared at me with his main eyes. And that's when I saw the look. That's when I saw the rage, the mad rage. The most important thing in war is to destroy your enemy, Arisht Elfangor. Nothing is more important than destroying your enemy. Do you understand? He turned his stalk eyes towards the subvisor. You understand, don't you? You Yeerk, understand? You said you would let me go, the subvisor cried. And so I will, Alron said. Open the hatch, Arisht Elfangor. Subvisor is going to see if that Hork-Bajir body can fly. The subvisor tensed up. He was going to get pushed out of the spaceship without a fight. His Hork-Bajir muscles bunched and rippled. He seemed to glance at Chapman, and I swear. But no, I had to be imagining things. It's just that Chapman seemed to shake his head almost invisibly. The subvisor's face glazed over. His eyes went dead. He relaxed his muscles. Slow to dead stop, Alron ordered. Altitude? 15,000 feet, I said dully. We are still within the atmosphere. Airspeed is now at dead stop. Dead stop, Alron said. Appropriate. Now, open the hatch. What could I do? I was just in a rush. I had already defied Alron's order. Alron once. If I defied him again, he was mad. Saying, what could I do? I opened the hatch. Warm Taxon air blew in, strange in the enclosed environment. It ruffled Lauren's golden hair. Get out, Yeerk, Alron said to subvisors. I closed my eyes. I kept my stalk eyes focused on my instruments. I could not look. Close the hatch, Alron said a few seconds later. I dared to look. Subvisor was gone. I looked down at the exterior display. A tiny figure fell through the cloud. I looked away. Now we go back and fry that transport ship, Alron said briskly. Good to see you've grown up, Arish Elfangor. Take us back over southeastern corner, space. Maintain present altitude. Then we'll go pick up our missing time matrix, eh?
Bless you.
You seemed cheerful, as if, for a moment, at least the madness were past. But I knew it wasn't over. We didn't need to destroy the Yeerks in those transport pools. We needed to secure the time matrix. But I'd given up arguing. I was tired. I was scared. I was sick of thinking of Arbron. I wanted to sleep and sleep and sleep and not wake up till I was home on my own grass, under my own tree. I saw Lauren watching me. She seemed worried, concerned. Who wouldn't be? And yet, Chapman was watching too. He seemed tense, understandable, and yet, what made you decide to come with us? I asked Chapman. Do you expect mercy from us? You betrayed us. You betrayed your fellow human. You've told the Yeerks about Earth. You may have betrayed your entire species. He shrugged. Not my fault, though, is it? I was on Earth minding my own business. I didn't ask to be kidnapped by the Skritnaw. I didn't ask to be dragged halfway across the galaxy by you Andalite. I was just trying to protect myself. By making deals with the Yeerks, Alron laughed. You Yeerks don't make deals. The Yeerks don't make deals. They enslave. Yeah, I guess that's what I realized after a while, Chapman said. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm just a dumb human kid, okay? Give me a break. We are coming back over spaceport, I announced. There's a lot of smoke, but you should still be able to get a good targeting lock shredder. Alron didn't answer. He just stared at the display screen. At full magnification, we could see a worm-like taxon below. We could easily see the ship, some burning from the battle, some tilted wildly over. A living hive had done damage, but we could also see platoons of Hork-Bajir rounding up, and the other taxons were busily feeding. Somewhere down there was Arbron. Alron aimed the shredder. He aimed it carefully, taking his time. He focused it on the transport ship that contained thousands of helpless Yeerk slugs. Fire, Arish Elfangor, he said. What? I said fire. Fry those Yeerks. You let them live, now you finish the job. Undo your mistake, and no one will ever have to know about your earlier cowardice. My fingers reached for the firing pad. Do it, Elfangor. Alron hissed. Okay. 7 more chapters.
Woo!
Alright, so what happened?
People are just still naming songs. Everybody was kung fu fight. I have a T-shirt that says "Surely not everybody was kung fu fighting." Surely not.
Kung fu cats, looking cool in the kung fu hat.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Why hasn't that ever been a show? Come on, Disney Channel, you could have capitalized on Kung Fu Cat, a spin-off of That's So Raven. Or Cory in the House, I mean.
Completely
Fighting.
forgot that existed.
What is it? Looking cool in their kung fu hats, throwing hairballs at evil rats. Look at something like that. No,
Yeah, I had just completely forgotten. I'm just like, oh my god.
aren't they based on like the Samurai Pete's cats or something?
Possibly. I'm actually not sure.
Okay. Chapter 26. Hold on, let me get a drink. Okay. Chapter 26. My fingers hovered over the pad. It was war. In war, you destroy your enemies. Alron was my prince. You obeyed your prince. But 10,000 defenseless Yeerks? With one movement of my finger? No. Not again. I pulled my hand away, and in a blur of motion, I felt Elrond's tailblade press against my throat. You think you can fight a clean war, Elfangor? Is that what you think? Or are you one of those who are happy enough when someone like me does the dirty work for you? They're defenseless, I said as calmly as I could. They are the enemy. Hypocrites. You're all hypocrites. We lost the Hork-Bajir War because of weak, moralizing fools like you. Because of fools like you, I am disgraced and shunned and sent off on trivial errands with nothing but Arish under my command. War Prince Elrond, I honor you, but what is the difference how you destroy the enemy? Elrond demanded. I had no idea what he was talking about anymore. He was off somewhere on his own head, lost in his own memories. What does it matter if you kill them with a tailblade, or a shredder, or a quantum virus? Quantum virus? No. No. Even after all the horror I had seen, I was shocked. You used a quantum virus? You used a quantum virus on the Hork-Bajir world? Quantum virus is a sort of disease of space-time. You see, it slowly breaks down the force that holds subatomic particles. It slowly disintegrates whatever it affects. Living creatures affected with quantum virus find their very molecule. It may take days, weeks of agony. So they were trying to Thanos snap them?
Something. They were just doing war crimes. They were doing biochemical warfare.
That's what the quantum virus is, Thanos snap. Oh, it's okay. I diagnosed him with the Thanos snap. Yeah. He's only got about 2 weeks to live.
Yikes.
That'll be $5,000. The American medical system, everyone.
Yay! We love it so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your insurance isn't covered by the hospital. You're gonna have to pay out of pocket.
Ugh. But Americans love their health care. If we take away their right to choose their health care, what are people gonna do? They invite their healthcare providers to Christmas dinner every year, guys. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a
Your
bioweapon
payment
on a
plan
map.
is right underneath. No, that was a typo. You see, you only have the silver package. You need the platinum insurance package to get house calls. Yeah, you need to talk to your medical provider about that.
That was the biggest thing. Oh my god, in the last election cycle, there were several candidates that were like, but people love their healthcare. It's like nobody loves their healthcare. Nobody has ever said that. People like having healthcare. Nobody likes their insurance company. People like their doctors, who people frequently have to change because of the insurance company.
Mm-hmm. No, we like the Geico Gecko, but we don't like the insurance.
Yeah.
Simple as that. It's like we like Frosted Flakes, but we don't like Tony the Tiger. You get me? Oh,
literally an apocalyptic
As the World
bioweapon.
Turns. Remember what is it? The Frosted Sweeties.
Wait, who are we talking about? What are we talking about?
The commercial when it was like Frosted Wheaties.
Oh, yep. Like that's a bioweapon on a massive scale.
They're weak.
An apocalyptic bioweapon, the kind of thing I used to lie awake at night worrying about when I was like 6 years old after hearing about anthrax. It does say anthrax attacks. We're so getting demonetized for this stream. It's fine.
I don't think so. We're pretty far into the stream.
Oh, I'm not worried about getting taken off the stream. I
mean, like, I'm sure like the whole computer thing is not going to catch us saying that one word. And if they do, well, then they're a bunch of punks.
It also doesn't matter. Like, it's not gonna like block it. It shouldn't block it worldwide. It should just like be like, you can't make money off of the ads. It's like, okay, we're not making enough money off of the ads to really make or break us off of that. Like last night's stream got limited ads because the content was deemed inappropriate for the majority of people.
Well,
I'm
we're
like,
reading a book. What are they gonna do? Like go through every word that we say?
I don't know. I mean, it's automatic, but I don't know. It is just kind of funny to be like, yep, huh. But with the corporation making money off my suffering gets sad that I don't want them to make money off my suffering anymore. Yeah, right? Fuck you guys. Then the person making money off the fact that I had to go to the hospital doesn't get to make money anymore.
So where were we? Okay, that was Elrond's secret. That was his 13th reason.
Oh god.
The
Every time
Yeerks
you
had
say
accused.
Elrond, I think L. Ron Hubbard, and that's a curse.
I was gonna say that, but it was like not the right time to say it. All right, next chapter. Not the right time to say it. L. Ron Hubbard.
It's just every time I hear the name, my brain goes L. Ron Hubbard, like the whack job.
The Yeerks had accused us of using a quantum virus against them, and we had denied it. Every Andalite believed it was just another filthy Yeerk lie. Elrond stared at me. I cannot have weak, cowardly fools like you messing up. I saw it out of the corner of my stalk eyes, a sudden movement, not fast, but unexpected. Chapman. He leaped at Elrond and swung one of his strong human hands. With tightly clenched fingers, he hit Elrond on the side of the head. Elrond's head snapped back, more in surprise than pain. But it was enough. I swung my tail hard and fast. I turned the blade away and slammed Elrond's head with every ounce of my power I had. He dropped like a stone. He collapsed to the deck in a heap. I saw triumph on Chapman's face. Triumph. I saw her. I should have known then. I should have realized. Instead, I went to the medical kit and with shaking hands pulled out a tranquilizer hypo. I emptied it into my mad prince. It would keep him down for hours. Now what? Chapman demanded. Now what? I shrieked. Now what? I just knocked out my prince. I was sick. Sick down to my bones. But there was nowhere else to turn to. No one else to make decisions. As stupid as I had been, it was still up to me. We have something to pick up, I said, forcing calm into my thought-speak voice. Then we're going as far from this evil place as a ship will go. Chapman nodded as if satisfied. Lauren came over. She put her soft, human hands around my chest. It had begun to scab over, but the exertion of knocking Elrond out had opened the wound again. She tore a strip of fabric from the bottom of one of her artificial skins, and she tied it around my chest to protect my wound. And I said, thank you. Is life always this insane for you space cadets? Oh yes, I said bitterly. Infiltrate the Taxan homeworld. Help inspire Taxan civil mutiny against my prince and locate the time matrix. All in the company of a pair of strange, two-legged apes. Business as you. Sorry, every time he talks about Laura, I can't help but like kind of make it a little steamy.
I don't know if they're old enough for steamy though.
It's not like I'm like being like, okay, you're right. They are teenagers. Chapman did say he's just a kid. So one and done.
I mean, they could be like 17. I don't know. I don't
They're
know.
probably like 16. He's like, yeah, I can't wait to sign up for NAM.
I keep thinking of Elrond from Lord of the Rings. I don't even know who that is because I don't know Lord of the Rings. Like an elf, maybe? I know the very bare minimum knowledge of Lord of the Rings.
Is this the Lord of the Rings? Is this the Lord of the Rings? No. Is that the no? What about no? Is
Like,
The
I'm not even sure.
Hobbit a Lord of Rings?
The Lord of Rings. I'm not even sure I've seen Return of the King, at least all the way through.
I was busy watching the ground below, looking for the place where I had crashed the Skritnaw ship. But I saw Lauren smile. Hey, you made a joke. I didn't think you did humor, Elfangor. Sorry, I need to stop. When the world goes mad, what else can you do? I thought of Arbron, still making little jokes, even when his life was a wreck. I wonder if Arbron knew the world was mad. Lauren just looked sad. Then she forced a smile again. Speaking of crazy, Did I see you driving up in a yellow Mustang back there?
Mm-hmm.
It was a wonderful machine, primitive but strangely enjoyable. I cut thrust and peered closely into the screen. There it is. We're going down. I need to clear away the wreckage so the tractor beam can grab the time matrix. I landed the Jahar in the narrow valley a few feet away from the wreckage of the Skritnaw ship. I grabbed a handheld shredder, opened the hatch, hurried outside. It took several minutes to burn away the wreckage of the Skritnaw ship and reveal the time matrix. It was for this that so much horror had occurred. For the most powerful of all weapons. I sat there amidst the wreckage, so harmless looking. If the Yeerks had known this was here, they would have stopped at nothing to get it. It was lucky Lauren never told them while they held her captive. Lucky that Chapman never told them. Lucky. And lucky that I had been able to hold off the Hork-Bajir. And lucky that we had been able to get away from spaceport without being pursued. More luck. Too much luck. I really was a fool. I felt a cold shiver crawl up my spine. I was behind the time matrix, hidden from the Jahar, and suddenly I knew what was happening. Back inside the Jahar, while I worked to free the time matrix, I knew what I would see when I walked back around that off-white globe. Trembling with despair and exhaustion, I set the shredder for its next and lowest setting. I would have to duplicate Arbron's speed. 3 quick shots. Yes, 3. I sucked in deep breaths, and then I bolted at top speed. I leaped from behind the time matrix, Lauren raising a Draken beam in her hand. I fired. She dropped, twitching wildly from the energy pulse. Chapman fired, but he was weak and shaky. From what I had just endured, I fired. The human dropped to the dirt, but there was one more left. I knew it. I knew that I had very little time. Sudden movement. I spun and fired. Missed. No, not a complete miss. I had stunned his right arm. The hand holding the dragon beam dropped. Useless. He stood there, rage on his face. Auron. War Prince Auron Scimitar Koras. But not really Auron anymore. For the rest of my life, I would remember that moment. The moment when I looked for the first time upon the abomination. You see, Auron was no longer Auron. Very good, Arisht Elfangor. It took you a while, but you figured it out in the end. Subvisor 7, I said. Yes, but not for long. The Yeerk who made the first Andalite controller, the Yeerk who captured the fabled time matrix, I'd say I can count on a major promotion. Wouldn't you? Wow, what a development.
Wow.
It's not like I didn't know when they made that, glazed overlook that we learned about in book 6.
Yeah. I once asked him if he thought talking Milo says about Lord of the Rings, me talking to my brother, he knows all the lore and I ask him questions about it whenever I'm curious. I once asked him if he thought Gandalf had ever been dead. and
You
his
asked him if
reasoning
what?
was Tolkien is Catholic. First thought. Oh my god. I do
Wait,
think
what? Let me back up a bit.
it's
Where?
it's just 3 comments back talking about Lord of the Rings.
Tolkien was Catholic.
I can't believe you asked your Lord of the Rings fan brother about Tolkien's sex life or about Gandalf's sex life.
About Gandalf.
I do think it's very sweet that his ship is named after his wife for all his flaws. He loves her. Oh yeah, no, he's giving off the time-honored tradition of the trope in fan fiction of I hate everybody but you. You know, the villain who's just like, I will burn the city to the ground, and then like goes home and is just like, honey, I brought bagel muffins. Like I 100% picture that being Elrond.
Wait, what
And
are
I
you
love
talking
that for
about?
him. How Elrond, the war criminal guy, the prince, his ship is named after his wife, so like after everything, like it is kind of cute that he loves his wife. And so he's giving the energy of like the trope of like the time-honored beloved trope of the bad guy that's like evil and stuff, but he has his wife that he loves very much.
Like Charlene and Doofenshmirtz?
Yes.
Or Vanessa and Doofenshmirtz, I mean.
Yeah, like they have the loved one, either the daughter or the significant other or both, where they're just like, "Hi, honey, how was school? I brought home whoopie pies." Like that's 100% how I picture it. We just talked to that like, yeah, that is hilarious.
You
Oh my
need
gosh.
anything? A snack? A condom? Let me know. Oh, God bless.
Curse. I love that movie.
Right.
Did any of you newcomers see this coming? I did, just because like we learned about like how that works in 6, like Daniel said, right?
Yeah, but also it just seemed too easy.
Yeah, we
Seemed
never
too
get.
easy for
We
this
might be
guy
almost
to
done
get
for reading for the
defeated.
night, but we're not done with this book. There's still a whole other arc in there.
Yes, there's still one final loose end to tie up, but right now we're on chapter.
How many more chapters
I
of the night we
raised
have?
6.
Okay.
And how many do I need to pass? 600. You need 600 to pass. You got 6. SpongeBob quote. All right. You really need to watch SpongeBob.
I know. I really do. Maybe I'll make a video that's like, I
Pre-movie-
watch all
pre-movie
of SpongeBob.
That should be our thing, huh? Our next project.
Oh my god. No, it's gonna have to be something that I go on a pilgrimage by myself, and I'm like, I watch all of SpongeBob, and then I make like a 6-hour video.
Oh my gosh, that'd be funny. And then during your charity stream in December, we have a quote quiz.
Right? Yeah.
From episode this, or finish this quote, and then you just play a clip.
Love it.
All right.
Yeah,
then.
we do game show.
Chapter 27. I raised my shredder and pointed it at Elrond. No, at Sub-Visor 7. You made Chapman a controller. You were in his head. That Hork-Bajir thought that the Hork-Bajir I thought was you, just a trick. Of course. And another of my people made Lauren one of us. I sneered. And while you so considerately worked to clear away the time matrix, I revived Elrond and transferred myself into him. The first and only Andalite controller. It was so kind of you to knock the old warrior out for me. I didn't know how I was ever going to take him. He was a wily creature, a bit mad, of course, but he knew war. You saw how ruthless he was in tossing out that poor Hork who played the role of me. Yes, Elrond was a warrior. truth hit me like a brick wall. True. I had made it possible for the Subvisor to take control of Alron. I had created the abomination. Chapman told us about the time matrix, of course, but we needed you to show us where it was. The attack by the mountain Taxons could have disrupted everything. But in the end, it was convenient. It kept you from growing suspicious. Oh wait, hold on. After we did it, Chapman told us about the time matrix, of course. But we needed you to show us where it was. The attack by the mountain Taxon could have disrupted everything. But in the end, it was convenient. It kept you from growing suspicious. You are too busy worrying about fellow Arish. You didn't even have time to wonder how the two humans just happened to be waiting for you. You didn't wonder why my troops let you escape. I had done this. I had created this abomination. I had delivered the time matrix into the hands of the vile creature. But the best part, the Subvisor sneered, I really couldn't have let you burn that transport ship full of my people. Chapman didn't know about the Yeerk in that transport. So neither did I. And if you'd gone along with Alron, I'd have had to try to stop you. So would my brother Yeerk and the human girl. It was nothing. It was one thing to sacrifice the poor fool who played the role for me. But 10,000 Yeerks? No. I've had to act. And then you and Alron together would have most likely made short work. I couldn't breathe. Failed so enormously that the entire Andalite species was at. But no, Elfangor is one of those good Andalites, Subvisor sneered. You don't go in for the slaughtering of the helpless, do you? Ha ha! Wonderful. Your qualm delivered Alron. Alron and the Time Matrix. Mine! Really? I said faintly. I seemed to be the one holding the shredder. There are a dozen bug fighters closing in right now. You've lost little one. You'll be cinder by the time they get here, I threatened. No, you won't kill a helpless foe, he sneered. I have no weapon. I am your prisoner. Ha ha! I surrender to you, Elfangor. I surrender. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness as he laughed at me. Laugh. You're right, Subvisor. I won't kill you. I squeezed the trigger. The stun setting knocked the foul Andalite controller to the ground. I ran to Lauren, dragged her unconscious body up to the ramp into the Jihad. Then after a second's hesitation, I dragged Chapman aboard too. Girl, you should have left his ass.
Leave Chapman. Wait. I have a question real quick. Hi, Darth Sidious.
Yes.
We're almost done with the second arc. We're gonna save the third arc because we tried. It's too long. Gonna save the third arc for the beginning of next week.
It's already gonna be 3.
Yeah, the next
Avery's
arc,
time.
the last arc is gonna be the beginning of next week's stream, and then we'll go into the other normal sized book that's only 62 pages. And it'll be great. So yes, we're still live.
What are they saying? Oh yeah.
No, it's an illusion.
What? Are we
Milo
still
was
live?
joking.
No, it's this is a pre-recording.
Yeah, you know that old
television land.
you know that old creepypasta about Pirates Cove? This channel's never existed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I was just beginning to try dragging the sub-visor ship when the first wave of bug fighters blew by overhead. They shot past and began to inscribe tight circles, coming back towards us. 2 more bug fighters, then 2 more. The sky was filling with bug fighters. I would never get the Jahar off the planet unless had Sub-Visor informed his people that he might be in an Andalite body. Surely he would have. He would have to do. He would have had to, just to avoid being accidentally shot by his own people. But could the Yeerk tell one Andalite from another? I raced to the ship, tore open the medical kit, and yanked out the stimulant hypo. I ran back to the unconscious sub-visor and I emptied the stimulant into the bloodstream. It would revive him in less than a minute. Bug fighters were hovering overhead, so I'm preparing to land. I ran back to the Jahar, close to the hatch, and punched up the ship-to-ship communication. The face of a Hork-Bajir controller appeared on my communication. It stared at me, with the fury and distaste Yeerks always show for Andalite. I stared back. I stared straight back in a loud, arrogant, harsh thoughts. Oh, I gotta figure out him.
You good?
What? You don't recognize your sub-visor? Ha ha. I have done it, you fool. As I said I would, I have acquired an Annihilate body.
I have to give him a fake accent. Plug my nose. The Hork-Bajir
Candle
is my
Cove, sorry.
favorite insert. If I showed any hesitation, I was lost. If I was to pass as the Yeerk sub-visor, I could not show any doubt.
You see the Andalite down on the ground? Yes, Sub-Visor 7. God, you're not blind as well as stupid. I want to see him run. Do you understand me? As soon as I have lifted off, make him run, and then, when he is good and tired, when his knees buckle with exhaustion, make him dead. Dead! If you fail me, I will feed you to the Daxon. 7 out.
Oh my god, I love it. I've legit never found a actually scary creepypasta. I was scared of creepypastas, which I know is really lame because most people are like they're not scary. I'm very sensitive. So I still lose sleep to this day over some of the creepypastas.
What is it? Lavender Town Syndrome was the first creepypasta.
Yeah.
I switched off the screen without waiting for an answer. Maybe it would work, maybe not. I keyed the controls, lifting the Jahar gently from the ground. I switched on an exterior view and panned the viewfinder till I framed the sub-visor. He was just climbing to his feet. I'll give the sub-visor credit for one thing. He was not an idiot. He knew instantly what was happening. He broke into a run, just as the hovering bug ship fired a dragon near him. I let the Jahar drift casually over the Skritnaw wreck. Focusing all my attention, I powered the Jahar's tractor beam and latched it onto the white sphere of the time meter. Sub-Visor 7 was running at full Andalite speed across the sand, pursued by teasing, taunting bug fighters that seemed to enjoy shooting within inches of him. The Jahar rose. With the time matrix in tow, I pulled the machine closer and closer, snugged it up into the Jahar's belly, and lashed it in place with energy ropes. We rose up through the atmosphere of the Taxon world, up through the weird, bright clouds. Only then did it begin to dawn on the Yeerks. The ship-to-ship snapped on. An ugly, suspicious Hork-Bajir face glared at me. Sub-Visor 7. Planet Control respectfully directs you to land. I tried bluffing some more. When I refused to immediately turn back and land, they knew. Tactical showed a swarm of bug fighters rising up from the surface on the planet, but it was too late. I punched up a hard burn and prepared to lose myself in zero space. All right, then.
Good night.
So this is their what?
What? I was just gonna say good night to Milo because Milo's going to bed. No worries, it is
Okay.
late, and the VOD will be available, and we're gonna read the third part next week. So,
Yep.
oh, happy
Alright.
early birth or happy belated birthday, Chris Fawcett.
Yep. Happy birthday or happy past tense birthday. So this is zero space, Lauren said, looking out through the viewport. We've been in it for a full day, and I still don't understand what it is. Wait, I'm confused now. Isn't Lauren a controller?
Yeah, I was confused about that too. I think our brains are just melted, but
Because I don't remember him getting being able to pick up the controllers out of their head because they tried blasting.
I'm sure it's something very obvious. Chat can probably clue us in. We're probably just
He got a
fried at this
Q-tip or
point.
what? He just got a Q-tip and was like, okay, let's see. What do we got here? What do we got?
Like a COVID test.
Yeah. So this, all right. I directed my stalk eyes to the viewport. I saw a blank, white emptiness. Whiteness. Zero space isn't anything really, I said quietly. It's anti-space. You know, like antimatter and anti-gravity. Well, zero space is anti. I had explained this at least twice during the last, but I guess she was trying to make conversation. She'd been through one of the worst experiences any creature can endure. She had been made a controller. I couldn't believe she was even managing to talk without weeping. Fortunately, the Yeerk in Lauren's head had been at the end of its feeding cycle. Ah, I see. Yeerks feed
Oh, I
on
see.
Kandrona rays. Take a drink, everyone. Every 3 days, they must drain out of their host and return to the Yeerk pool to absorb Kandrona rays. So I made a deal with the hungry Yeerk. I could keep Lauren tied up and wait for the Yeerk to starve to death. Or the Yeerk could come out willingly. I agreed to put it in deep hibernation, to freeze it. The Yeerk decided hibernation was better than death by Kandrona ray starvation. I kept my word to the Yeerk. After it crawled out of Lauren's ear, I froze it. And then I ejected it from the ship into the vacuum of real space. That's fucked up.
Oof.
Oh, wait, no. Someday it might be found and revived.
Oh.
More likely, it will sink into the gravity well of a star and be incinerated.
Jesus.
Yeah, like, oh, okay, so you won't kill 10,000 Yeerks, but you'll freaking torture one by freezing it and then throwing it into space. Okay.
Milo
that-
says not to advocate for killing, but they do have a lot of chances to kill their enemies. In these books and choose not to. And sometimes I think you probably should have done it. I think that's valid. That's normal. It's sort of like the Batman versus Joker, like, I can't kill him. It's like, then why do you keep fighting him? Like, what are you gonna accomplish?
Yeah. So, especially since I made sure to eject it close to the sun. Oh, you're fucked up, Elfangor. And you're calling
Jeez.
Alron fucked up? That's a pot.
Wait, I have a quick question before I forget it again. When in the other book, when a few books back, when when Visser 3, like, his Andalite body gains re-control for a second, and he's just like, tell my wife, what was that Elfangor?
No, that was Alron. Elfangor was
No, that's what I
died
mean.
in
Is
the
that
first
Alron?
book.
That's what I meant. Was that Alron? So yes. Oh,
Yeah,
that makes it
'cause,
so much worse.
That's all I was like, they should have, it's like when I was talking about Axe and Axe being like, oh yeah, I'm all for the war, and yeah, he couldn't freaking kill Alron.
Yep.
Maybe that wasn't living up to the spirit of my deal with the Yeerk. You think? But somehow I just didn't care. My notion of proper behavior had brought disaster. I was a fool, silly child living out storybook notions of decency and fairness. Honey.
Oh boy.
There was no decency in war. Alron had tried to teach me that. I'd learned it too late. Have you decided where we're going, Elfangor? I don't know. Or he doesn't know, Chapman said. He spent his time now sitting in a corner and glaring darkly at the two of us. Someone's jealous. So Visitor 7 had been inside Chapman's head. If that had taught the foolish human a lesson, it sure didn't show. Elfangor is confused. Isn't that right? He screwed up bad. Arbron, trapped in one of those centipede bodies, Alron made into the first ever Andalite controller, almost lost the time matrix. Gonna be tough explaining all this to the folks back home, eh? Fuck you, Taffman. Sorry. Girl, you want me to show you the freezing shower? Let me show you the freezing shower. It's a nice little thing that we got. You see, I put you in here and then I throw you into the frickin' sun.
First 15 slightly out of order, and I read this before 8. I know Visser 3 host name going into that. Oh, okay, cool.
That's all I'm gonna say. He should have just
I agree with you.
thrown them and thrown them into the frickin' sun. Because
Yeah,
at first, I thought was like, oh, maybe he's just a young kid, but no, fuck Chapman.
Yeah,
fuck young Chapman.
He could have redeemed himself, and yet he did not.
And yet he wants to gaslight Elfangor.
Yeah, Christopher, we're reading, we've talked about this before, I know. We're reading all these books because we have the big, like, PDF file that was made free by Kay Applegate herself, so they're in the order that I guess she recommends reading them in, so that's the order we're going in.
They're labeled in the chronology.
Yeah, this one's labeled as, like, 12.5.
Yeah, the in-between
12 and 13. I know people have different preferences on how to do it, but yeah, we're going by not the non-death of the author version where we're just like, nope, this is the way she wants us to do it, so we're listening. But all ways to freedom are valid.
Back home. What was home anymore? I wanna go. I wanna go. Was I supposed to return home? Home to my parents? Run free on my old familiar grass? Spend my days with my old childhood friends? I wasn't a child anymore. My home was still there, but I would never belong there again. Lauren came over. Elfangor, snap out of it. We're going in circles in zero space. Yes, I know. You did the best you could. You're just a kid, like me. I am an Arish in the Andalite military. I disobeyed my prince, and I caused him to be enslaved by the Yeerks. The Yeerks will now learn everything Alron knows about our defense. Everything he knows about the capabilities of our weapon. Everything he knows about the location of our ships. At least he wasn't a scientist. At least he wasn't smart. At least Alron was a dumbass. So he can't give them morphing technology or computer software, but he will still be the greatest intelligence victory in Yeerk history. Great news, everyone! We enslaved a dumbass!
Yeah, Chris, I know you're not. Jesus. Oh yeah, Chris. No, I know you're not arguing. Just relating your experience. That's totally cool. Just no, just relating our reasoning behind it in case because I know some people have been like, you're reading them out of order, and I'm like, but we're reading them in the order we were told to.
Yeah. If you want to look it up, you can look it up on Zeropedia too. Just to,
but no, any order that people I know people read them in all kinds of different orders. It's like Star Wars. All is valid. Just you know. I've never read these books before, so, you know, just going
through the way I think about it, they enslaved Alron, but it's like saying, oh, it's like some alien race saying, oh, we've enslaved Jennifer Coolidge.
Hey, don't you come for Jennifer Coolidge.
Hey, I love Jennifer Coolidge, but that's basically what we're, no, Jennifer Coolidge doesn't deserve that disrespect. I'm sorry, you're right.
How
it's
dare
like saying,
you?
Oh, we enslaved Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, there you go. That one's better.
Or Andrew Tate.
Oh, God. Oh, God. God.
The greatest victory in Yeerk history.
Visser 3 would not stoop so low as to steal enslave Andrew Tate He'd be like, I have morals.
If I have standards and you do not meet them. What else? Chapman shook his head. Guess I was right to throw in with the Yeerks, eh? You Andalites are going down, unless Lauren glared at him. Why don't you shut up? Chapman just grinned. Unless you Andalites use the time matrix thing, go back in time, find that first little tribe of Yeerk slugs, kill them, and the entire Yeerk species is gone and never even existed. What do they call that? Oh yeah, genocide. You up for a little genocide, Elfangor? I shook my head warily. Don't waste your time taunting me, chap. It won't work. Lauren looked puzzled. What do you mean? He's trying to goad me into using the time matrix. Remember, he's been a controller, however briefly. Sub-Visor 7 left him instructions, just in case something went wrong. Chapman knows that to use the time matrix, I'd have to return to real space. My guess is that the Yeerk placed a homing beacon on the Jahar. If we return to normal space, we'll light up every Yeerk sensor within 1,000,000 light years. Just 1,000,000? Jeez, not even 2,000,000? You're such a chicken. I could see from the dark rage of Chapman's face that I had guessed correctly. At least I'd gotten one thing right. I wasn't fool enough to fall for it. Suddenly, it was as if a light had gone on in my head. Wherever the Jahar emerged into real space, the Yeerk would go tearing after it. No matter where. Trap. I could spring a trap. But where? Where should I draw the Yeerk fleet? To the Star Sword? My old ship? She was off pursuing a Yeerk task force near the Gracia Nebula. She'd been hoping to meet a second dome ship. 2 dome ships, plus the Jahar, enough firepower to handle just Esther. I went to the control panel and entered the coordinates. You have a plan? More or less, I muttered. I was already having doubts. There's a place called the Gracia Nebula. We don't know much about it. There are rumors of a sentient species living in that area, and there are rumors that the Yeerk are exploring the nebula. My old ship, the Star Sword, went there to see if it could locate the Yeerk task force we were pursuing. We're going there to meet up with your old ship. Is this nebula placed closer to Earth? No. Elfangor, am I ever going back home? Lauren, I will do my best. Chapman snorted. And you've seen how good Elfangor's best is. You might as well kiss Earth goodbye. Chapman, I'd like for you to step into my office. You first. Go ahead. Push him into the vacuum of space. All right, 4 more chapters. Chapter 29. We will emerge into real space, I explained. If we're lucky, we won't be far from the Star Sword. If we're even luckier, there will be an additional Andalite ship close by. From that point, it will only take the Yeerks an hour or so to start showing up. And then, space battle, I suppose. Andalite fighters and Yeerk bug fighters going at it. Us too, of course. Is there anything I can do to help? Yes. Show me the best way to tie up a human, I said, looking at Chapman. I don't want any distraction. We tied the human around his feet and hands using spare conduit hose. Then we tied the hands and feet to the feet behind his back. Oh, you hog-tied him. Yikes. One last thing, Lauren said. She took a short length of the hose and wrapped it around Chapman's face, covering his mouth. Now we won't have to listen to him. It took me a second to understand. Many species communicate by making sounds with their mouths. But it had never occurred to me you could silence someone with a piece of hose. To silence an Andalite, you would need to knock him out, I said. This won't hurt him? No, unfortunately. She smiled to show she had been joking. After all, she had been through from being kidnapped by Skritnaw to being made a controller, she could still laugh. I wondered if I'd been wrong to think humor was a weakness. I wondered if our Braun still laughed. Elfangor, aren't you tempted by what Chapman said? I mean, if it were me, I might want to use the time machine to change things, you know? Like maybe go back in time and avoid getting kidnapped by the Skritnaw to begin with? She laughed. No, not that. Look, my life was pretty dull before all this. I know when you take me back to Earth, you'll have to erase all my memories of this. But still, even though it was horrible sometimes, I don't think I'd want to never have met you.
Oh.
If it wasn't for my mom worrying it all, I was surprised and pleased too. In the Skritnaw ship, where I found the Mustang, I also found pictures of Earth. It looked very beautiful. Wonderful, delicious looking grass, tall trees, and streams of water bubbled across the stone. With your home like that. We do have places like that, Lauren said, smiling sadly. There's a place we went once, back when I was little, and my dad was still with us, before he went to the war. It was called Yosemite. We camped out in a tent. Yosemite is like that. And did you stick small white cylinders in your mouth and smile at the beauty of it all? Small white cylinders? Lauren looked puzzled. Then she laughed, her strange but delightful human laugh. You were looking at cigarette ads? Those little white cylinders are called cigarettes. They're bad for you, actually. Very bad for you. They make you sick. So humans go to beautiful places and use sickening cylinders? Why? But Lauren was laughing too hard to answer. And pretty soon, even though I had no idea what was funny, I was laughing too. Although my laugh could only be heard by Lauren inside her own head. So, she said after a while, why don't you want to use the time matrix? I waved my stalks forward and back in a gesture of uncertainty. You can't just go messing around with time. They say it's insanely complicated. Sure, maybe I could go back, like Chapman said, stomp out the first Yeerks to evolve. But who knows how many other things might have. Besides, to be honest, I guess I'm scared of the LMS. The what? Supposedly, they're the race that built the time matrix thousands and thousands of years ago. They built it, and then suddenly, as far as anyone can tell, they vanished. The entire species of elements vanished. You think it was because they used the time matrix? No one knows. Some people say the elements still exist. They've moved beyond the normal space-time dimension we know. There are some who say the elements are almost all powerful. I shrugged. Of course, there are others who say they're gone forever, or even that they never did exist. Now Andalite parents tell their children stories about the elements. Fairy tales are fairies magical beings in human mythology. Not just fairies, we have elves and leprechauns and Santa Claus, hobbits, and we even have aliens from outer space. Despite myself, I laughed. Yes, those space aliens are quite troublesome. Doesn't the time matrix prove that these elements are real? Well, I don't know. But if elements are real, if they really do live in dimensions beyond our own, then they have powers we cannot imagine. Pretend, never mind. No, tell me, Lauren urged. Unless you have something else to. Yeah, you see, I'm kind of driving the ship right now, and you're distracting me. I don't want to hit another. Okay, well, that space. That space time has 10 dimensions. There are the normal dimension, up, down, left, right, and forward, back. Then there is the fourth dimension, which is time. Then there are 6 other dimensions. They are curled up into themselves. though we don't see or feel them. All we feel are 3 space dimensions plus time. Laura nodded her head. I wondered what this meant, but she didn't ask me to stop, so I went on. Imagine if, instead of 3 normal space dimensions, we only had 2. Imagine we were flat, and we couldn't go up or down, just in the other 2 directions. Call us the flatties. See? Like if we were on a piece of paper. Lauren said, exactly. It would be like we were drawings on a piece of paper. And if someone came along and drew a box around us, we could never get out, because the lines of the box would be walls. But what if a 3-dimensional person came along? A 3-dimensional person would lift the flatties right up out of the box. Flatty wouldn't even know what was happening, because he's never gone up or down before. He doesn't even know up and down exists. Oh, my brain's already mush. Now you're gonna fucking curb stomp it now?
Bro. You can't do this to us right now. We're struggling.
You're
3
saying
in the
we're like the
morning.
flatties, except we're in 3 dimensions, not just 2? So we're like cubies or something. Yes, so if some creature came along who existed in more dimensions than us, he'd be able to do things that would be impossible for us. Elements. That's what they are. Maybe, like I say, no one knows. Someone built the time matrix. Someone real. Someone who isn't around anymore. Oof. So maybe we could use the time matrix and pop in and out of time, or maybe we disappear like the elements may have. Or maybe we just make these elements mad, Lauren said. Exactly. But if you give the time matrix to people, won't they use it anyways? Even with all the risks? A week ago, I'd have said absolutely not. I'd have said we Andalites don't do things like that, not even in war. But now, whatever Alron did on that Hork-Bajir planet, it was wrong, wasn't it? I stared at her with my main eyes. Lauren, I don't know what right or wrong anymore. I just don't. The computer signaled that we were nearing the translation point. We were going back to normal space, it said. And by the way, if we do survive all this and get you back to Earth, could you show me this place with the grass and the trees and tall? It's a date, Lauren said. Could we have a Mustang there too? She put her arms around my waist and looked deep into my eyes with her 2 tiny blue human eyes. Anything you want, Elfangor. Just no white cylinders. All right, 3 more chapters. The first quick lab break.
All right.
Be right back.
Yeah, I'd love it if she just kept naming parts of like human folklore. Like we have banshees, we have yetis, we have. Did she say leprechauns? I forget if she said leprechauns. She might have said leprechauns. Okay. This is something else. I was going to say something else, and I cannot remember now. Thank you guys again for all of you who donated to the Trans Housing Coalition tonight. We will be continuing to raise money all throughout the month for said charity because I wanted to do something like this, and it felt appropriate being Pride Month to help out an integral part of the community. What was I going to say? Well, I know what I was going to do. I was just going to make sure that it was logged that we started reading this.
Okay, we're back.
Welcome
Did I
back.
miss anything?
Nope.
But since you're crocheting, I remember someone who wanted to try crocheting with like this teenager, and she's like, "Oh, I'm." Her mom was like recording her saying like, "Oh, what do you call it?" And then the girl like crotcheting.
Crotcheting? No.
Like, I want to try crotcheting.
No, honey, no.
And her mom just couldn't help but laugh at her saying it. What? That's what they call it, isn't it? Crotcheting?
That's really funny.
And her mom's like, "Well, what is it? It's like sewing." I'm like, "Girl, it's not sewing. It's knitting." All right.
It's similar to knitting. It's a different strategy to knitting, and you use different tools.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely not sewing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I guess, but it's like this girl looked like an obvious teenager, so I'm crotcheting.
I mean, you can sew. Like you sometimes have to sew things together.
Like my 10-year-old niece who says Mary Annie, I can forgive, but like a 14-year-old thing crocheting.
Mary Annie?
Yeah, I was like, no, it's Mary Ann. Because I was like,
Babysitter's
who's your
Club?
Babysitter's Club member? She's like, oh, I like Mary Annie. Oh,
Get
honey.
behind. I think I at one point thought you pronounced Annie because the E is silent, and that's hard to pick up when you're little.
But it's also the fact that like Ann is just A-double-N, but yet some people do A-double-N-E. It's like, well, what the heck?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right then. Chapter 30. Coming out of zero space. Now, zero space is dead white. Normal space is usually deep black, dotted with stars that burn in bright white, pale red, and cold blue. But this space was not like that. Jeez, amazing. You'd never been close to a nebula, I observed. But the truth was, even I was awed. The nebula was a dust cloud so large that a dozen solar systems the size of Earth could have been lost within it, with room to spare. It was like a weird, twisted cloud. A cloud of purple and orange that seemed to envelop brilliant stars. So beautiful. Yes, and if the Star Sword is out here, it'll really be beautiful. I glanced over at Chapman. He laid trussed up and gagged. He glared back at me. Right now, Yeerks ships are hearing the transponder they touched. They'll be on us in a very short time. I'm conducting a sensor sweep, looking for any Andalite vessel. But it's hard with the nebula around us. Dust confuses the sensor. Are we a long way from Earth? Yes. Even by the standard of space, we are hundreds of light years away. Lauren stared at the nebula. She bit her lip, a little with her teeth, and took her arm away from her waist. The humans like to use touch. It seems odd at first, but I had gotten used to it. I'm going to try calling the Star Sword, I said. I made the thought speak link communication system. Any Andalite ship this sector. This is the Jahar. I expected to have to wait. I was shocked when I heard the voice of Captain Fayorn. Jahar! Alron, is that you? We are under attack. Say again. Under attack. Can you... Star Sword, I lost you. Star Sword. I checked the display. Yes, we had the location fixed. I punched in the new heading. Lauren, get down on the ground. Back against the bulkhead. I'm going to maximum burn. She ran and threw herself down on the ground just as I punched in the burn. But the acceleration was barely noticeable. The Jahar had amazingly good compensator. But even though there was no feeling of acceleration, the ship blew through space. Elfangor, what's going on? I don't know. But I'm powering up all weapons. At maximum burn, it took less than 10 minutes for us to be able to spot the Great Dome ship. She came up on my view screen at high magnification. She looked like a glowing steel stick with a bright half ball on the end. Her engines were off, and the space around her for a dozen or more of fighters. But what caught my attention were the rough, dark, tumbling rock. The star sword seemed to be in the middle of an asteroid. Only that was unlikely. Asteroids orbit stars. There are no stars close enough to hold an asteroid field and its gravity. Hey, it moved. What are you talking about? I demanded. I sounded rude because I was busy trying to figure out what was going on. And I didn't think human was going to be very helpful, really. Those rocks, those asteroids, look at them. I turned one stalk eye to watch the asteroid. Then in a flash, I focused on four of my eyes. They're moving. They're under power. As we stared, transfixed, one of the asteroids seemed to sprout a tail. It was a plume of hot plasma. The asteroid turned. It changed course. It shot toward the Star Sword's fighter. The fighter fired a full-powered shredder blast at the asteroid. Green beams zapped through the vacuum. The asteroid glowed where the shredder blast hit, and then it increased speed. The fighter turned to run. But to my amazement, the asteroid accelerated. It stayed on the fighter's tail, twisting and turning, accelerating, and then... Elfangor, look! No, it's impossible. A pillar of living rock extended from the asteroid like some primitive arm. It struck the fighter. I saw a tiny puff as the air was squeezed from the ship. And then the rock simply grew over the dome ship. It grew swift, unstoppable, until, within seconds, the entire fighter was covered by living rock. Asteroid. Fighter. Alright, 2 more chapters, everyone.
Woo! Chapter 31.
Yeah, it's chapter 31. What are those things? Lauren asked in horror. I don't know. I've never seen or heard anything like them. I mean, they're impossible. They're like living asteroids or something. I think that's exactly what they are. That's impossible. As I watched in horror, a second fighter caught and swallowed up by a living rock. Star Sword will be shooting now, I said confidently. A dome ship shredder can blow chunks off a planet. They'll wipe these things out. I had never seen the Star Sword's main shredders fire before. It was awesome. A beam of green light looked as thick as tree trunks as they blasted through space and hit one of the asteroids with enough power to punch a hole through the moon. The asteroids glowed brightly, but it did not explode. It did not disintegrate. It did not melt. It turned. It's going after the Star Sword. Dozens of asteroids seem to be swarming the space around the Star Sword. Close by, not 300 miles away, I saw another fighter twisting and turning, trying to lose one of the rocks. Go to zero space, I yelled. Whatever these things are, they can't have zero space flight. I guess the fighter pilot thought the same thing. I saw his engines grow bright as he powered up for a zero space jump. Suddenly, 3 asteroids closed in on the fighter. They blocked its path. A massive arm of rock shot out and punched right into the fighter. Pilot was blown clear, out into empty space. He kicked his hooves for a few seconds, then he stopped moving.
Yikes.
Oh God. No. The starship fired all shredders, lighting up black space with brilliant beams of light, but it didn't work. In fact, it seemed to draw more asteroids. Hey, that's just attracting them, Lauren cried. The engines and the weapons, they attract them. You're right. I don't know which shocked me more, that these asteroids were drawn to energy discharge, or that it was the human girl who had figured it out. Okay, now that's just rude.
He's got to get over his learned biases.
Yeah. I punched up communications. Star Sword, this is Jahar. The asteroids are attracted by the energy discharge. You're drawing them to you. I don't know if my message got through, but just then I realized we had a whole new set of problems. behind us, 2 Yeerks ships materialized, entering real space. They were no more than 5,000 miles away. A pull ship, like a flat, awkward, 3-legged spider. As soon as it appeared in real space, it began launching bug fighters. And beside the pool ship, something I had never seen before. It was jet black, so that it was barely visible. It was smaller than the pool ship, but bigger than the bug fighters. It's a blade ship. What seemed to be the bridge of a very hard-edged diamond attached to a long triangular shaft, to twin engines. The engines were strange shaped, like blades of a 2-headed axe. The entire thing looked like some ancient weapon, a battle axe. It was like some flying Hork-Bajir, a blade ship. Don't ask me how I knew. I don't believe in psychic things, although some Andalites do. But still, I knew who was in the blade ship. I felt cold hatred. Hatred of that black ship. Hatred of the abomination I had helped create. So, he's still alive, I whispered. This time, no mercy. Space was filling up quickly. Yeerk ships, Andalite ships, and the deadly impossible asteroid. But the Yeerks were thousands of miles behind me, and I was 1,000 miles from the Andalite fleet. If I was lucky, the Yeerks would not be able to see the dome ship on their sensors yet. And they would not even be looking for murderous asteroids. The computer blinked to show an incoming communication. It was a visual as well as thought speak. The image that entered on the screen was Andalite, the familiar face of Alron Senator Karat. But from the familiar face showed an evil that cannot be described. Elfangor, I believe, Sub-Visor 7 said. Still have the time matrix. I'm here to take it from you. I had not yet switched on my own image for him to see. I had to think fast. I grabbed a handheld shredder and carefully set it on its lowest power. Lauren, listen, the sub-visor doesn't know you are still a controller. Take this. Stand behind me, where he can see you when I switch on the screen. Give me a few seconds to talk, and fire this. But miss me, okay? Got it, she said. And then she's like, oopsie. And then she shoots him.
Yep.
You know the dumb meme where it's like girl drivers be like, oopsie.
Yes. Oopsie.
And then you see the friggin' car half off like the safety railing.
Yeah.
I switched on my screen. So Sub-Visor 7, you survived. Too bad. I did survive. But you almost got me that. You really did. And by the way, it's no longer Sub-Visor 7. I'm the first Yeerk to capture an Andalite body. I have already delivered more intelligent Andalite fleet development than a century of spying could have yielded. So it's not Sub-Visor anything anymore. You are addressing Visor 32.
He's getting there.
You're still just a slug as far as I'm concerned. You want the time matrix? I asked. Come and take it from me. I promise you. Lauren fired the shredder on low power. I jerked suddenly and slipped forward, turning off the screen as I fell. I jumped back up. You want this back? Lauren asked, holding the shredder towards me. No, keep it. Oh, no, right. No, keep it. You did well. Perfect timing. The Visor will think you're still a controller. I had to think for a second. Is this Visor or Elfangor? He'll think you stunned me. I'm killing all power. We'll just wait for the sub-Visor to come to us. Going to work? Lauren asked anxiously. If it doesn't, neither of us is going to see Yosemite, I said. You picked a great time to learn how to joke, Elfangor. We didn't have to wait long. The blade ship fired up its engines and leaped forward. I ate up the few thousand miles in it ate up the few thousand miles in seconds. Come to me, Visser. Whatever your number is now, come to me. I muttered to myself. I targeted the shredder on the belly of the blade ship. I was perfectly calm, despite the battle I knew was raging around the Star Sword. Despite the approach of the Visser's ship, one shot was all I needed. I would wait till he was practically on me. And then... Ah! Chapman. He had freed his leg, then kicked Lauren's feet. She went down hard. Shredder skittered across the floor. The human was slower than me, but he was closer. His bound hands closed around the shredder, second before I knew. He fired. I dodged. The blade ship closed in. Ah! A glancing hit. The beam struck me my left arm, and my left foreleg. Pain shot through me like shards of glass. My left arm was as numb as stone. My left front leg was useless. I could stand, but I could barely move. How do you like it, Andalite? Chapman crowed as he rose to a standing position. He leveled the shredder at me. Oh, I've so had it with you, Lauren yelled. Still lying on the deck, she drew her leg up and kicked upward. Both her artificial hooves hit Chapman right where his legs joined the body. Chapman gasped. He grabbed himself with both hands, still clutching the shredder. I believe the kick was painful to him. Oof this, Lauren said. She jumped up off the deck and delivered an impossibly high kick that caught Chapman under the chin. His head snapped back. Lauren snatched the shredder from him. You know, Chapman, you are really making the human race look bad, she said. You are seriously embarrassing me. Whose side are you on? Chapman grated. Not yours, Lauren said. She fired the shredder, and Chapman jerked and went limp. The Jahar shook from a slow impact. The blade ship had latched on. They were boarding us. As I watched, half paralyzed, the hatch began to open. Damn it, Chapman. See, she should have just thrown him into the sun.
Yep. Yeet him into the sun.
Yeah. I don't care if he had a daughter in the future, he should have... It don't matter. I blame a lot of this on Chapman, but I also blame the Andalite for not taking him home.
She's not alive yet, so...
Exactly. The hatch opened. Lauren, the shredder, shoot! The hatch door flew open with the boom. Lauren fired. A Hork-Bajir warrior fell back. An arm appeared, reaching past the collapsed controller and aiming a Draken beam. An Andalite arm. The Draken beam fired. The shot missed me, but hit Lauren and knocked her, already unconscious, into me. With only 3 good legs, I fell hard to the deck on my numb arm. Lauren landed on top of me. The evil creature who had stolen Alron's body pushed past the Hork-Bajir as I struggled desperately to get out from under Lauren. The Visser was in. He was aboard the Jahar. I had one chance. One. And then let the Yeerk kill me. I swung my tail, aiming blind. The Visser jerked back reflexively. But I wasn't aiming for him. The tip of my blade hit the console. And to my great pleasure, I heard... The Jahar fired her shredders. Point blank range into the belly of the blade ship. No! The Visser screamed. The blade ship tore loose of the Jahar. The hatch was open to space. Air blew from the ship, sending it into a spin. Everything that wasn't bolted down flew toward the open latch. Please tell me Chapman flew into space. The unconscious Hork-Bajir was thrown into space. Chapman's unconscious body slid towards the opening. The Visser was knocked out. But even as he lay there, the Yeerk Visser aimed his dragon beam at me. You're a real source of agitation, Elfangor. Now die! In despair, I whipped my tail. I hit something. I hit us hard, just as the Yeerk squeezed the trigger. The dragon beam missed me. I was gasping for air. The oxygen was gone. The Jahar was spinning out of control through space. The Visser slammed against the wall as we spun wildly. Lauren's body rolled away towards the hatch. But now the automatic safety device of the ship were slowly closing the door. We spun, and through the window, I saw flashes of Andalite fighters, half covered with living rock. The Yeerk bug fighters now suffering the same fate. I saw, in a wild spinning flash, a blade ship. One blade ship shot away, and then, coming at us, rushing towards us, an asteroid. The asteroid latched onto the poor, dying Jahar, and in wild, crazily pitching flashes, as I was tossed helplessly, I saw the window going dark. Half covered now, half covered by living rock. Asteroid had us. I was slammed violently by acceleration as the asteroid moved away from the battlefield, holding the Jahar in its death grip. Jahar's compensators were off now. The ship was dead, half swooning from the lack of air. I staggered up, fighting the insane force of acceleration. Air! We need air! Where did that from? I feel like I got that. Anyways, the emergency environment power unit should have come up, but the ship's power was dead, drained away from the energy-eating asteroids. Air! My lungs screamed. My heart hammered madly, circulating useless blood. The manual emergency. I had to. But maybe it didn't matter. Maybe it was pointless to fight. Arbron. Gone. Alron. Worse than gone. Terrible thing. Terrible sight. Let it all end. It was fine without air. Fine to suck with your lungs and feel nothing. I was sinking down. Down. No need to worry. Nothing to be afraid of. Let it end, Elfangor. Just let it end. I'd be fine if it ended right here. Just saying. I would be fine if that was where the book ended.
But it can't because, he has to be alive to,
But
save everybody.
It can end like this. Of course it can, kids, because war isn't fucking fair. Who said war was fair, kids? You did? When?
See through my yarn. Why? Why have you done this?
Okay, so that's where we're ending off because it's already 12:30 at night my time. Woo! And 3:30 your time.
Yep.
So we thought we could get through it, but apparently we couldn't. Megamorphs we can do. Chronicle books probably going to take a little bit longer.
Yeah, we'll just do the third part as our opening opening act.
Will our heroes make it out of this predicament alive? Tune in next week on As the Animals Morph.
Yeah, so we're just going to do, that's just going to be our slightly longer than normal opening act is going to be the third part of this book, and then we'll read book 13 next. Yes. That's next Friday.
I'm pretty sure, what do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I'm trying not to look ahead in the book because I have it pulled up in front of me.
What I'm guessing, because it's like, what the hell are you going to do? You have no air, you're getting eaten by a damn rock, you got bug fighters all over the place. The only thing that seems plausible at this point is to eat the forbidden fruit, which is the time matrix.
Christopher says one more bizarre accident of xenobiology to come.
That's all I'm saying. He's gonna use the time matrix. He has to use it. It's like he's exhausted. everything else. What's he gonna do? Pray to the elements, and the elements are like, yes, hello, I've answered your prayers. You get one wish.
The Elemis is from Sweden?
Remember when like they get transported to the future, and I gave them
Yes.
that voice?
Yes, I do remember actually.
I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be that like, oh well, you fucked up royally, so I'm going to give you one wish, and you better not fuck this up like you did everything else, Elfangor. You abandon your friend, and you let your prince get all fucked up in the head.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's the general thing. Perry, you have chewed through my yard. I'm very disappointed.
I've never been so disappointed in such a creature before that fucked up so many times.
All because you wanted to have
All
a,
because you wanted to have a conscience. This is war, damn it. And war, we don't have conscience. Who the hell told you that?
yeah, something like that.
Those are
Yeah,
the stories, Elfangor. Your mom and dad are idiots because they really think that those things exist. They're just made up stories.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what we got to work with. Well, I got a
but you're
lot
gonna
of
be
work
reading that. I really wanted to do the Saint Olaf accent.
I mean, you
like
can take the
Golden
first
Girls.
half if you want to take the first half of this, because we're gonna split this third part into
yeah.
halves, I guess.
Yeah, so let's see.
You
It's
can have
from
the first half
33 to
if you want.
49. So let's see. That would be like 16 chapters, so 8 and 8. So you would stop at like 40 or 41, and then I would do the rest.
Yeah,
Or actually,
or
I
you-
would go up to 40, 41, and then you would do the rest, and then I would start reading the regular book.
half and half and half and half.
Well, this was fun.
This
Even
was
though,
fun.
oh my god, this is such a brain
What?
drain. So much to like
Oh my
digest.
goodness. Yeah, I'm a little fried. I'm gonna. We'll let you guys go, so I'll let Daniel go.
Please.
Thank you, whether you watched with us live or if you're watching in the future. If you've gotten this far, God bless you. We appreciate you.
God bless you.
Thank you, and please come back. Night, Tarfield Owl, thank you so much, and don't forget to come back tomorrow. We will be continuing our stream through June for charity with
Yes.
Gabe.
Yes. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the Yeerks take over your brain at night, and don't be an asshole like Chapman. Don't be a Chapman, please.
Yes.
Be kind
The
to
stream
everyone.
is just
Don't be a Chapman.
ending, but the VOD is going to be available, so feel free to go back and watch the VOD. It's very long.
Oh, good to
good night,
see you,
AJ.
Basilius of Stupidonia. Haven't seen you in a while.
Yep. Good night, everybody. We'll see you. Bye.